수목센 고디.
Your fiancé will be mine from now on. Struggling and splashing in the water, Su Muxin heard these words and immediately wanted to curse back. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she swallowed several mouthfuls of water, choking and making her eyes roll back. She kept sinking deeper. Su Muxin dared not speak anymore. Holding her breath, she paddled with all her strength toward the other side of the river. The cruel sister in this body was standing on the shore with a bamboo stick. If Su Muxin dared to surface, she would be struck down immediately. Desperate to survive, she had to swim hard across the river. Fortunately, Su Muxin had learned many survival skills, including swimming. Although her body had been in the river for a while when she arrived, her strong will to live and exceptional swimming skills helped her reach the opposite bank. Finally reaching the riverbank, Su Muxin let out a breath of relief. Just as she was about to move forward, she caught sight of a man being washed ashore by the water nearby. Fate brought them together. Su Muxin hurried over and, with great effort, dragged the man onto the riverbank, preventing him from staying in the water. Only then did Su Muxin have time to look at his face. He was really handsome. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and a jawline as sharp as a knife. Although he was unconscious and his face was very pale, he still exuded a fierce aura.
It was summer now.
He was wearing a white shirt and military-style pants, both soaked with water. The white shirt clung to his body, revealing his broad, muscular chest, defined 8-pack abs, and 2 tempting mermaid lines. Further down, his wet army green pants stuck to him, showing off his figure clearly.
수목신 swallowed hard.
This man was really attractive. His looks, his physique, his skin. If she were in her old life, he would be a top star, loved by countless girls. But after all this time, why hadn't he woken up yet? Su Muxin reached out to feel his breath. It was very faint, almost non-existent. Could he be about to die? He was so good-looking, it would be such a pity if he really died. Without hesitation, Su Muxin immediately began to perform first aid. She did mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and forcefully pressed on his abdomen. Suddenly, from a distance, a loud cry of surprise rang out. I saw him. Over there. Sumo Jing instinctively looked back and saw several people running toward her. The man spat out a few more mouthfuls of water and slowly regained consciousness. Hearing the noise, Sumo Jing looked down at the man and directly met his shining, star-like eyes. These eyes were incredibly beautiful. If he looked handsome, elegant, and fit when his eyes were closed, then now, with his eyes open, he looked even more stunning, completely breathtaking. Sumo Jing stared blankly at the man, while the group of people had already approached nearby. One middle-aged woman quickly hugged the man and started crying loudly.
Qinian.
If something really happened to you, how can Mom go on living? Behind the woman, a girl about 15 or 16 years old, with red eyes, looked like the man's younger sister. Comrade. Thank you. Thank you for saving my Qinian. Sumo Jing looked at the speaker and saw a gentle-looking middle-aged man with a refined appearance. No need to thank me. Sumo Jing waved her hand. It was just a small favor. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Before she finished, a sharp, somewhat harsh voice suddenly sounded. Sumo Jing, you're already engaged, and here you are, hugging and kissing a grown man in the water. Are you shameless? Hearing this, Sumo Jing's brow twitched fiercely. She recognized that voice too well. Wasn't this the voice of the reborn girl, Su Malya? In this story, Su Malya was betrayed by a scumbag in her previous life. After rebirth, she first hurt her own sister by pushing her into the river to drown, then married her sister's fiancé, and later, using her knowledge of the future, she thrived in the 1970s, started her own business after the reform and opening up, and achieved success in love, career, and power. Sadly, the original protagonist died because her fiancé was targeted by her reborn sister. Mu Jing, you're so reckless and shameless. What right do you have to marry Liancheng? Su Malya's eyes were full of pain and hatred as she stared at Sumo Jing, wishing she could push her into the river again. This little brat, how is she still alive? Even if she survived, she would never marry Lian Cheng. Lian Cheng must be hers. Sumo Jing looked at Su Malia, her eyes turning red, and her voice trembling with tears. Elder sister, are you asking me to watch you die? How can you be so cold-hearted? This is a living person. Although reputation was important, was a life not worth anything? Furthermore, Su Mugen saved someone and should be awarded a certificate of praise. If people only criticize her for saving others, then her fiancé is not a good person either. Su Malalai was staring intently, feeling a bit nervous. It's not like that, I didn't mean it, I just…
Just what?
Su Mugen looked sharply at Su Malalai. She didn't plan to marry Song Lianqing, but she couldn't let Su Malalai ruin her reputation, nor could she let Su Malalai easily be with Song Lianqing. Song Lianqing was not a good person either, otherwise, he wouldn't have married Su Malalai shortly after the original owner's death. Su Malalai's mind was racing. I'm just standing up for Lianqing. What did he do wrong? Why should he marry a woman who lost her innocence just because you want to be a hero? He'll be criticized and looked down upon for the rest of his life. When Song Lianqing, who had just run over, heard Su Malalai's words, his eyes changed when he looked at Su Mugen. Malalai? What do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by losing her innocence? What exactly happened? Su Malalai quickly turned her head when she heard Song Lianqing's voice. Lianqing, it's Mugen. She's shameless. When we arrived, we saw her leaning on him, touching his chest, and her lips were pressed against his. Mugen did such shameless things, and it's our Su family who failed you. Song Lianqing looked surprised.
How could that be?
But soon he shook his head. I know, it's artificial respiration.
Mugen was trying to save someone. But what about you?
Su Malalai was anxious. What will people say about you in the future? That your wife hasn't married yet and has already been with another man. Slap. Su Mugen couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Su Malalai hard across the face. Su Malalai, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. I already said she was saving someone, yet you keep spouting filthy words. Only someone with a dirty heart and eyes sees dirt everywhere. You're the one being, always thinking dirty thoughts, thinking everyone is the same as you. I was just trying to save someone, and I do everything properly. I'm not afraid of what anyone says. Then, Su Mugen looked at Song Lianqing. Our engagement is over. You can marry whoever you want in the future. She hadn't planned to marry Song Lianqing, but she had to be the one to break off the engagement. Song Lianqing frowned and hurriedly walked towards Su Muxin. Muxin, you misunderstood. I don't want to break off the engagement. Su Muxin interrupted him. This matter is a barrier between us. Even if we get married, we won't have a good life. It's like a thorn in our hearts. Let's forget about the marriage. Song Lianqing was indeed upset. He hadn't even held her hand yet, and now he saw her hugging and even kissing someone else. Wasn't this like being cheated on? Although he was happy to break off the engagement, Song Lianqing lowered his head, looking a bit lonely. Muxin, we are just not meant to be. Seeing him like that, Su Muxin couldn't help but sneer inside. This bad guy really knows how to pretend. But at least she successfully broke off the engagement. That's a good thing. Just then, Su Malia's eyes flickered as she spoke again. Muxin, because you saved someone, you lost your innocence and your good name. How will you find a marriage partner in the future? Her words carried a hidden meaning. Su Muxin was about to retort when she heard a pleasant male voice. As long as she's willing to marry, I will marry her. Su Muxin looked toward the voice and saw a pair of deep, bright eyes. Once again, their eyes met, and Su Muxin couldn't help but admire how beautiful those eyes were. This face was also very handsome, and his figure was even more impressive. This man looked perfect in every way. Why did Su Malia insist on tying her and him together? Su Malia clearly resented the original owner, or she wouldn't have wanted her dead.
What kind of scene was this now?
Su Muxin was curious, but then heard Song Lianqing shout in disbelief. Big brother? How can this be? Big brother? Song Lianqing's older brother? Su Muxin suddenly remembered the story from the book. Song Lianqing had a cousin named Song Qinian, who was a soldier and quite successful at a young age. Sadly, he was injured during a mission and could no longer stand. Not long after, he drowned in a river and died young. The story said Song Qinian couldn't accept his paralysis and took his own life. But Su Muxin looked at Song Qinian and felt he didn't seem like someone who would commit suicide. No wonder Su Malia wanted to tie her and Song Qinian together. Su Malia had been reborn and knew that Song Qinian was already paralyzed. Even if Song Qinian didn't die, marrying a paralyzed man wouldn't make life easy. Su Malia was really willing to do anything to harm her. Su Mujin was recalling the original story when she heard Song Lianqing's voice again. Big brother, Su Mujin is my fiancé. How can you marry her? Song Qinian looked cold. Didn't she already break off the engagement with you? You agreed to. She was pointed at and criticized because she saved me. If I don't marry her, isn't that ungrateful? But Song Lianqing still wanted to object. Su Mujin didn't give him the chance. Fine, I will marry him. Su Mujin's decision was not made impulsively, nor was she blinded by beauty. She was already 20 years old in this era. If she remained unmarried at this age, people would gossip. As for never marrying in her life, that was even less likely. The social environment wouldn't allow it. Rather than being matched with someone by arrangement in the future, she preferred to choose Song Qinian. At least Song Qinian was good-looking and a bit disabled. Not only was he pleasing to look at, but they also would need to start a married life immediately. Where could she find such happiness? Hearing that Su Mujin agreed, Song Lianqing's face instantly turned very unhappy. His fiancée was going to marry the person he disliked most, Song Qinian. In the future, when he saw her, he would have to call her sister-in-law. How could that be okay? Song Lianqing still wanted to oppose, but Su Mujin was already tired of listening to him. He just came out of the water. We don't know if he has other injuries. It's better to take him to the hospital for a checkup. Song Huan, Song Qinian's father, quickly nodded. We'll take Qinian to the hospital now. Do you want to go check yourself too? I'm fine. Su Mujin really was fine. She had only drunk a few sips of water. It was hot, and her clothes were almost dry, so there was no need to go to the hospital. Song Huan carried Song Qinian on his back. Before leaving, Song Qinian looked deeply at Su Mujin. I'll come to propose marriage at your house tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Su Mujin was not worried that Song Qinian wouldn't find her place. Even if he really couldn't find her, wasn't there Song Lianqing? She could just ask him. Although Song Lianqing still looked very complicated, he could only leave with the rest of the Song family. Soon, only Su Mujin and Su Malia were left. Su Malia looked very proud. Just thinking about Su Mujin marrying a disabled person made her very happy.
Su Mujin didn't give Su Malia a chance to speak.
She raised her hand and slapped her hard across the face. Su Malia was knocked to the ground and hadn't yet gotten up when Su Muxin grabbed her collar and dragged her toward the river. Frightened, Su Malia screamed loudly and desperately struggled, but all efforts were in vain. Eventually, Su Muxin pressed her into the water. Su Muxin forcefully pressed the back of Su Malia's neck, holding her face tightly underwater. After a few seconds, she loosened her grip slightly. Before Su Malia could catch her breath, she pressed her face back into the water. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times. Su Malia had no strength left to resist and looked like a dead dog. Finally, Su Muxin threw her onto the riverbank, looking down at her from above. Su Malia, this is just a warning. If you dare to make any more trouble in the future, don't blame me for being harsh. After speaking, Su Muxin turned around and strode away. Before crossing over, she was a good young person, never even killing a chicken, let alone harming others. Although she didn't directly kill Su Malia, who says living is always better than dying, she would slowly settle the score with Su Malia for what the original owner had done. Far from the riverbank, Su Muxin didn't go straight home, but found a quiet place to sit and carefully consider her current situation. Most importantly, she needed to see if her special ability had come with her. Su Muxin originally lived in the 21st century with a good family background. However, 3 years ago, her parents unexpectedly passed away, leaving her alone. Su Muxin wasn't good at managing companies and had little interest in business, so she gradually sold her shares. The money from selling shares, combined with her parents' inheritance and her earnings from creative work, totaled several billion yuan, enough for her to live peacefully for the rest of her life. She thought life would go on like this, but unexpectedly, 3 months ago, she mysteriously gained a spiritual spring space. The space was about the size of 10 football fields. In the center was a spring, bubbling water continuously. She cautiously took a sip and instantly felt refreshed, with all minor ailments and pains disappearing completely, even her hearing and eyesight becoming sharper. Near the spring was 2 wooden houses. One was a bedroom, and the other was a kitchen. The kitchen had an entrance to a basement. The basement was as large as the space above ground, but the difference was that time inside the basement was frozen. When you put something in, it stays the same. When you take it out, it is still the same. Growing things on the dark soil of the ground makes the plants grow very quickly, with a time ratio of 1:30 compared to outside space. 1 day in the real world equals 30 days of growth in the space. This means that in just 3 or 4 days of real time, you can harvest a crop of wheat. For example, green leafy vegetables planted on the first day can be eaten the next day. Even more amazing, crops in the space do not need watering, fertilizing, or weeding, and they taste even better. After discovering this magical space, Su Muxin was initially excited, but soon started to worry. She had read many online novels and knew that having such a space might mean the end of the world was near. She didn't hesitate and began to buy a lot of supplies. Her first stop was abroad, where she bought large amounts of rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, various grains, and compressed biscuits. These items filled 1/3 of her basement, packed tightly with no gaps. She only needed to think of what she wanted, and it would appear in the space, so she didn't need shelves, just stacking everything together was enough. After buying the basic food and condiments, Su Muxin started to buy various instant foods. She bought instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, microwavable rice, cookies, candies, bread, chocolates, spicy strips. Anything she could think of that was available abroad. If she had enough money and courage, she could buy many other things like equipment and weapons. To prepare for possible apocalyptic events, Su Muxin spent 100 million yuan on weapons and gear. Before receiving her supplies, she bought a plane ticket for that night. She quietly transferred everything into her space, then went to the airport and flew back to her country. When her feet finally touched her homeland's ground, she felt her heart settle back inside her chest. Back in her country, Su Muxin didn't stop. She traveled all over, buying whatever she saw and thought might be useful. Besides food, she also bought many cigarettes, alcohol, tea, various traditional Chinese medicines, Western medicines, and even a good amount of Chinese herbs. Thinking about the vast land in the space, Cheng Xiangwan drove a large truck to various planting bases, buying many fruit tree saplings and seeds. The fruit trees were directly planted inside the space, while the seeds were temporarily stored in the basement to be planted later when there was free time. To make harvesting easier in the future, Su Muxin also bought automated planting and harvesting machines. These were small, easy to learn, and simple to use. Living in the world mainly involves food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Eating only grains, vegetables, and fruits is not enough, so Su Muxin bought many fresh meats. She bought cleanly slaughtered and packaged pork, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits with feathers plucked and guts removed, as well as high-quality beef, lamb, and seafood. She bought a lot of each, filling a corner of the basement. After securing the food supplies, Su Muxin started buying clothes, shoes, and fabrics. No matter the style or season, she bought in bulk. For daily necessities like toilet paper, sanitary pads, toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, and shampoo, she bought hundreds of boxes of each. Once all these essentials were purchased, Cheng Xiangwan bought a diesel generator, various stoves, coal, and many pots and pans. There were thousands of enamel pots, as well as large iron pots with double handles for outdoor cooking. This way, no matter what happens in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about cooking. By the time all these items were bought, it had been 2.5 months since Su Muxin obtained the space. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and she still had several million in money. Leaving it unused was pointless, so Su Muxin started buying all kinds of food. She ordered hundreds of servings of delicious dishes from restaurants, packing them into the basement. She bought tasty milk teas, favorite cakes and desserts, freshly baked white bread, large meat buns, juicy vegetarian 3-flavor buns, crispy baked cakes and buns, and all kinds of popular snacks like jianbing and guizi. Su Muxin didn't even know how much she had bought. She just bought whatever she saw and liked. Another half-month passed, and she had almost spent all her money. The apocalypse still hadn't come. Su Muxin clearly remembered that night. Lying in bed, she decided to sell the fruits grown in the space to make some money. But unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes again, Su Malalai had pushed her into the river, and she was struggling in the water. Thinking of this, Su Muxin closed her eyes weakly. Good news! The apocalypse hadn't arrived, and people could still live peacefully. Bad news! She had traveled into a book, wearing a typical rebirth story. Su Malia, who was betrayed by a scumbag in her previous life, hates everyone equally, especially the original owner who lived better than her last time. After rebirth, she found an opportunity within days and even killed the original owner. Now, Su Muxin has come through and gained a second chance at life. She tries to think about her space and immediately senses its existence, along with everything inside still being there. This makes Su Muxin breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is always a way out. With those things, even in this resource-scarce era, she can live very well, which gives her more confidence. Su Muxin looks around and sees no one. She takes a candy from her space and puts it in her mouth to boost her energy, eating as she walks home. The Su family lives in a staff housing building at the cotton spinning factory. The original owner's father is named Su Dafu, and her mother is Wang Xiaoying. Su Dafu and Wang Xiaoying have 3 children. The eldest daughter, Su Malia, who is 21 years old, the second daughter, the original owner, who is 20, and a younger son, Su Tianxi, who is 19. Su Malia is the eldest daughter, the first child, and is somewhat favored. Su Tianxi is the youngest son, the only boy, and the backbone of the family. Only Su Muxin, the second child, is ignored and invisible at home, neither here nor there. Su Dafu and Wang Xiaoying are workers at the cotton spinning factory. Su Dafu is a workshop director, and Wang Xiaoying is a team leader. Their combined monthly wages are over 100 yuan. Logically, this income should be enough to support 3 children and be fairly equitable. But in the Su family, fairness has never existed. Su Malia can only make 2 new outfits a year, and Su Tianxi can make 2 new outfits each season. Only the original owner, when young, wore Su Malia's old clothes. As she grew taller and better built than Su Malia, she could no longer wear Su Malia's old clothes and started wearing Su Tianxi's old clothes. Wang Xiaoying once complained about this, asking why the original owner, so tall and grown up, was wasting clothes and being shameless. Thinking of Wang Xiaoying's look and tone when she said that, Su Muxin feels cold inside. Having such parents, the original owner was truly cursed for life. It is now the year 1970, a time when the movement to go to the countryside was at its peak. The 3 children of the Su family did not go to the countryside because all 3 had jobs. Su Mali's job was thanks to her connections, and she had some talent herself, working at a cotton spinning factory as an officer. Su Tianxi's job was bought for 800 yuan. 2 years ago, the original owner graduated from high school and had no job, almost having to go to the countryside. But luckily, the original owner was ambitious and happened to get a job at the cotton spinning factory. She was accepted into the procurement department and became a procurement officer, earning 23.50 yuan a month. Over 2 years, she earned about 500 to 600 yuan in total. However, she never received a single cent of that money. All of it was taken by Wang Xiaoyun. According to Wang Xiuyun, since the original owner had lived at home all these years, eating, drinking, and spending the family's money, now that she was earning money, she should give back to the family. But as children of the Su family, Su Mali only needed to give 5 yuan each month from her salary. Su Tianxi not only kept all his money, but also received over 10 yuan from Wang Xiuyun every month to help him. It was clear that her heart was completely biased. Su Muxin thought to herself as she reached the door of the house. The textile factory's family building was a row house. The Su family lived on the second floor in a small 3-bedroom apartment. At this moment, the door was slightly open. Su Muxin stood at the entrance and could clearly hear Su Mali crying and Wang Xiuyun scolding loudly inside. Su Mali was quite quick. Without hesitation, Su Muxin pushed the door open and went inside. Wang Xiuyun heard the noise and looked over. When she saw Su Muxin, her anger flared up instantly.
Muxin,
How dare you come back? Why did you push your sister into the river? How can you be so cruel? Hearing Wang Xiuyun's accusations, Su Muxin felt no emotion at all and simply looked coldly at her. She pushed me into the river first, so I'm just returning the favor. Nonsense. Wang Xiuyun angrily slammed the table. How could Molly push you into the river? You've learned to lie and deceive. Why didn't I notice you had such skills before? And about the marriage with Song Lianqing. Lianqing is such a good person. You don't cherish him, and even do Dong Bao Bao Qin Qin other men. We've brought shame to the Su family. Now Lianqing doesn't want you anymore. You've lost such a good son-in-law, and you want to marry, eh? I think you're out of your mind. I won't agree to this marriage. Whether you kneel or kowtow, you must bring Lianqing back to me. Wang Xiuyun's eyes were fixed on Su Muxin, not noticing that after hearing this, Su Mali's expression instantly changed. She finally managed to get Su Muxin and Song Lianqing to withdraw their engagement, and she was determined that Su Muxin would marry Song Qinian. She absolutely would not allow any change to this plan.
Mom.
Su Moya tugged at Wang Xiuying's arm. Mom, you didn't see today. Lianqing was so angry. There's no way he will marry Muxin now. Wang Xiuying glared bitterly at Su Muxin, but still felt it was a pity. Lianqing is handsome and from a good family. He's a platoon leader and such a great son-in-law. We lost him just like that. Wang Xiuying was so angry she couldn't speak properly. She looked at Su Malia with a fierce gaze, almost wishing she could swallow Su Muxin whole.
Muxin chekel shofli.
You're not only daughter, you know. If you want such a good son-in-law, just have Su Malia marry him. Hearing this, Wang Xiuying was stunned at first, but quickly started to think seriously. The more she thought, the more she liked the idea. Her Malia still didn't have a partner. Such a good son-in-law as Lianqing should belong to Malia. Wang Xiuying hurriedly looked at Su Malia. Malia, what do you think? I really like Lianqing. Missing out on such a good person would be a real pity. Of course, Su Malia was willing. But she didn't dare show it too obviously. She didn't want others to think she had been coveting her sister's fiancé all along. Su Malia pretended to hesitate. Mom, is that okay? After all, he was previously engaged to Muxin. What's the big deal? Wang Xiuying said dismissively. Others outside don't know the inside story. They only know he's engaged to our Su family's girl, and they don't know whether it's you or Muxin. We just say it's you, and who can say anything? Su Muxin almost burst out laughing but held back and said, Would Lianqing agree? How could he not? Wang Xiuying raised her voice several degrees. How are you not better than Muxin? Song Lianqing isn't a fool. He probably wants to marry you.
Just wait and see. I'll talk to him about this.
Su Malia finally showed a shy smile. I'll listen to Mom. Now that her big problem was settled, Wang Xiuying felt much better. But when she looked at Su Muxin again, her nose and eyes still didn't seem quite right. Why are you still standing there foolishly? Go cook. Since the main character was about 5 or 6 years old, she had been the one cooking at home. A small girl, just a little taller than the stove, always circling around the pot. At first, she was too young and her cooking was a bit underdone. Wang Xiuying disliked her wasting food and had hit her several times, but after each beating, she still made her cook. Over time, the original owner learned to cook the rice properly and gradually made it tastier. This went on for 15 years. Su Muxin knew these things from the original owner's memories and sneered coldly, making food? Forget it. Whoever wants to eat can cook. I won't. Although she didn't know why she ended up in the story as Su Muxin, she definitely wouldn't be a pushover anyone could manipulate. She wouldn't tolerate the Su family members. Wang Xiaoyun never expected Su Muxin to speak like that. Hearing her words, she was stunned. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. Su Muxin looked directly at Wang Xiaoyun. I said I won't cook. Whoever wants to eat can cook. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned red with anger. She strode toward Su Muxin. You brat.
I see you're really out of line. How dare you talk to me like that?
Today, I'll teach you a lesson. She raised her big hand like a fan, ready to slap Su Muxin. Of course, Su Muxin wouldn't just stand there and get hit. She also didn't plan to fight Wang Xiaoyun directly. Wang Xiaoyun was her mother and an elder. If she fought her, it wouldn't bring any good. Su Muxin quickly turned around, opened the door, and ran outside, shouting and crying.
Mom,
don't hit me. I will give Song Lianqing to my sister. As long as she marries well, I can marry it too. I know my sister is smarter than me, has bigger eyes, and can speak better. I can't compare to her. Today, my sister accidentally pushed me into the river. I struggled to get out and even saved someone who fell in. I finally rescued him. My sister said I was promiscuous for holding him, losing my innocence, and unworthy of marrying Song Lianqing. I agree with her. Mom, I know I only deserve to marry A. My sister marrying Song Lianqing is perfect, so Mom and sister can be happy. I just ask Mom not to hit me or kill me with a knife. Su Muxin cried as she spoke, her voice loud and clear. The entire building, 4 floors up and down, could hear her. It was late afternoon, time for dinner, and most families were at home. Hearing such shocking words, everyone immediately came out to see what was happening. Seeing more and more people outside, Wang Xiaoyun reached out to cover Su Muxin's mouth. Muxin quickly moved aside and easily avoided her. Mom, I know you prefer my sister and don't like me. I've been doing the housework and laundry since I was 5. My sister's job was arranged by you and Dad, but I earned my own way in. I deserve this. After work, I come home and still have to do laundry and cook. My sister just waits to eat. I have to give all my wages to the family. Mom, you say I eat and drink at home, but call me a freeloader. My sister only gives 5 yuan of her wages, and you praise her for being capable. I accept all this. Now I'm even willing to marry someone who is paralyzed, so my sister can marry Song Lianqing. Why do you still hit me, Mom? What more do I have to do to make you happy? Is it only when I die that you're satisfied, Mom? If that's true, I'll jump off the fence right now. Su Muxin said, and started climbing over the fence. An auntie watching nearby quickly ran over and stopped her. Jean, don't do something stupid. Your mom is your real mother. She would never wish you harm. This was Chen Fengmei, who lived next door to the Su family. Chen Fengmei and Wang Xiaoyun were both team leaders and had been competing to be the best. Now, seeing the trouble in the Su family, Chen Fengmei was just watching the fun.
Jean,
Chen Fengmei said seriously, you and your sister are your mom's daughters. Your mom is a modern woman and a team leader. Whether in work or in thinking, she's always in front of everyone. How could she be so biased? Tears welled up in Muxin's eyes as she looked at Chen Fengmei. Mrs. Chen, is what you're saying true? Does my mom really dislike me? Why does she only let me cook and do laundry? She never lets my sister do those things. I've been working for 2 years and haven't received a single cent of my wages, but my sister's wages are all hers. Chen Fengmei's eyes spun around, finding Muxin's words amusing. She decided to go along with Muxin's story. You silly girl, of course your mom is doing this for your good. As women, we grow up and get married and have children. Teaching you to do laundry and cook from a young age is so you won't have to struggle later. Your sister doesn't know much now, but she's about to get married. She needs to learn quickly. You can enjoy your peace and wait happily to get married. And about wages. Why would your mom want your wages? All of that is saved for you as your dowry. Su Mujin was shocked and asked, is that really true? I earn 23 yuan and 50 cents a month, so in 2 years, I would have earned 564 yuan. Will my mom really give me that much money as my dowry? Of course. Chun Fengmei said seriously. That's your own salary, and your mom even adds a little more for you. She wants to make it a nice, round number, so she's giving you 600 yuan as your dowry. Another aunt nearby heard this and exclaimed in surprise. People say Xiaoying is a woman of the new era. She wants to be a great team leader. Look at her determination. She definitely doesn't favor boys over girls. None of us can compare to Xiaoying. When the election for the best team leader comes, I will be the first to vote for her. Chun Fengmei smiled warmly. That's right. Xiaoying is so good to Mujin. Anyone who dares say Xiaoying isn't worthy, I won't agree with them. The building has 4 floors and is shaped like a return symbol. Over 20 families live on each floor, making about 80 to 90 families in total. All are workers from the cotton factory, with the lowest being a small team leader, and some even hold positions like deputy factory director. Now everyone is outside watching and chatting, praising Xiaoying, which puts her in the spotlight. Xiaoying's face turned red, and then pale, unable to say a word. Su Mujin looked at Xiaoying with hope, carefully calling out, Mom, is that really true? Xiaoying gritted her teeth and looked very fierce. If she could, she might have gone up and slapped Su Mujin. But with so many people watching, including the leaders, she couldn't do that, no matter how much she hated her. Su Mujin's eyes reddened, and tears fell again. Mrs. Chun, why isn't my mom speaking? Is she angry? Chun Fengmei wasn't afraid of Xiaoying and smiled. No, she's just thinking about how much to give you. She's considering how many votes to give you.
Mom.
Su Mujin was touched. I know you care about me. As long as you think of me, that's enough. I don't need anything else. You're such a good girl. Chun Fengmei scolded gently. That's your mom's kindness. Marriage is a big event in life. She wouldn't let you go empty-handed. I've known your mom for decades and understand her best. Your mother would at least prepare 10 jin of meat coupons, 5 jin of sugar coupons, 20 feet of cloth coupons, and 100 jin of grain coupons. As for soap, matches, snacks, and similar items, those are definitely included too. Since it's not her own stuff, Chun Fengmei casually gives everything away with a quick touch of her lips and tongue. Su Mujin is both excited and touched. Mom, are you really going to give me so many things? Mom, I always thought you didn't like me, but now I see I was wrong. Mom, you're so kind. Everyone around also praises Wang Xiaoyin as a good mother, not favoring boys over girls, treating all 3 children equally. Their compliments lift Wang Xiaoyin high, making her feel proud and forcing her to agree. Wang Xiaoyin pulls at the corner of her mouth, smiling awkwardly, looking more miserable than if she were crying.
Yes.
Su Mujin blushes shyly. Mom, since that's the case, just give it to me now. My sister and I are both getting married. You still have to work, teach my sister to do laundry and cook, and buy things for her.
You're too busy.
I'll buy my own stuff, so I don't trouble you. Although Wang Xiaoyin is reluctantly agreeing, she doesn't want to just hand over the money and coupons. You're still young. If I buy it, it might not be good. I'll do it myself. Chun Fengmei quickly says, but I have some too. Xiaoyin, don't worry. We've been neighbors for so many years. Mujin was raised by me. I only have 3 sons, no daughters. I treat Mujin like my own daughter. Just give her the money and coupons. I'll go shopping with her. No problem at all. People immediately praised Chun Fengmei for being kind-hearted and helpful, saying Wang Xiaoyin has a good neighbor and telling her to rest assured. Listening to everyone's words, Wang Xiaoyin can only grit her teeth and swallow her anger, then angrily go home. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoyin comes out holding a stack of money and coupons, and in front of everyone, she gives them to Su Mujin. Mujin, this is a lot of money and coupons. It's not a small amount. You must take good care of it. Every word sounds like it's squeezed out from between her teeth. Su Mujin smiles sweetly at Wang Xiaoyin. Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of it. Seeing that everything is settled, everyone is satisfied, and then heads home. For many years, everyone has lived in the same building. No one doesn't know who's who. Wang Xiaoyin favors her eldest daughter and youngest son, and everyone in the building knows she doesn't treat Su Mujin as her own. In the past, Su Mujin was silent and rarely spoke about these matters. Everyone just pretended not to know, and there was no way to interfere in others' affairs. But now, things are different. Su Mujin has taken the initiative to cause trouble. When she made a fuss, Chun Hongmei was the main target of her anger. The others just followed along, saying a few words, not minding at all. Seeing everyone leave, Su Mujin smiled sweetly at Wang Xiuqin. Mom, you don't need to worry about me. Go teach my sister how to cook. Dad and Tianci will be back soon, and it's time to eat. If I don't start cooking now, it'll be too late. Wang Xiuqin looked at Su Mujin with a dark gaze, and then turned back home. She was just waiting for Su Mujin to come home and have a serious talk after closing the door. Once Wang Xiuqin left, Chen Fengmei, feeling proud, also looked at Su Mujin with some concern. Mujin, you need to be careful when you go back. Chen Fengmei and Wang Xiuqin had known each other for decades and understood her well. After Wang Xiuqin suffered such a big loss, she wouldn't just accept it easily. Thank you, Auntie Chen. Su Mujin sincerely expressed her gratitude. Although Chen Fengmei had her own motives, without her help, Su Mujin wouldn't have been able to easily get the money and tickets. Auntie Chen, don't worry. Since I dared to cause trouble, I've prepared myself. I probably won't stay in this house much longer. Seeing Su Mujin like this, Chen Fengmei was a bit surprised. Today's Su Mujin was very different from before. But recalling what Su Mujin had said earlier, Chen Fengmei felt relieved. Having been pushed into the river by her sister and nearly drowning, then crawling out only to be falsely accused and ruined, losing her marriage to a disabled man, if she had experienced such things, she would have changed too. She might even have grabbed a knife and fought to the death with her family. Chen Fengmei sighed deeply and patted Su Mujin's shoulder. It's good that you have plans. If anything happens, just come and knock on my door. I'll definitely help if I can. Thank you, Auntie, Su Mujin said, but she didn't really plan to trouble Chen Fengmei. She appreciated her help but knew she couldn't rely solely on her or think that Chen Fengmei's assistance was her duty. After saying goodbye to Chen Fengmei, Su Mujin returned to the Su family. The moment she entered, she quickly stored all the money and tickets into her space. Her space is full of supplies, so she naturally has no worries about food, drink, or clothing. But to openly eat and use things, she still needs to prepare some groundwork. With this money and these tickets, when she takes out anything in the future, others will only think she bought it, not suspect anything else. Besides, Su Mujin is also fighting for justice for the original owner. The original owner worked hard to earn her wages, so why should they support the ungrateful members of the Su family? As soon as Su Mujin entered the house, Wang Xiuyin looked at her coldly. Hand over the money and tickets. Su Malia also said, hurry up and give everything. Those are her dowry and Su Mujin doesn't deserve to take them. Su Mujin raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? These were just given to me by you yourself. I already have them. Do you want to take them back? Wang Xiuyin took a stick and walked over, her gaze not like she was looking at her own daughter, but more like she was looking at an enemy. Su Mujin, you've grown some backbone, huh? You think because Chen Fengmei supports you, you're bold now? Do you believe I will beat you to death today? As she spoke, she swung the stick forcefully towards Su Mujin's head. Since gaining her space, Su Mujin felt that a disaster was coming. Besides gathering supplies, she also learned various survival skills and self-defense techniques. Although she only trained for 3 months, her progress was rapid. Plus, she often drank spiritual spring water, which not only improved her body but also strengthened her soul, making her more resilient and quick to react. Her reaction and understanding were beyond ordinary people. Although she was not physically strong now, the memories engraved in her soul remained. When she saw the stick swinging toward her, she instinctively reached out her hand. Wang Xiuyin even clearly saw how Su Mujin made her move, The stick in her hand was snatched away by Su Mujin. Su Mujin held the stick and forcefully struck the sofa with it. The stick broke with a snap. She threw the remaining half of the stick onto the ground and looked coldly at Wang Xiuyun. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you. Anyway, I will get married and leave soon. But if you still want to bully me like before, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Su Mujin coldly glanced at Su Malia before walking toward her room. The house is a small 3-bedroom apartment. Wang Xiuyun and Su Dafu live in the largest room, and Su Tianxi lives in the second largest. Su Mujin and Su Malia share a room. The room isn't big. Besides the bunk beds, there is a desk by the window. However, that desk has always been used by Su Malia. All of the original owner's belongings were piled on the upper bunk. Su Mujin casually looked through them, mostly well-preserved books and some clothes that had been mended many times. Su Malia was completely different. She had a separate wardrobe filled with her clothes and shoes. Su Mujin got down from the upper bunk, opened her wardrobe, took out a large pair of scissors, and tore all the clothes inside into pieces. Many of Su Malia's clothes were bought with the original owner's earnings and cloth tickets. Su Malia had even boasted in front of the original owner that she was her little servant, only fit to work and earn money for her. Su Mujin didn't care for Su Malia's clothes. She wouldn't take them to wear, but she also wouldn't leave them for Su Malia. Destroying them was the final fate of those clothes. After returning to the upper bunk, Su Mujin took out a cup of spiritual spring water from her space and drank it all at once. Her body, over the years, had become very thin from eating little and working hard, suffering from severe malnutrition. Her arms, legs, and face were excessively skinny. Drinking some spiritual spring water and eating well should help her recover quickly. Perhaps because of her innate talent, even though she was thin, she still had a curvy figure, with a particularly slim waist. Su Mujin touched herself and thought, there really is some substance here. Her figure was now almost the same as before. Thinking this, Su Mujin found a mirror and carefully looked at her face. This was the first time since crossing over that she looked in a mirror. The face in the mirror, aside from being too thin, looked exactly like her previous self. Exactly the same name, the same appearance. Could this be the reason she traveled here? While she was pondering, she heard voices outside. It sounded like Su Dafu and Su Tianxi had returned. Sure enough, after a short while, Su Tianxi kicked open the door and started shouting at Su Mujin. Su Mujin, get down here. Hand over the money and tickets, and go kowtow to mom and sister to admit your mistake. Su Tianxi was 19 this year. He had been well-fed since childhood, so he was tall and strong. He spoke loudly like thunder. Su Mujin wasn't afraid of him. Although Su Tianxi was big, he might not be her match if he really tried to fight. Out of filial piety and fear of gossip, Su Mujin couldn't directly hit Wang Xiuyun. But with Su Tianxi, she had no such worries. It was perfectly normal for an older sister to discipline a disobedient younger brother. Just as Su Mujin was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Is this Su Mujin's house? We are here to thank you and to propose marriage. It sounded like Song Qinian's father's voice. Wasn't Song Qinian supposed to come tomorrow? Why are they here now? Su Tianxi also looked over curiously and saw a middle-aged couple pushing a man in a wheelchair into their gate. Behind them, 2 attendants carried large bags. The Song family looked very distinguished, with a refined presence. Although Su Dafu and Wang Xiuyun didn't know their exact identities, they still smiled politely. Wang Xiuyun nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 this is Mujin's home. We are Mujin's parents. Who are you? Song Huayan smiled gently. Hello. My name is Song Huayan. This is my wife, Qinian. This is my son, Song Qinian. Qinian accidentally fell into the river today, and Su Mujin happened to rescue him. Because of this, Mujin's marriage plans were affected. Our son, Qinian, is willing to marry Mujin. We came today to propose marriage. Qinian quickly added, although Qinian hurt his leg, the doctor said there's still hope for recovery. If Mujin marries into our family, we will treat her like our own daughter and make sure she is never wronged. Hearing this, Su Dafu frowned slightly. You all have the surname Song? Are you related to Lianqing? Lianqing is my younger brother's son, Song Huayan said, a bit embarrassed. This whole thing was just a coincidence. The children didn't mean for it to happen. Wang Shuyun's eyes suddenly brightened. Oh, I see. In that case, let Mujin marry your son, and my eldest daughter, Emily, marry Lianqing. That way, outsiders won't gossip. Don't you think? Song Huayan looked unsure how to respond. Although I am Lianqing's uncle, I can't decide his marriage. I need to discuss it with his parents. Wang Shuyun thought for a moment and decided to set aside Lianqing's matter for now. How much bride price are you planning to give for Su Mujin? Do you have the 3 turns and 1 sheng? The family in front looked well-dressed, and with attendants behind them, they seemed quite wealthy. Since they were related to Lianqing, their conditions were likely good. Asking for a higher bride price from them would not only compensate for previous losses, but also mean they wouldn't need to buy the traditional wedding gifts later. Wang Xiuqin's calculations were clicking loudly, full of pride. Song Huayan and Chen Yuehua exchanged a glance. Just as they were about to speak, Su Mujin walked out of the house. Uncle, Auntie, you're here. Can I talk to Qinian alone? About the dowry, we can discuss it later. This time, Song Huayan and Chen Yuehua didn't hesitate. They simply nodded, sure. Both felt a bit guilty. Their son had always been their pride. They believed that their son was so outstanding that any girl would be suitable for him. But now, their son had suffered a serious leg injury. The doctor said there was a chance of recovery, but the likelihood was less than 1%, and it might even affect his ability to have children. In such a situation, how could they possibly delay a girl's life? However, their son wanted to marry Su Mujin, and she agreed. So, they took gifts and went to propose marriage. Originally, before coming, they had discussed that they owed Su Mujin. No matter what demands the Su family made or how much dowry was asked, they would agree without hesitation. But unexpectedly, before they could speak, Su Mujin asked to speak with their son alone first. They watched anxiously and worriedly as Su Mujin pushed Song Qinian's wheelchair into the house and closed the door. They wondered if their son could still stand again, but they didn't want him to end his life alone. If possible, they hoped Su Mujin would be willing to marry into their family. As long as Su Mujin was willing, from now on, whatever she said would be final. Their couple would agree, without a second thought. Su Dafu and Wang Xiuqin still wanted to discuss the dowry, but Song Huayan and Chen Yuehua only stared at the closed door, not even giving a glance. They could only keep quiet and curse Su Mujin silently in their hearts. Especially Wang Xiuqin, who was filled with hatred, not knowing what schemes Su Mujin was planning now. Inside the house, Su Mujin released the wheelchair and crouched down opposite Song Qinian, lowering her voice to speak. Can we discuss something? Song Qinian slightly lowered his eyes, just meeting Su Mujin's face. Su Mujin was very pretty, more beautiful than any young girl he had ever seen. Her small face was about the size of a palm, with big, round eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, cute yet with a hint of cleverness. A small, cute nose and moist, rosy lips that shine, making him feel strangely dry in the mouth and throat. At this moment, she is squatting in front of him, looking up at him. He can even see his reflection in her eyes. This makes him feel as if she is full of thoughts and feelings about him. Song Qinian purses his lips and lowers his voice, sounding a bit husky. What's the matter? Don't let your parents give any bride price to the Su family, and don't give any gifts like the 3 turn and 1 hunking. After we get married, we shouldn't help the Su family at all. She speaks directly and straightforwardly, without hiding anything. Are they treating you badly? Song Qinian asks. Su Mujin nods, very badly. I've been taking care of this big family since I was 5. Over the years, I've been like a little maid for the family. Now that I'm getting married, I don't want them to profit from this. She says these words calmly, with no visible emotion. He can't tell if she's sad or not. After a moment, Song Qinian nods. Okay, I agree. But if we do this, you might not be able to stay at home. If you want, we can go get the marriage certificate tomorrow, and then you can move into my house. As for the wedding, no need for a wedding, Su Mushin quickly interrupts. It's a special time now, and they are breaking old traditions. Red wedding dresses and veils are old-fashioned and outdated. Especially since Song Qinian is a soldier, those things are even more inappropriate. A wedding, in their case, would just be the two of them wearing white shirts and military pants, reciting vows in front of friends, family, and leaders. She doesn't really want to experience that. If they develop feelings later, and after the reforms and opening up, they could have a proper wedding then. Although Song Qinian doesn't understand why Su Mushin doesn't want a wedding, he agrees. All right, I'll go talk to my parents. You pack your things, and I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow. Okay. Su Mushin happily agrees, walks over, opens the door, and pushes Song Qinian outside. Song Huayan and Qinyuhua quickly come over. How did your talk go? Song Qinian looks at them. Dad, Mom, no need to prepare a bride price or the 3 turn and 1 honking gifts. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick her up for the marriage registration, and then she'll come to our house. What? Wang Xiuyan exclaims in disbelief, almost shouting, I don't agree. Su Mushin coldly looks at her. Even if you don't agree, it's no use. I've already agreed. You. Wang Xiuyan looked at Su Mujin with clenched teeth. Su Mujin, are you crazy? You don't want anything, yet you're taking so much money and tickets to marry someone, and it's to A. Are you trying to lose face? This was harsh words, not something a mother would usually say to her daughter. Su Mujin shrugged casually. If you insist on saying that, I can't do anything. But I am a modern independent woman. Women can hold up half the sky. I don't want any bride price. That's old-fashioned nonsense. Hearing this, Wang Xiuyan almost fainted from anger. At this moment, Song Qinian looked at Su Mujin. I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow. Pack your things, and after registration, you'll go straight to my house. Okay, I understand. I'll see you off. Qinyuhua wanted to put down the gift she brought, but was stopped by a look from Song Qinian. She could only leave with her things confused. When they went downstairs, the 2 attendants carried the wheelchair up directly. Su Mujin watched them reach the bottom and get into the car. She then happily returned to the Su family. As soon as she entered, 4 people looked at her all at once. Su Dafu, with a gloomy face, said, Mujin, do you even know what you're doing? Marriage is a lifelong event. How can you be so careless? Do you think your mother and I want a bride price or gifts just for fun? It's all for you. Before you get married, if you don't get what you want or take anything, their family will just ignore you and bully you. Once you're married, you'll only have to suffer. His words sounded sincere, like a caring father. But Su Mujin wasn't fooled by Su Dafu's act. If Wang Xiuyan's badness over the years was obvious, Su Dafu's was hidden behind the scenes. Su Dafu never openly acts like a bad person. He always lets Wang Xiuyan take the blame. But he's never been a good person either. In fact, the worst and most selfish person in this family is Su Dafu.
Su Mujin looked at Su Dafu calmly.
The path I chose is mine. Whether I enjoy happiness or suffer, it's my own business. Rest assured, even if I die in the Song family, I will never come back crying. Hearing this, Su Dafu's face grew even uglier. Wang Xiuyan told him that Su Mujin was crazy, but he didn't believe it. Now it seems Su Mujin really is crazy. Not only did she scheme against Wang Xiuyan in front of so many people, taking so much money and tickets, but now she even dares to defy him. This is stubbornness, mixed with stubbornness. Wang Xiuyan doesn't want to let it go. We're your parents. As long as we disagree, you can't marry him. You can't register the marriage either.
Su Mujin shrugged casually.
If you won't let me marry Song Qinian, then I will go find Song Lianqing. My reputation is already tied to the Song family. Anyway, they all have the surname Song. Who I marry doesn't matter. While saying this, Su Mujin looked at Su Moli with a half-smile. Sure enough, Su Moli, who had just been watching like she was watching a show, immediately panicked when she heard this. Song Lianqing belongs to her. Su Mujin can't take him away. The old master of the Song family only has two grandsons, Song Qinian and Song Lianqing. Originally, everyone valued Song Qinian, but he broke his leg in the previous life and died shortly after. Song Lianqing was favored by the old master and became the only hope of the Song family, with all his efforts focused on him. Song Lianqing kept rising, reaching a high position by age 30. And Su Mujin, because she married Song Lianqing, became someone everyone envied. She didn't have to work, had a driver, a nanny, and didn't even need to take care of the children herself. She absolutely wouldn't allow Su Mujin to live that kind of life again. She is no worse than Su Mujin and should be the one to marry Song Lianqing. Su Moli's eyes flickered, and she gently pulled Wang Xiuyun's arm. Mom, since Su Mujin has already made up her mind and is willing to marry even if she has to pay, just let her go. Anyway, she chose this path herself. Suffering is her own fault. You, Dad, and I, and Tianqi, aren't we worried about being unable to take care of and respect you? In the past life, Song Lianqing gave Su Mujin 200 yuan in bride price, bought a 3-turn, 1-sound toy, a new dress, and a pair of small leather shoes costing 24 yuan. This time, she must make Song Lianqing double that. Su Moli, who came from the future and held the future's direction in her hands, could help Song Lianqing rise smoothly. No matter how good he was to her, she deserved it. With Su Moli persuading her, Su Mujin remained stubborn. Wang Xiuyun and Su Dafu, no matter how angry they were, could only feel helpless. However, Wang Xiuyun still scolded and hit her. If you have such backbone, then don't eat at home anymore. Su Mujin turned and went inside. Don't worry, I won't eat. Even if they begged her to eat, she wouldn't. Who knows if they might act desperately and put poison in the food. She really didn't want anything unexpected to happen at the last moment. Su Mujin returned to her room and closed the door directly. Her space was full of food. She deliberately chose something with no strong smell to eat, then drank a little, and lay down on the top bunk in her clothes. About an hour later, Su Malia came back. As soon as she entered, she started making a fuss and throwing things. Su Mujin pretended not to hear. Today, after holding Su Malia underwater, she probably scared her quite a bit. The two of them were alone in a room, so Su Malia only dared to make some noise and didn't dare to face Su Mujin directly. That night, Su Mujin didn't sleep well. She was afraid that the Su family might do something outrageous, so she kept one ear open all night. Finally, when dawn arrived, Su Mujin couldn't lie down anymore. She immediately got up, took her things, and went to the public bathroom to wash up. Although the apartment building was one household per unit, there were no private bathrooms in each home. To handle personal needs, everyone had to use the public bathroom. Usually, each family kept a bucket, which they would carry out in the morning to empty. In the past, it was Su Mujin who did this for the Su family. But today, after washing up, Su Mujin was ready to leave directly. Wang Xiuyun was already preparing breakfast. When she saw Su Mujin leaving, she sneered, "So eager. There will be a time when you cry." Su Mujin smiled at her. "No matter how hard life is at the Song family, it's not worse than what I went through a few years ago." This remark made Wang Xiuyun lose her composure, and she rolled her eyes immediately. Su Mujin simply opened the door and went out. When she reached the fence, she saw someone pushing Song Qinian out from downstairs. Su Mujin waved at Song Qinian and jogged toward the staircase. Her steps were light, her face full of joy, as she ran toward her new life. Soon, Su Mujin reached the bottom floor. "Have you been here long?" Song Qinian shook his head. "No, I just arrived too." "Such a coincidence," Su Mujin said with a smile. "Let's go then." She got into the jeep, looked at Song Qinian and said, "After we register, let's take a photo together." Since they were getting married, even if they didn't take a wedding photo, they should at least take a picture to remember. Song Qinian had no objection and simply agreed, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." "Are you really going to do everything I say?" Su Mujin looked at Song Qinian with bright eyes. Under her intense gaze, Song Qinian tried to stay calm, but his ears turned slightly red. "Yes, I'll do whatever you say." Her smile was so bright, and her gaze so intense, like the sun in the sky. For a moment, Song Qinian even secretly looked down on himself. Was it wrong to take advantage of her vulnerability and marry her? He could have found other ways to help her escape the Su family. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Su Mushin's voice again. That's settled. You have to listen to me from now on. Su Mushin smiled even more brightly. She was really amazing. Not only did she solve the marriage problem, but she also found such a handsome husband. Such a handsome husband, and he even has a tendency to be a little clumsy. Song Qinian stared at Su Mushin intently. Are you really sure you don't regret marrying me? About my leg. Why would I regret? Su Mushin asked back. You look so good-looking, it's a real pleasure to see, and you said I have to listen to you from now on. I'm happy just thinking about it. As for your leg, didn't the doctor say there's still a chance to heal? Song Qinian pursed his lips, but chose to tell the truth. But the doctor also said the chance of healing is less than 1%. Is there still that 1%? That's much better than no hope at all. Su Mushin said, without concern. She had spiritual spring water. As long as Song Qinian was truly a good person, she wouldn't mind giving him some to drink. Such a handsome man. If he had to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, that would be such a pity. Song Qinian was confident in his ability to judge people. He believed that Su Mushin was telling the truth. She really didn't mind about his leg. Song Qinian felt as if something had hit his heart hard, making his whole body tremble slightly. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to be with me every day, I will definitely treat you well. Song Qinian said seriously. Su Mushin nodded with a smile. I believe you. The original description of Song Qinian was brief, but from the recent interactions, he truly seemed like a good person. He was injured on official duty, and although his leg might never heal, he didn't have a gloomy aura or a tendency to complain. He wanted to protect her and also respected her opinions. Plus, his appearance and figure matched her aesthetic standards. Marrying someone like him was really a great choice. While they were talking, the car kept moving forward. Soon, the car stopped. The soldier first lifted out the wheelchair, then helped Song Qinian into it. Song Qinian looked up at Su Mushin, who was still in the car. I prepared a set of clothes for you inside.
Change into them.
We will go take photos soon. She was surprised he had prepared clothes for her. Su Mushin looked at the back seat and saw a white shirt, green military-style pants, and a pair of black leather shoes. This was the most popular outfit of that era. He was quite thoughtful. She pulled up the curtain on the car window and quickly changed her clothes, then tied her hair into 2 braids again. She took out a mirror from the space to check herself and made sure everything was fine before putting the mirror away and opening the car door to step out. As soon as she stood still, Su Mushin noticed Song Qinian was staring at her intently, without blinking. What's wrong? She asked, glancing down at herself. Did I not dress properly? No, Song Qinian blushed again. You look very nice.
Su Mushin smiled happily.
I think so too. At this time, marriage registration was very simple, just a piece of paper with a stamp. It was more like a certificate of achievement than a marriage license. Before registering, they had to submit documents and household registration information, which Song Qinian had already prepared. Su Mushin's household registration was with the factory. It was a collective household registration, not in her family, so her family couldn't control her with her household registration. After getting the marriage certificate, the two of them took a photo together. They both wore white shirts, military-style pants, and black leather shoes, sitting side by side, looking very matching. They couldn't take the photo immediately. It would take at least 3 days. They only received a piece of paper as proof to pick up the photo later. After leaving the photo studio, they went straight to the military compound in the car. The compound was in a quiet area away from the busy city, with guards at the gate, making it feel very secure. Soon after entering, the car stopped at the entrance of a courtyard. As soon as the car stopped, Manhwa came out to greet them. Seeing Su Mushin step out of the car, she immediately held her hand. Mushin, you're finally back. Was everything smooth? Su Mushin showed her the marriage certificate. Yes, everything went well. Mom, we've finished registering. Hearing Su Muxin call her mom so sweetly, Qin Yuehua's eyes turned red. She had been worried that her son, who had injured his leg, would be lonely for the rest of his life. But unexpectedly, he married such a beautiful wife.
Ah.
Chen Yuehua responded with a smile, holding Su Muxin's hand tightly and unwilling to let go. From now on, this will be your home. Song Qinian was pushed over by the attendants, and his gaze instinctively fell on the hands of the two people holding hands. That's his wife's hand. He hasn't even held it yet. The group entered the yard and went straight into a room on the first floor. Qinian's room was originally upstairs, but since his leg isn't convenient now, we moved it downstairs. The furniture and wardrobe were all replaced last night. Mujin, take a look and see if there's anything you don't like or something missing. Just say it directly, no need to be afraid. Su Mujin looked around and shook her head with a smile. No, Mom, there's nothing missing. It's already very good. There was a large double bed, a redwood wardrobe, a redwood dressing table, a clothes drying rack, and a desk. Surprisingly, there was also a separate bathroom. Su Mujin went inside to check. The space was large, with a shower, a wash basin, and a flushing toilet. She had read a research report before, which said that by the 1950s in Beijing, government offices and foreign-related hotels had already started using toilets. Now it was the 1970s, and the Song family was not an ordinary family. Having a flushing toilet was quite normal. For Su Mujin, having a flushing toilet was a big surprise, greatly improving her quality of life. Chen Yuehua didn't stay long in their room. Go ahead and talk. I'll call you for lunch later. When she left, she also helped close the door. Their room's window faced the west side of the yard but didn't face the main gate, so as long as they didn't deliberately go that way, they couldn't see inside the room from the yard. Privacy was protected, but the lighting wouldn't be affected. Su Mujin was examining everything when she heard Song Qinian softly say, "There's something prepared for you in the box on the dressing table. Take a look and see if you like it." "What is it?" Su Mujin asked as she walked over. On the dressing table was a carved wooden jewelry box, intricately decorated with hollowed-out patterns, looking quite expensive. The top layer was a lift-up lid, and when she opened it, Su Mujin nearly blinded herself by the sparkle. Inside were many gold jewelry pieces. She opened each drawer below, feeling numb by the time she reached the last one. There were gold bracelets, bangles, rings, necklaces, hairpins, and other jewelry. Below that, there was a separate layer holding 20 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. Besides the gold, there were also several jade bangles and rings, which looked extremely valuable. Su Mujin slowly turned to look at Song Qinian. "Are these all for me?" "Yes," Song Qinian nodded. "Do you like them?" "Mom prepared all this. She said these are for her future daughter-in-law." "I like them," Su Mujin said honestly. "Who wouldn't like them? But isn't this too precious?" Before Su Mujin could finish her question, Song Qinian pointed at the wardrobe again. "There are more over here." "More?" Su Mujin closed the jewelry box, stood up, and walked to the wardrobe, opening it. Inside, neatly hung, were many clothes. Just by their colors and styles, it was clear they were all women's clothing. Mom likes to make clothes. Her eyes are like rulers. She can tell the size just by looking at your figure. Some of these were bought according to your size, and others were made for you. Mom also said she wants to make a few pieces herself, but it'll take a few days. Su Mujin felt warm inside. "That's too much. I can't wear them all." "Take your time, it's okay," Song Qinian said with a smile. "Mom prepared a lot of good things. You might not even like what I prepared." "You also prepared something?" Su Mujin was curious. "What did you prepare?" Song Qinian turned his wheelchair and went to the desk. He opened one of the drawers and took out a metal box. "Open it and see." Su Mujin took the box, opened it, and saw neatly stacked bundles of large union notes and bundles of receipts. Judging by the amount, it was at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, and there were countless receipts. "These are my allowances from the past few years and rewards for completing tasks. I don't have anything else, so I can only give you these. I hope you won't mind." Su Mujuan looked at Song Qinian with a complicated expression. Did he misunderstand what he prepared? This is money and receipts. In this era, without money and receipts, life would be very difficult. He gave so many practical things and was still worried she wouldn't like them. But just from his eyes, she could tell he was genuinely worried, not pretending. This person is really too adorable. Su Mujuan couldn't help but lean in and kiss his face. Thank you, I like it very much. Song Qinian's face instantly turned bright red, and he looked at her nervously, not daring to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Su Mujuan smiled even more, her eyes curling happily. Handsome and innocent soldier brother. Who wouldn't like him? She even feels a little excited thinking about him begging and crying for mercy. Song Qinian nervously and carefully looks at Su Mujuan. Seeing her smile brightly, he also starts to smile. I'm glad you like him. My leg is injured, but whether I recover or not, I will always have a pension for you. I will give everything to you. I won't let you live a hard life with me. Su Mujuan nods with a smile. I believe you. Don't be discouraged. Your leg will definitely get better. With his honesty and kindness towards her, she wouldn't ignore him. Listening to Su Mujuan's confident words, Song Qinian also smiles and nods. I won't give up. He will actively cooperate with the treatment. Even if there's only a 1% chance he can stand again, he won't give up. Only then can he better protect her, so she won't be looked down upon by others or live a hard life. Su Mujuan puts the iron box with money and bills, as well as the jewelry box, into the cabinet under her desk. The cabinet has a lock, making her belongings safer here. Just after storing her things, she hears a knock on the door. Su Mujuan immediately gets up to open it. When she opens the door, she sees Qinian outside. Mujuan, pack your things later this afternoon. We're going to have dinner. Hearing this, Su Mujuan feels a bit curious. Dinner? Where are we eating? Won't it be at home? Qinian smiles gently. Not far, just next door in the courtyard. Your grandpa and your second uncle's family live right next door. Grandpa knows you've married Qinian, and he specifically called us over. It's a family gathering to eat together, to see each other, and get to know one another. Eating with Song Lianqing's family? Isn't that a bit too intense? Just married, and she has to sit and eat with her ex-fiancé's family. Her ex-fiancé even calls her sister-in-law. Thinking about it only in her mind, Su Mujuan feels a bit excited. Seeing that Su Mujuan hasn't responded for a while, Qinian shows some worry on her face. Mujuan, what's wrong? Do you not want to go? After all, Su Mujuan had previously been engaged to Song Lianqing and met his parents. But now the people are still there, yet everything has changed. It's normal for her to feel awkward. If you don't want to go, it's okay not to go. Qinian's voice remains gentle and understanding. In the end, it's all because of Qinian, because of their family, that Mujuan is in such an awkward situation. She must understand Mujuan well. Qinian was just thinking when she heard Su Mujuan laughing and say, Mom, I don't really not want to go. I was just thinking about whether to bring some gifts for Grandpa and second uncle. After all, it's my first visit. Qinian was very happy. She didn't expect Su Mujuan not only to be willing to go, but also to be so thoughtful, even thinking about bringing presents. I've already prepared all of these, Qinian said with a smile, looking at Su Mujuan with increasing satisfaction. Let's go. We'll head over now. Then I'll push Qinian, Su Mujuan said, turning around and entering the house. She went behind Song Qinian and pushed him outside. In the living room, they saw not only Qinian and Song Huayan but also a girl about 15 or 16 years old. The girl had big, shiny black eyes and was looking at them with curiosity. When Su Mujuan made eye contact with the girl, she blushed and softly called out, Sister-in-law. Ah. Su Mujuan responded with a smile. Sorry for coming so suddenly and not bringing any gifts. When we have time this afternoon or tomorrow, I'll take you shopping. You can buy whatever you want. Really? Song Mushua's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, really. You're so kind, sister-in-law. Song Mushua's words made everyone smile. Su Mujuan couldn't help but think how easy it was to cheer up such a big girl. While talking, the family had already left the house and was heading toward the gate of the neighboring yard. Song Lianqing's family and old Master Song were already waiting. When they saw Su Mujin and her family come in, they all looked over. Among so many people, only Song Lianqing's expression was complicated. Mujin, Song Lianqing suddenly called out, whether intentionally or because he couldn't control his emotions. Su Mujin looked straight at Song Lianqing with a perfectly timed smile, speaking calmly and evenly, "Lianqing, my older brother, and I are already married. You can't just call me by my name in the future. You have to call me sister-in-law. Otherwise, if outsiders hear, they might think you're not sensible. Lianqing, although you and Mugen had an engagement before, you haven't met often and don't have much feelings for each other. Now that she is married to your older brother, you need to be extra careful. We can't let others think our family has no rules, nor can we let them think our family relationships are messy. From now on, call her sister-in-law, and don't make a mistake again." Old Master Song is the most authoritative person in the Song family. If Song Lianqing wants to advance, he must rely on Old Master Song's support. Hearing Old Master Song say this, regardless of what Song Lianqing thought, he could only obediently agree. "Grandpa, I understand." Old Master Song slightly frowned. "Knowing isn't enough. You must do it. Start calling her now." "Okay." Song Lianqing agreed and looked at Su Mugen. Su Mugen remained calm and confident, with no hint of hesitation, even calmly waiting for Song Lianqing to call her sister-in-law. Song Lianqing tried to say the word sister-in-law several times, but barely managed to whisper it out. This made Old Master Song very dissatisfied. "Lianqing, you're already such a grown man, a real man. Why are you so shy and hesitant?
Say it again."
"Hurry up and call her." "Well done." Su Mugen secretly praised Old Master Song and recalled the description of him from the original story. Old Master Song holds a high position. Over the past 10 years, he has remained unaffected and has not been persecuted. In the original story, Song Qinian was injured with a broken leg and drowned in a river, which dealt a heavy to the main branch of the Song family. Song Huayan and Qin Yuehua seemed to age 10 years overnight, but they still had their daughter Song Mushue, and they held on without falling apart. However, not long after Su Malalai married Song Lianqing, Song Mushue didn't come home after school one day, and heavy rain started. Song Huayan and Qin Yuehua went out to look for her, but both had accidents. Song Huayan accidentally fell to his death, and Qin Yuehua broke her leg. Song Mushue was eventually found, but she had been abused. A girl of 15 or 16, lively and cheerful, polite and well-mannered, she changed completely after that, becoming nervous and strange. Qin Yuehua lost her husband, broke her leg, and had to carefully comfort her injured daughter. They suffered one after another and turned gray overnight. Since then, mother and daughter depended on each other, but in the end, they still had a tragic ending. Thinking of these things, Su Mugen's gaze at Old Master Song became more meaningful. In the original story, Song Qinian and Song Huayan both died unexpectedly one after the other, leaving Song Lianqing as the only grandson of the Song family. He received the care and support from Old Master Song. However, Old Master Song never paid much attention to mother and daughter Qin Yuehua, only instructing the second household to look after them more. Is he simply too old and tired, or does he not care about the two remaining women in the main household? Right now, Song Qinian is still alive and will someday stand up from his wheelchair. When that time comes, what will Old Master Song do? Will he still favor Song Lianqing the most? The more Su Mujin thought about it, the more she looked forward to it, and her smile deepened. After Old Master Song scolded Song Lianqing, his expression grew even more displeased. But he dared not go against Old Master Song's wishes. He could only shift his gaze away from Su Mujin and quickly call out, "Big sister-in-law." These two words carried complex feelings. Su Mujin pretended not to notice and looked pleased. "I thought Lianqing didn't want to call me that. Maybe he didn't want to acknowledge me as his big sister-in-law. But now it seems he doesn't have that idea, so I feel relieved. Since I've married Qinian, I am his wife. We are one, and our days will only get better in the future. As she spoke, Su Mu-jin looked down at Song Qinian. Coincidentally, Song Qinian also raised his head at that moment. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. This was only the second day they knew each other, and the first day of their marriage. But at this moment, they looked at each other with smiles, and just by looking it was clear they were a perfect match. No one could interfere between them. Old Master Song was very pleased. Mu-jin, I'm glad you have such thoughts. Qinian is a good boy. You two should live happily together from now on. Understood, Grandpa, Su Mu-jin replied sweetly. Old Master Song took a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Su Mu-jin. Today is your wedding day. As your grandfather, I give you this blessing.
Keep it safe.
Su Mu-jin immediately reached out both hands to accept the red envelope.
Thank you, Grandpa.
She smiled brightly, her voice sweet, and her manners graceful. Old Master Song looked very satisfied and smiled even more brightly. Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Su Mu-jin pushed Song Qinian to the table, fixed his wheelchair, and sat beside him. Qinian, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll help you get it. I don't have any picky habits. Song Qinian smiled gently and said, You pick what I eat. When these words reached Su Mu-shin's ears, she automatically translated them in her mind. Whatever you pick, I love to eat. That's so sweet. Su Mu-shin smiled happily and glanced at Song Qinian before starting to serve him food. They ate from start to finish, and both Su Mu-shin and Song Qinian felt very satisfied. Chun Yuehua watched this scene with her eyes moist. She truly didn't expect Su Mu-shin to be so caring. She was even more thoughtful than her own mother. Having such a good wife for her son was like a blessing from many generations. She decided she must treat Su Mu-shin even better and also make up for her son's share. After the meal, she stayed a while longer talking with Old Master Song, and then Su Mu-shin and the others got up to leave. Song Lianqing watched Su Mu-shin's back as she left, his eyes gradually darkening. Since their engagement, they had met a few times and shared a few meals. But every time, Su Mu-shin kept her head down, silent and reserved, hardly speaking. He had never even seen her face clearly, let alone her bright, happy smile. What does Su Mu-shin mean? Is it that he isn't worthy of her smiling happily? He isn't worthy, but Song Qinian, the disabled one, is? His hands clenched tightly into fists, full of frustration. He must find a way to ask Su Mu-shin clearly. At this moment, Su Mu-shin was already taking Song Qinian home. Mu-chin, weren't you going shopping with Mushua? Go ahead. Song Qinian said with a smile. Don't worry about me here. I'll stay home, read some books, and enjoy the sun until you come back. Su Mu-shin also wanted to see what the department store of this era looked like, so she didn't refuse. She just smiled and said, Is there anything you want? I can bring it back for you. No, whatever you want, just buy it. Song Qinian had been either training or on missions lately, so he rarely stayed at home. He wasn't particular about food, clothes, or daily needs, and truly didn't have many wishes. Then I'll just look and buy, Su Mu-shin said. She opened a cabinet, took out some money and tickets. She also found a small army green crossbody bag and put the money and tickets inside. Just as she finished packing, she saw Song Qinian looking at her with a gentle smile. His eyes were warm, his skin smooth like jade. Staring at her with such affection made her feel like he was full of love. Who could withstand such a gaze? Anyway, Su Mu-shin couldn't handle it. Su Mu-shin walked cheerfully forward and kissed Song Qinian on the face. I'm leaving now. Wait for me at home. Seeing Su Mu-shin and Song Mushua holding hands and leaving together, Song Qinian unconsciously raised his hand and touched the spot on his face that was kissed. Although he couldn't feel anything, he always felt that the skin here was much warmer than elsewhere. Not far away, Chun Yuehua and Song Huayan were whispering to each other. Old Song, look at our Qinian. I used to think he was slow to understand things. Maybe he would never find a wife in his life. But now it seems he's finally waking up. Song Huayan chuckled softly. Our son is just like me. How so? Before I met you, I was also slow to understand. But after I met you, I suddenly understood everything. Chunyuahua scolded with a playful look. You're so naughty. No sense of propriety. Though she said that, her lips curled up happily, unable to hide her smile. Su Muqin and Song Mushua left the courtyard together and took a bus directly. Right now, taking the bus was very cheap. They were going somewhere nearby, costing only 2 cents each. On the bus, looking at the Beijing of the 1970s, Su Muqin felt very complicated inside. Even though she knew this was just a fictional world, completely made up, she could still see some shadows of her past life. Lost in her thoughts, the bus suddenly stopped. Older sister-in-law, we've arrived. Let's go. Song Mushua's voice was clear and lively. The 15-year-old girl was like a bright sunflower, full of energy. The two of them got off the bus, and in front of them was a 3-story department store. This was not like the skyscrapers everywhere in Beijing. In the city she loved, buildings taller than 6 floors were rare. A 3-story department store like this was already very noticeable. On the first floor of the department store, they sold large items. Things like bicycles, tricycles, sewing machines, radios, etc. These items seemed ordinary to Su Muqin, but they were very attractive to Song Mushua. As soon as she entered, her eyes were glued to a lady's bicycle. Normal bicycles had 2 wheels and a large frame, capable of carrying people or goods, with a stronger load capacity, but they looked quite heavy. There was a big crossbar at the front which many girls didn't like. The lady's bicycle is quite different. The overall size is smaller than the typical bike, with no crossbar in the front. Instead, it has a basket on the handlebar, making it very convenient for carrying things. The color isn't pure black. It's decorated with some green and white, making it look fresh and playful. Not only Song Mushua, but even Su Muqin was impressed when she saw it. Without hesitation, Su Muqin pulled Song Mushua, and they walked over. Sister-in-law. Song Mushua exclaimed softly, What are you doing? Buying a bike. Su Muqin answered naturally. I just got married, so consider this my gift to you. But this is so expensive. The Song family is well off. They are not overly frugal but also don't waste money. Song Mushua usually takes the bus to school and never thought about buying another bike. Su Muqin stopped and looked directly at Song Mushua, speaking seriously, as long as you like it and can use it, no matter how expensive, sister-in-law will buy it for you. Song Mushua's eyes instantly filled with tears of gratitude. Sister-in-law, you're so kind. Momin once told me that once sister-in-law comes, my older brother won't love me as much anymore.
I was a little scared then.
But now I think Momin was wrong. Sister-in-law cares for me even more than my brother. Su Muqin instinctively raised an eyebrow. Momin said that? Momin, Song Lianqing's younger sister, is 15 years old, a few months younger than Song Mushua. Both are in the first year of high school and in the same class. Although they are close in age, their personalities are very different. Momin is not easy to get along with. In the original story, after Su Malalai married Song Lianqing, she worked hard to please Momin and helped her with many things. In this life, Su Malalai wants to please Momin, but it's not so easy anymore. Momin always compares everything to Song Mushua, so it's best to start by having a good sister-in-law. Su Muqin gently brushed aside the stray hair from Song Mushua's ear and said, Silly girl, sister-in-law has come. We are family now. There's only more love for you. Let's go, we'll buy the same bike. We can ride home together later. Maybe others will think we're sisters. This time, Song Mushua didn't refuse and nodded firmly. They went to the salesperson. Su Muqin smiled brightly and asked the salesperson, Miss, how much do those ladies' bikes over there cost? The sales assistant saw how beautiful Su Muqin looked, smiling like a flower and sweetly calling her sister, and she also smiled. Your taste is really good. You're lucky too. This time, there are only 4 ladies' bikes. All of them look better than before. The only problem is the price. 180 each, and you need a bike ticket too? Only 180? When Su Muqin came out, she had already put 1,000 yuan in her bag and brought all the tickets with her. Hearing how expensive it was, Song Mushue immediately wanted to say no. But Sumojin acted faster than her. She took out 2 bike tickets and counted 36 union cards, then handed everything to the sales assistant. "Sister, we want 2 bikes." The sales assistant was very surprised to see such generous and straightforward people and found it quite interesting. She only looked at Sumojin a little longer before quickly issuing the tickets. The bikes come with locks, and the sales assistant handed over the keys. Sumojin took the keys, gave one to Song Mushue, and put the other in her bag. "Sister, we still need to go upstairs to buy some things. Can we come back later to push the bikes?" "Of course, go ahead. Just do what you need to do," Sumojin said, pulling Song Mushue upstairs. Song Mushue was still happy about having bikes and was a bit confused when she was pulled upstairs. "Sister-in-law, do we still need to buy something? I bought you a gift, and now we need to buy something for Mom and Dad. And also for your big brother. Otherwise, everyone else has won, and your big brother doesn't. He might feel sad or jealous." She winked at Song Mushue as she said this. Song Mushue looked a bit stunned, instinctively trying to imagine her big brother feeling jealous or sad, but she couldn't picture it at all. In her mind, her big brother seemed to be capable of everything. When he was just a teenager, he had already left his peers far behind. Song Mushue always thought of her big brother as being like their dad, strong and excellent. "Sister-in-law, does my big brother really get jealous or sad?" Sumojin nodded. "Your big brother is also a person, of course he would. So we should do our best to care for him and look after him. Don't you think?" Song Mushue suddenly understood and nodded. "Sister-in-law, I get it now." While they were talking, they had already reached the 2nd floor. There were more counters there. Some sold fabrics, some sold cotton and yarn, some sold finished clothes, and others sold shoes. On the other side, in the household goods area, there are pots, bowls, chopsticks, spoons, wash basins, teacups, thermos flasks, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and other daily necessities. This section does not sell grains, but it offers sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies, peach pastries, egg cakes, cookies, glutinous rice strips, and other snacks. There is also the popular malted milk drink that has been loved for many years. Sumojin curiously looked up at the 3rd floor. "Mushue, what do they sell on the 3rd floor?" The original owner had never been to this department store before, so she naturally didn't know what was sold on the 3rd floor. "Sister-in-law, the 3rd floor sells foreign exchange goods, which require foreign exchange vouchers." Sumojin searched through her bag and surprisingly found some foreign exchange vouchers. "Really? I have some. Let's go up and take a look." There weren't many counters on the 3rd floor, and the items were arranged sparsely. But the items looked better than those on the 2nd floor. There were cookies in metal boxes, colorful chocolates, and brightly colored candies in glass jars. Besides that, there was also milk powder, baby bottles, and pacifiers. There were black or beige leather shoes, leather belts, and brightly colored fabrics called brajis. Sumojin pulled Song Mushue to look at the brajis. They both agreed and chose a navy blue braji for Qinian. It was well cut, simple in style, and the color was calm and suitable for Qinian. For Song Huayan, they picked a leather belt. Everyone else had finished shopping, except for Song Qinian. Sumojin felt a bit worried. What would be a good gift for Song Qinian? Clothes, pants, shoes, or a belt? Suddenly, Sumojin remembered that Song Qinian's wrist was empty. He wasn't wearing a watch. So, she decided to buy him a watch. Muchin and Song Mushue went back to the 1st floor. After choosing for a long time, they finally picked 2 watches. One for men and one for women. They had the same color and similar style, one big and one small. Although they weren't matching couple watches, what was the difference anyway? This time, Sumuchin didn't use the money from Song Qinian, but used her own salary that she had earned back. The 2 watches cost a total of 350 yuan and they didn't need receipts. Although she spent more than half of her dowry of 600 yuan, Sumuchin didn't feel the least bit upset. She packed the 2 watches into a box, and they didn't stay any longer. They pushed their bicycles out of the department store. On the way back, riding their bikes, they enjoyed the summer breeze blowing against them, their hair flowing in the wind. Even though the sun was shining brightly overhead, their smiles on their faces remained unchanged. After about 10 minutes, the two of them returned to the big courtyard. As soon as they got out of the car at the gate, they saw 3 people coming out of the neighboring yard. Su Malalai, Song Lianqing, and Song Manman. Song Manman, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted 2 brand-new women's bicycles and was so surprised her eyes widened.
Mu Shui.
Where did you get those bikes? Probably too excited. Song Manman's voice sounded a bit sharp. Su Mu Shui didn't mind and smiled as she answered, My sister-in-law just bought them for me. Each of us is one. She said this with pride all over her face. Her sister-in-law is so good, everyone should know. Song Manman's expression twisted for a moment. How is that possible? Whose sister-in-law would buy her sister a bicycle right after they got married? When Su Emo heard Su Mu Shui's words, she looked at Su Mu Jin with disbelief. Is Su Mu Jin foolish? She only has 600 yuan in total. Buying 2 bikes would cost more than half of that. Spending so much money just to please her sister-in-law? Could her mind be messed up?
Wait.
Besides money, buying a bicycle also requires a bicycle ticket. Where did Su Mu Jin get a bicycle ticket? Su Mo stared at Su Mu Jin closely. Mu Jin, where did you get the bicycle ticket? Of course, my husband gave it to me. Su Mu Jin answered naturally. We just registered and Qinian gave me all his allowance. There are tickets and money. Qinian said that whether it's his previous allowance or future subsidies, he will give everything to me, and I can spend it freely. Hearing this, Su Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. How can this be? They just got married, and Song Qinian already handed over all their savings to Su Mu Jin? Does his mother not mind? In her past life, Su Mu Jin married Song Lianqing and became a wealthy official's wife. Now, married to the paralyzed Song Qinian, she already has so much money and tickets when she first enters the house. Why is her luck so good? Su Mo's mind was a mess, and her eyes became complicated. But soon, Su Mo composed herself. If Su Mu Jin can do it, she can do it too. She has reborn. We have something to do at home, so we won't stay to talk. Su Mu Jin said this, called out Song Mu Shui, and went into the yard, closing the gate behind her. Song Manman looked at the closed gate, full of jealousy and envy. Why does Song Mu Shui have such a beautiful bicycle? She also wants one. She looked at Song Lianqing. Brother, don't you have something to do? Go ahead and get busy. I will see Sister Jasmine off. At this moment, Song Lianqing also felt mixed emotions. He nodded and said, okay, go ahead. Before Su Moli could say anything, Song Manman already hugged Su Moli's arm. Sister Moli, let's go. I'll see you out. Seeing Song Lianqing turn and walk into the yard, Su Moli could only walk outside with Song Manman. Sister Moli. Song Manman looked at Su Moli eagerly. Those 2 bikes just now looked so nice. Don't you think? That girl Mu Shui is really lucky. Her sister-in-law was so kind when she first arrived, and she bought her a bike right away. Do you think if we ride the same bike out, we'll look just as good as they do? Song Manman spoke happily and naively, as if she was just expressing her thoughts. But Su Moli understood that Song Manman was hinting that she wanted her to buy her a bike. Women's bikes are not cheap, and such a beautiful one probably costs even more, maybe 100 or 2. Her monthly salary is only $27.50. It would take 10 months' salary to buy one. And she and Song Lianqing aren't even married yet. Song Manman dared to want such an expensive thing. In her past life, she heard that Song Manman was not easy to get along with and often caused trouble for Su Mu Jin. But later, she would always happily hug Su Mu Jin's arm and call her sister-in-law. Su Mu Jin could handle the difficult Song Manman well, and she was confident she could do the same. She wasn't willing to buy a bike. But who said she had to buy one? As long as she could get Su Mu Jin's bike and give it to Song Manman, that would be enough. Thinking of this, Su Moli's face showed a relaxed smile, but she didn't agree right away. Manman, Mu Shui's bike was bought by her sister-in-law. I'm not your sister-in-law yet. Song Manman's eyes rolled around. Sister Molly, what are you saying? In my heart, I've already considered you my sister-in-law. You're so smart, so pretty, and you work at the cotton spinning factory, young and talented. Only you are worthy of my brother. Su Molly was delighted by the compliment. And your brother, of course, my brother thinks so too. That's why he broke off his engagement with Su Mujin. Su Molly was even happier. Man, don't worry. I will definitely get a bike for you. Sister Molly, you're so kind. I'll tell my brother as soon as I get back. Both of them got what they wanted and couldn't stop smiling. Until she watched Su Molly get on the bus and leave, Song Man finally stopped smiling and quickly went home. Brother! Su Molly was shouting as she entered Song Lianqing's house. She saw Song Lianqing sitting by his desk, seemingly looking into the distance, but his eyes appeared very empty. Brother! What are you thinking about? Song Lianqing snapped back to himself and looked at Song Man. Do you need something? Brother, Sister Molly just said she wants to buy me a bicycle, just like Song Mushua's. Nonsense. Song Lianqing frowned and scolded. Such an expensive thing. How can she buy it for you? Why not? Song Man immediately argued. Song Mushua's sister-in-law bought her one. Sister Molly wants to be my sister-in-law, so of course she should buy me one too. Who said she will definitely be your sister-in-law? Don't you want to marry her? Then why do you keep meeting her? Smiling and talking with her? You even withdrew your engagement with Su Mushin. Isn't it because you want to marry her? Song Lianqing wanted to deny it, but thinking about what Su Molly had hinted at, he swallowed his words. He didn't know how Su Molly knew those things, but just from what she had said in a few words, he was already deeply shocked. He knew this was his chance. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Song Man didn't know what Song Lianqing was thinking, but seeing he didn't argue, she knew she was right. Brother, since you've decided to marry her, she will be part of our family from now on. Now that she's part of our family, her money and belongings are also ours. Brother, you promised that you would treat me as well as Mom and Dad, and that everything in our family belongs to me. So, what if she buys me a bicycle? She wants to marry you, to join our family, to please me, your little sister-in-law. Isn't that right? Why not let her buy me a bicycle? Others haven't had this chance yet. Song Lianqing tiredly pinched his brow. Just this once. We're not even married yet. You need to be more careful. Having received the answer he wanted, Song Man smiled happily. Brother, I understand. Don't worry. Su Mushin and Song Mushua had just parked the bike in the yard when Qinian came out upon hearing the noise. Song Huayan was pushing Song Lianqing behind her. Mom, Dad, big brother, sister-in-law bought me a bicycle. Qinian scolded playfully at Song Mushua. If you want a bicycle, just tell me. Why did you let your sister-in-law buy it? Su Mujin smiled as she walked toward Qinian. I am Mu Shue's sister-in-law. It's right to buy things for Mu Shue and be kind to her. I also bought you a bracelet and a belt for Dad. Look and see if you like them. Qinian and Song Huayan exchanged surprised looks. And ours? Of course.
Su Muyin said confidently.
My parents are good to me, so I should be good to them. That's how our life will get better and better. Qinian's eyes turned red, and she kept nodding, unable to speak. In the end, Song Huayan stepped forward to take the gifts and gently pulled Qinian and Mu Shue away. Now, only Su Mujin and Song Qinian were left in the yard. Su Mujin took out 2 boxes from the car basket, smiling happily as she crouched beside Song Qinian. I bought 2 watches, one for each of us. She said this and took out the watches, helping Song Qinian put one on his wrist. The watch fit perfectly, with a silver dial that matched Song Qinian very well. Su Mujin looked at it, feeling more satisfied the longer she stared. His hand was really big. Long fingers, clear knuckles. His wrist was slender but strong. Even his forearm was very muscular, with visible muscle lines. Not only did it look good, but it also felt nice to the touch. Su Mujin couldn't stop admiring it, staring for a long time before finally looking up. How is it? Do you like it? As she finished speaking, Su Mujin suddenly noticed that Song Qinian's cheeks had turned red. His skin was a healthy wheat color, not the typical delicate type. Definitely a tough guy. A tough guy blushing silently, which was quite charming. Song Qinian only felt his cheeks warm and his ears get a little hot. Being stared at by Su Mujin's sparkling eyes, he felt like his whole body was burning. I like it, he said, his voice a bit husky. I'll help you put yours on too. Okay. Su Mujin reached out her hand and offered it to Song Qinian. He moved carefully, as if afraid of hurting her. But no matter how careful he was, his fingertips still occasionally touched her skin. Her wrist was slender and fair, softer than a peeled boiled egg. After his fingertips touched her, a faint red mark would appear. Though it disappeared quickly, it still made Song Qinian a little nervous. Did I hurt you? He asked. No, she replied. Su Mujin placed her wrist and his side by side, with both watches together. Look, I chose them carefully. Same style. This is our couple's watch. Couple's watch? Song Qi repeated the words softly, feeling as if the words had taken on a real form. After turning them over on his tongue, they settled in his heart, bouncing around and making his heart beat faster. Yes. Su Mujin nodded with a smile. It's a couple's watch. It's a pity she didn't see the ring seller. She could have gotten a pair of wedding rings. In her past life, Su Mujin had never been in love, but she had watched many novels and TV dramas. She used to feel nothing about such ceremonial things, but now she understood their meaning. It turns out she wasn't against ceremonies. She just hadn't met the right person yet. Seeing Su Mujin smiling happily, Song Qinian couldn't help but laugh along. She was like bright sunshine, shining through cracks and completely lighting up his dark world. As long as she didn't leave, he would do his best to take good care of her. That evening, they didn't go to the neighbor's house for dinner. The whole family of 5 sat around the table. They didn't hire a nanny. The dishes were prepared by Qinian and Song Mujin together. Su Mujin wanted to help, but both of them pushed her out of the kitchen. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, meat and eggs included. Although it wasn't a feast of big fish and meat, it was quite a hearty meal for this time. From the memories of the original owner, Su Mujin could clearly see that the daily life of the Su family was simple and plain. They occasionally ate eggs or meat dishes, but most of it went into Su Tianxi's stomach. Su Malia could get a few bites, but the original owner could only watch. While Su Mujin was thinking, she saw a piece of braised pork with rich sauce on her plate. It was the one Song Qinian had served. She looked at Song Qinian, whose eyes sparkled like stars. Try it. My mom's braised pork is really delicious. Okay. Su Mujin responded with a smile, picked up a piece of braised pork, and put it directly into her mouth. The pork had 3 layers, fat and lean parts intertwined. The lean meat was tender but not dry, and the fat melted easily without being greasy. The sauce was salty with a touch of sweetness and full of soy aroma. Before she knew it, she had already eaten a piece of braised pork. It was so delicious.
Mom,
your cooking is really good.
Su Mujin sincerely pressed.
Manhwa was so happy to hear this that she smiled even more. As long as you like it, eat as much as you want. Mujin's family moved here. Her son hurt his leg again, which was already hard enough for her. When it came to eating and drinking, they couldn't let Mujin feel even the slightest bit of hardship. The food was so delicious that Su Mujin accidentally ate too much. After helping Qinian clean the dishes and tidy the kitchen, Su Mujin felt like going out for a walk, or she wouldn't be able to sit still. Just as she was thinking this, Qinian smiled and said, Mujin, you just arrived at the big courtyard today. Let's go out for a walk together. Don't worry about it being dark. It's still lively outside. The square in the courtyard is busy every night. Su Mujin thought that in this era, there was no real nightlife, as it wasn't described in the story. But hearing Qinian, she became interested. Sure. Let's go see. After locking the door, the family went outside together. On summer nights, after the sun sets, the heat gradually fades and a cool breeze blows in. Qinian and Song Huaimin led Song Mujin ahead, while Su Mujin pushed Song Qinian slowly behind. Song Qinian kept looking up at Su Mujin. Mujin, are you tired? I can do it myself. He could turn his wheelchair himself. Just sit comfortably, Su Mujin scolded gently, giving him a look. We've only gone a little way. I'm not tired at all. Although the courtyard's path wasn't made of cement, it was paved with smooth stones, so pushing the wheelchair forward was easy. Although Su Mujin shot him a sharp look, Song Qinian smiled instead. What are you smiling at?
Su Muyin asked.
Just happy, Song Qinian said honestly. He had never been alone with young women outside his family before. Now, suddenly married to someone he had just met 2 days ago, but he still felt very happy. When she talked to him, he was happy. When she scolded or scowled at him, he was still happy. Just seeing her made him happy. Su Mujin stopped and leaned in close to look at Song Qinian. The streetlights outside were dim and barely effective. In this light, she had to get very close to see his face clearly. He was indeed smiling now. Staring at Song Qinian for a long time, Su Mujin suddenly understood. I finally know why there are no stars tonight. Song Qinian didn't quite understand why the topic changed so quickly, but he asked why. Because all the stars have run into your eyes. As soon as Su Mujin finished speaking, she saw Song Qinian's face turn bright red. The red color looked like a ripe apple. Su Mujin didn't expect that Song Qinian, a tough man, would be so easily charmed by such a simple, rustic love talk. But his blushing face looked really nice. In the future, she could say more things like that. Su Mujin smiled with her lips pressed together, not teasing him anymore, and pushed him to keep walking forward. Not long after, they reached an open space in the big yard. There were many people here reciting sayings loudly and passionately. Su Mujin and the others' arrival drew curious looks from many people. Living in the same big yard, the fact that Song Qinian had a leg injury was already a popular topic. Now that Song Qinian suddenly got married, and his wife looked young and beautiful, it naturally drew more attention. Not far away, Song Lianqing was also watching Su Mujin closely. Su Mujin pushed her wheelchair, standing straight but not stiff. She had a bright smile, making her look cheerful and gentle. When she occasionally looked down at Song Qinian, her eyes were as clear as spring water. The more Song Lianqing looked, the more annoyed he felt inside. Her smile was starting to hurt his eyes. Su Mujin chatted with him for a while. Then, when others weren't paying attention, she leaned in and whispered to Song Qinian, Qinian, I need to go back for a bit. I want to use the bathroom. Go quickly, don't worry about me, Song Qinian said hurriedly. Su Mujin called for Song Mushue. Mushue, I'll be back soon. Please take care of your older brother.
Got it.
Song Mushue cheerfully responded and sat down. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Su Mujin walked back quickly, leaving this place not long after. Seeing this, Song Lianqing's eyes flickered. He quietly followed from another direction while others weren't paying attention. When Su Mujin returned home and finished her personal tasks, she felt much lighter. Before leaving, she went to her room, took down her military water bottle from the hanger, and filled it with cool boiled water. She wanted to bring some water for Mushue and the others, but she didn't see their water bottles and didn't want to disturb their rooms, so she locked her door and prepared to find Song Qinian. But just as she stepped out, someone suddenly appeared in front of her, reaching out to grab her arm. Startled, Su Mujin quickly swung her water bottle and hit the hand. The next moment, she heard a low cry of pain. That voice sounded familiar. Before she could think further, she heard a stern rebuke. Su Mujin, what are you doing? Sun Mugen carefully looked at the person across from her and indeed saw Song Lianqing's face twisted with pain. Song Lianqing? Sun Mugen looked at Song Lianqing with confusion, instinctively taking a step back, her eyes showing caution. What do you want to do? Could Song Lianqing be here to attack her? He held his right hand with his left, still in pain, his expression twisted. But at this moment, he ignored his pain and stared intensely at Sun Mugen. Sun Mugen, why are you so close to Song Qinian? Why are you laughing and talking with him? Sun Mugen.
Huh.
What is Song Lianqing saying? Am I hearing things? Sun Mugen found it both funny and speechless. Do you even listen to what you're asking? He's my husband. I don't laugh and talk with him. Should I be doing that with you instead? But you were still my fiancé before yesterday. You two just met yesterday. You have no real feelings for each other. Song Lianqing gritted his teeth, but dared not shout loudly. When we met before, you always kept your head down, rarely spoke, and never smiled at me. Now that you've just married Song Qinian, why are you laughing and talking with him? Have you liked Song Qinian for a long time? Did you deliberately save him? Did you intentionally give him artificial respiration? Are you just trying to marry him through this? Seeing Song Lianqing's flustered state, Sun Mugen found it increasingly amusing. In the original story, the protagonist died just a few days before, and Song Lianqing happily got engaged to Su Malia. A month later, they married. Where does he get the confidence to criticize her? That lousy man. She had already been involved with the reborn Su Malia, and now he still dares to question her. Sun Mugen, what are you staring at me for? Say something. Answer my question. Are you feeling guilty? From now on, you are not allowed to laugh and talk with Song Qinian. Not allowed to be close to him. Do you hear me? Sun Mugen rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you talking? Song Qinian and I are married. We already registered our marriage. It's recognized by the state.
Protected by the law.
We can talk and laugh whenever we want. What does that have to do with you? Why do you care about us? Move aside. I'm going to find Qinian now. Su Mujin said she was about to leave, but Song Lianqing, with a grim face, stopped her and even tried to reach out and grab her arm. Seeing this, Su Mujin quickly backed away. Song Lianqing comes from a military family and has been a soldier for many years. Although he was not as outstanding and eye-catching as Song Qinian before, he is definitely skilled, at least better than her. She took advantage of his unpreparedness earlier, hitting his arm with a water bottle. Now, she can't fight him head-on, or she will definitely suffer. In her heart, Su Mujin curses Song Lianqing for being crazy, while constantly dodging to avoid him getting close. Song Lianqing steps closer, saying Mujin, Song Qinian broke his leg, fell into the river, and caught a cold. The doctor said his chances of recovery are less than 1%. It even affects his ability to have children. He's completely disabled now. Although you're married to him now, you probably don't want to spend your whole life with him, right? Trust me, I will help you divorce him. You don't need to worry about your future. Whether I marry Mo Li or not, I will always care about you.
Ha!
Su Mujin sneers, Song Lianqing, you're so eager for your sister-in-law. Aren't you afraid others will find out? I'm not afraid. Song Lianqing's eyes deepen. Mujin, in this kind of thing, women always end up losing. If you really make a fuss, I'll just say you couldn't stand being lonely, that you couldn't accept Song Qinian as a useless person, and secretly seduce me. I only didn't want to reject you because of our past relationship. Do you think others will believe me or believe you? He is shameless. Although Su Mujin already thought Song Lianqing was not a good person when she read about him before, she was still shocked by his shamelessness now. No wonder Song Lianqing ended up with Su Mo Li. Because they are both just a bunch of people. Seeing that Su Mujin didn't speak, Song Lianqing thought he had succeeded and lowered his voice. Mujin, come here, let's talk properly. Su Mujin took out a can of pepper spray from her space. When Song Lianqing was about to approach, she sprayed it directly into his face.
Ah!
Song Lianqing covered his face and cried out in pain. Seizing the moment, Su Mujin kicked him and knocked him to the ground. After kicking him several times and venting her anger, she finally ran away quickly. She wasn't worried that Song Lianqing would come after her to get revenge. Don't be fooled by Song Lianqing's recent reckless words. As long as there is a third person present, he dares not cross the line. Military discipline is very strict. Anyone who dares to mess around with relationships will have no future. Song Lianqing cares a lot about his own future and would never joke about it. As for behind the scenes, with this experience and lesson, she will be prepared tonight. If Song Lianqing dares to block her again, she will make sure he regrets it. Su Muxin ran all the way back to Song Qinian, sweating heavily. Song Qinian looked at Su Muxin with concern. Muxin, why did you run so fast? I just wanted to exercise a bit. Su Muxin casually replied and handed him her water bottle. We've been out for a while, and it's still a bit hot outside. Drink some water. Seeing the water bottle handed to her, a smile appeared on Song Qinian's face, but his cheeks secretly turned red. Song Muxua looked at Su Muxin and then at Song Qinian, covering her mouth to giggle. Big brother and sister-in-law really have a good relationship. Others around also showed kind smiles when they saw this. Song Qinian grew up watching them, and now that he is so outstanding and has married a kind and gentle wife, their future looks promising. After staying outside for a while and realizing it was getting late, they headed home. As they passed by Song Lianqing's house, Su Muxin instinctively glanced over. The gate was tightly shut, and there was no movement inside, indicating Song Lianqing had indeed swallowed his frustration. Serves him right. Back home, Su Muxin wanted to take a shower. It's summer, and moving around makes her sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. If she doesn't shower, she won't sleep well tonight. It's easy for her to wash herself, but how would Song Qinian wash? Staring at Song Qinian so intently made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Muxin? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Song Qinian asked softly. Su Muxin had already made up her mind, smiling brightly at Song Qinian. Nothing. I'm helping you find clothes, and will help you shower later. Song Qinian was surprised, and his ears turned red as well. Although his leg was broken, he had strong arms. The bathroom was renovated, with a fixed bench under the rain, so he could sit and wash himself. How could she help him wash?
No. I don't need help anymore. I can do it myself. Just as Song Qinian finished speaking, he saw the smile on Su Muxin's face suddenly disappear. Are you disgusted with me? Su Muxin asked softly. Of course not. Song Qinian quickly denied. You're beautiful, gentle, and caring. How could I possibly dislike you? He is paralyzed, yet she doesn't dislike him. How could he possibly dislike her? In this life, he would never dislike her. If you're not disgusted with me, why don't you let me help you? Sunnuntai muksin preseron.
Or is it that you have someone else in your heart, and marrying me is just a temporary solution? That's why you don't want to be too close to me. No. My heart only has you, no one else. He answered so quickly and eagerly, revealing his feelings all at once. Song Qinian felt his ears heat up and his heart race. From the moment she saved him, and he opened his eyes to see her, his heart belonged only to her. But he didn't dare. He always felt he wasn't worthy now. Since your heart only belongs to me, and I am now your wife, you can't shower alone. Isn't it right that I help you? What if I get old and can't move in bed? Wouldn't you help me then? Of course I would, but no buts, Su Muxin interrupted Song Qinian directly. You're a grown man, yet you're more indecisive than me. If you make me take the initiative again, I'll be angry. Song Qinian's deep, shiny eyes fixed on Su Muxin without blinking. After a long moment, Song Qinian nodded.
All right.
I will be more proactive from now on. Since she chose him, he would definitely not let her down. Hearing his words, Su Muxin instantly smiled. Finally, she could admire his abs up close. No, finally, she could help him take a shower. She really is a good wife. Su Muxin locked the door again, then also locked the window and drew the curtains before pushing Song Qinian into the bathroom. Song Qinian was wearing a white shirt on top. He used his long, strong fingers to undo each button one by one. With the last button undone, his shirt slipped off his shoulders. Yesterday, time was tight and then many people appeared, so Su Muxin didn't have time to look carefully. Now just the two of them, so close. A lamp on the wall emitted a warm orange glow. The orange light fell on his bare upper body, giving his skin a warm glow. He sat there, but his waist and stomach still had no fat. Without even trying to breathe in, his six-pack abs were very clear. His deep V-line was especially attractive, though part of it was hidden by his pants. When he wore clothes, he looked thin and fragile. But now that he was not wearing anything,
Su Mujin saw that his shoulders were broad and strong, and his back lines looked very nice, giving a sense of safety. With his wide shoulders, his waist looked very slim, as if 2 hands could hold it. His strong arms were not overly muscular but looked very powerful. This scene was very striking. Su Mujin knew his body under the white shirt must be very good-looking, but she didn't expect it to be so impressive. Especially because she could see it in person now, not just on a screen. She even saw his chest moving as he breathed. Song Qinian slightly lowered his head, hesitating whether to take off his pants. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw her delicate fingers gently poking his shoulder. Su Mujin poked a few times and whispered, "Wow, it's really hard." Song Qinian didn't even have time to be surprised, feeling his body instantly ignite. Even though her fingertips were cool, he wondered why. After poking twice more, Su Mujin withdrew her hand. She had mischievous thoughts but didn't dare to act on them. She had surfed the internet for many years, but theory was different from practice. You should take off your clothes. I'll adjust the water." She turned on the tap, and the sound of rushing water filled the room. After releasing hot water, steam quickly filled the bathroom. The lighting was already a warm orange, so it wasn't very clear. Now, with all the steam, everything looked even more blurry. Su Mujin didn't remember exactly how she helped Song Qinian wash. Thinking carefully, it seemed he did most of it himself, while she stood nearby, unsure of where to put her hands. But after he finished washing, she still did her duty. She helped him dry his upper body and hair, then handed him clean, comfortable short-sleeve shirts and shorts. Mujin, Song Qinian blushed and looked at Su Mujin, the towel covering his waist and stomach. "You should take a shower too. I can do it myself." "Okay." Su Mujin agreed quickly this time, grabbed her change of clothes, and ran into the bathroom. At the moment when the hot water was rinsing over her body, Su Mujin finally relaxed. Her hair was long, but she had just fallen into the water yesterday and hadn't washed it last night. Today, she had to wash it no matter what. Su Mujin looked at the soap beside her, but didn't use it. Instead, she took out a bottle of shampoo with a mild scent from her space. There was no need to use soap when shampoo was available. She wasn't foolish. Even if someone smelled her, she wasn't afraid at all. If a thief was caught, they would have stolen something. No one could suspect her just from her scent. The original owner hadn't had a good life over the years, but her hair was still pretty good. After using a hair mask, her hair felt even softer and more manageable. Su Mujin finished her shower, but didn't leave the bathroom. She dried her body and hair, applied some refreshing body lotion and skincare products, then finally left the bathroom. Song Qinian heard the door open and turned to look. At this moment, Su Mujin's hair was still wet, some strands hanging over her chest, making her clothes damp. The wet clothes clung to her body. Song Qinian hurriedly looked away, but unexpectedly caught sight of her exposed legs. During the day, she wore military-style pants, long and loose, completely covering her legs. Now, she was wearing shorts that barely covered her knees. Her fair, slender, and straight legs were fully exposed to the air. Just taking a quick glance made his eyes feel warm. Su Mujin was holding a towel, turned sideways to dry her hair. Her hair was dry now, but she still needed time for her dyed hair to fully dry. There was a hairdryer in her space, and there was an outlet in the room. But she couldn't use it. In this era, hairdryers probably didn't exist yet. Fortunately, it was summer and the temperature was high. She could just use a towel to wipe her hair, and it would probably dry quickly. While thinking this, she heard Song Qinian's voice. "Mujin, let me help you dry your hair." Su Mujin instinctively looked at Song Qinian, feeling that his voice sounded a little shaky. "Are you cold?" she asked as she moved closer to him, sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him. Song Qinian took the towel, held his breath, and carefully dried her hair. "I'm not cold." "That's good." Su Mujin felt relieved. "It's so hot today. If you still feel cold, you must be sick." A smile instantly appeared in Song Qinian's eyes. Jin is worried about him. Jin was turned away from Song Qinian, so she couldn't see his expression. Her eyes unconsciously looked around, finally resting on his legs. He had only been paralyzed for half a month. From the outside, his legs looked normal. But she knew that his legs had no strength at all now, and he had almost no feeling. Qinian, why did you fall into the river yesterday? Jin asked the question she cared about most. Normally, with Song Qinian's condition, there should always be someone with him. Even if he wanted to jump into the river, someone would stop him. But he didn't seem like someone who would do something so risky. Song Qinian paused for a moment while wiping his hair, then quickly returned to normal. Yesterday afternoon, Lian Cheng came to see me. He said the weather was nice outside and the riverbank was cool, good for a walk. The doctor also said I should go out and breathe fresh air to relax, which is good for my health. After hearing his suggestion, I agreed. Lian Cheng pushed me, and before I knew it, we reached the riverbank. We just stopped for a little while when someone came to call him, saying there was something to report. I watched them walk farther away and didn't pay much attention. After waiting a long time, and he didn't come back, I decided to go down the riverbank in my wheelchair. But just as I turned the wheelchair, it suddenly ran uncontrollably down the riverbank, and I fell out, rolling into the river. I thought I was going to drown. But unexpectedly, I didn't die, and you saved me. No one knew that when he opened his eyes and saw her, he thought he was already dead. If he had died, how could he see a fairy? Later, when he heard his family's voices, he realized he was alive and knew she was a real person. When he heard about her breaking off the engagement with Song Liancheng, his first thought was to marry her. Without much thought, he blurted out those words. Fortunately, she agreed. He really married his fairy. Listening to Song Qinian's story, Jin couldn't help but look thoughtful. She had suspected before that Song Qinian's death might be related to Song Liancheng. Now, it seemed she was right. There are so many places to relax, so why did he happen to push Song Qinian onto the riverbank? Knowing full well that Song Qinian was in a wheelchair and couldn't move easily, he still left him alone on the riverbank and didn't come back for a long time. As soon as Song Qinian moved the wheelchair, it slipped down the riverbank. There are no coincidences without reason in this world, and it's impossible for so many coincidences to happen together. Mushin turned around and looked at Song Qinian. Qinian, tomorrow I will push you to the riverbank to see the place where you fell. Song Qinian is not foolish, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the rank of lieutenant colonel at such a young age. I was also thinking yesterday if there might be something wrong there. I asked someone to check, and they didn't find anything unusual. No signs of damage or tampering. The wheelchair is completely broken, but there's no way to tell if it was deliberately altered, Song Qinian explained in a gentle voice. Mushin sighed and slowly turned away. Yes, Song Liancheng is the main character in the original story, so he must be smart and capable. If he really did this, he would clean up immediately afterward and wouldn't leave obvious clues. Mushin didn't stay down for long. She quickly regained her spirit. Where there's a trace, there's a clue. Just because she didn't find any this time doesn't mean she never will. But Song Qinian is still quite dangerous. If his first attempt fails, he might try again. Thinking this, Mushin turned back again. Qinian, I don't plan to go to work anymore. From now on, I'll stay with you every day, okay? She didn't like working in her past life, and she still didn't now. In her past life, working hard at her job earned her a good amount of money. Now, working makes her exhausted, but she only earns a little over 20 yuan. She's crazy to keep working. When Song Qinian heard this, he wasn't surprised at all and didn't object. He simply nodded with a smile. Okay. If you don't want to work, then don't. I'll support you. Mushin didn't expect to hear a man say such things to her in her lifetime. She couldn't help but smile. I'm injured now and can't do missions anymore, but the army will assign me other tasks. My salary stays the same, 141 yuan a month. I can support you. Hearing Song Qinian speak so seriously, Mushin quickly hid her smile. It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm just so happy. You're willing to support me. That's wonderful. Song Qinian smiled gently. You're my wife. It's only right for me to support you. I also want to thank you for giving me the chance to support you.
Shomukshim blafeli blinked.
No need to thank me. It's what I should do. As she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh herself. Song Qinian also started to laugh. That night, the two of them lay side by side on the bed, each covered with a thin blanket. Su Mujin quickly fell asleep. She hadn't slept well last night and had been busy all day, so she was very tired. Song Qinian listened to her steady breathing and felt his heart slowly fill with something warm. He turned his head to look at her. In the dark, he couldn't see her face clearly, but he kept staring at her for a long time. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Mujin planned to go to the factory to resign. Mom, please take care of Qinian. I'm going to quit my job at the factory. I'll be back soon. Although Qinhua was surprised that Su Mujin wanted to quit, she had no objections. Okay, go ahead. I'll take care of Qinian here, don't worry. Su Mujin rode her brand new bicycle, feeling the cool morning breeze of summer, bathed in golden sunlight, and headed straight to the cotton spinning factory. When she arrived at the factory director's office door, she heard Su Malya's voice coming from inside. Director? Su Mujin is disorganized and undisciplined. She only got married, yet she hasn't come to work all day. Today, she still hasn't shown up.
She's not fit for this job.
The factory should fire her. Although I am her sister, I can't cover for her in such a situation. I have to stand for what's right. Hearing this, Su Mujin couldn't help but laugh angrily. Just as she was about to kick the door open, she heard a man's impatient voice. Standing for righteousness? What righteousness? What family loyalty? Su Mujin got married, and I approved her 3 days off. Today is only the second day. Aren't you her sister? Don't you know about this? Su Malya was stunned. What? The director approved Su Mujin's 3 days off? On what grounds? Because I am the director. Because I have humanity. Director Wang rolled his eyes, so hard it looked like they might pop out. Although Su Malya often liked to think she was clever, it was usually harmless. Today, she was acting completely irrational. She ran up to him and asked why he approved her leave.
Why?
Because Su Mujin's husband helped the factory get new equipment. Not just 3 days off. If it were 30 days, he would still approve it. But judging by Su Malya's expression, she probably didn't know about this. Thinking of the scene at Su Mujin's house the day before yesterday, Director Wang chose not to reveal everything. Seeing Su Malya still standing there in a daze, Director Wang frowned. Do you have something else to say? If not, go back to work. Sun Mugen heard this and gently knocked on the door. Who's there?
Come in.
Sun Mugen pushed the door open and smiled brightly. Director, it's me. Seeing Sun Mugen's face, Director Wang immediately smiled like a blooming flower. Mugen, aren't you on vacation? Why are you here? Is something wrong? Director Wang's attitude changed completely, turning 180 degrees. His sudden change not only stunned Sun Mugen but also deeply hurt Mo Li's eyes. Mo Li couldn't help but think of her past life again. Back then, Song Lianqing had already become a high official, and Sun Mugen was truly the wife of an official. She was often treated with respect wherever she went. When she visited her family, her parents, De Fu and Wang Xiuying, also showed her respect and support. Everyone's attitude towards Sun Mugen was exactly the same as Director Wang's now. And what about her? Because she married poorly, was beaten by her husband, disliked by her in-laws, had no status or money, so no one took her seriously. Even her parents, who loved her deeply, no longer looked at her properly. But Sun Mugen was even more unreasonable. Sun Mugen would speak gently to her, buy her clothes and food, and even said she would support her, help her find a job, and believed women could stand on their own. It was so ridiculous. Wasn't Sun Mugen still living well thanks to Song Lianqing? What right did she have to say such things? Sun Mugen didn't genuinely want to be kind to her. She was just showing off in different ways. Fortunately, heaven was kind to her. After being beaten to death by that beast, she was reborn before everything happened. She wasn't married to Song Lianqing yet.
This time, she would definitely not give Sun Mugen the chance to mock or pity her. She secretly contacted Song Lianqing, using some future information to attract his attention, and she could clearly feel that Song Lianqing cared more and more about her. At the same time, she tricked Sun Mugen to the riverbank, pushed her into the water, intending to drown her, and then naturally married Song Lianqing. But she never expected that Sun Mugen didn't die, and even reached the other side of the river, saving the paralyzed Song Qinian, who was supposed to have died early. Although Sun Mugen didn't die, she could only marry the paralyzed Song Qinian. But who could tell her why? Now that Sun Mugen was married to the paralyzed man, Director Wang still smiled so brightly when he saw her. And even in his words and smile, there was a hint of flattery. Emily was getting more and more frantic, feeling anxious and distressed. Director, why are you still here? Director Wang impatiently interrupted Su Moli. Are you still doing your job? Do you still want this job? If you don't want to work here, there are plenty of people who do. Now go out. Get back to work. After being scolded in front of Su Muxin, Su Moli felt her heart bleed with anger. But she couldn't argue with Director Wang now. She could only keep this hatred in her heart. She would wait until she married Song Lianqing, until she became Mrs. Guan. Then, when Director Wang asked her for favors, she would make him pay back everything with interest. Su Moli glared fiercely at Su Muxin, then strode out confidently. Director Wang looked at Su Muxin again, his face full of smiles. Mu Xian, what brings you here? I'm here to resign. Resign? That's good. Wait, what? You want to quit? His eyes widened in shock, full of surprise. Mu Xian, are you serious? This is a formal job. Su Muxin would have 3 years of work this year, and then her salary would increase. By then, she would earn 32 yuan and 50 cents a month. Many people would fight hard for such a job. Now Su Muxin says she wants to quit? She wants to resign? Director Wang scratched his already thinning hair. Does Colonel Song know you're quitting? Colonel Song? Song Qinian? He knows, Su Muxin answered seriously. We discussed it last night. He agreed? Yes. Su Muxin said confidently. His legs are not good, and he can't move easily. I will stay at home to take care of him. Hearing this, Director Wang calmed down a bit. Yes. Song Qinian now uses a wheelchair. He definitely needs someone to care for him closely. He's your man, so it's understandable that you think this way, Director Wang said with some hesitation. But you're still young, you have a job, and some stability. Hearing this, Su Muxin was a bit surprised. Although she grew up in a cotton spinning factory and worked there for 2 years, she never spoke to Director Wang alone, let alone had any close contact. Now, Director Wang said such heartfelt words, which surprised her and also touched her a little. Director, I understand what you mean, but I have already made my decision. Just now, Director Wang's words revealed more than he intended. Now, hearing Su Muxin's firm words again, I didn't try to persuade her further. I simply agreed. Okay, I'll write you a note. Go to the accountant to settle the remaining wages. After that, you don't need to come anymore. Su Muxin is quitting, leaving an open position. I need to think carefully about how to arrange things. Director, I want to transfer my household registration to Song's family. It's already arranged. The big courtyard will accept it. Then I'll give you a transfer letter for your household registration. Director Wang no longer worries. He even seems a bit envious. Su Muxin's household registration is transferred to the big courtyard, so she becomes a military family member. Her treatment is much better than at the cotton mill. If he had such an option, he wouldn't go to work either. Unfortunately, he's too old and not a woman, so he can only think about it. After getting the note and the transfer letter, Su Muxin thanks him again and leaves the director's office. She first settles her remaining wages, receiving 20 yuan. Then she goes to the household registration office to get the necessary documents and the transfer letter. With everything in hand, Su Muxin is about to ride her bike away. But before she can go far, Su Moliere is waiting right there. Do you need something? Su Muxin asks with a frown. Su Moliere's gaze scans Su Muxin up and down.
She hurriedly left without looking carefully earlier. Now, looking closely, Su Malia notices that Su Muqin's outfit today is completely different from usual. Su Muqin is wearing a white shirt, black pants, and, surprisingly, a pair of sneakers. Sneakers are usually free, but they cost 18 yuan a pair, more than half her monthly salary. And she's wearing them now. Moreover, Su Muqin's wrist has a shiny silver watch, with tiny diamonds on it that almost blind her in the sunlight. She's seen similar watches in department stores, costing at least 100 or 80 yuan. Since Su Muqin married Song Qinian just yesterday, how has she changed so much from head to toe? She remembers that when Su Muqin first married Song Lianqing in her previous life, she was troubled by her mother-in-law, criticized by her sister-in-law, and her wages all went to support her in-laws, while she was disliked in many ways. It wasn't until Song Lianqing rose step by step that Su Muqin finally had a good life. Now, Su Muqin is married to a paralyzed man. But why is her life better than right after her marriage in her previous life? What exactly does Su Muqin have that makes her so different? In Su Moli's eyes, there was obvious envy and jealousy. She spoke harshly. Don't go. Go home. Mom and Dad want to talk to you. No. Su Muqin refused directly. She knew with her heels that the Su family definitely hadn't kept their feelings in check. Only someone crazy would go back. It's Mom and Dad who asked you to go back. How dare you ignore them? Su Moli shouted. Su Muqin reached into her ear. You don't have to yell so loudly. I heard you. So what if they asked? Do I have to listen to everything they say? Are they the Emperor and Empress? Are their words a decree? Wake up. The morning is gone. Have you heard of the saying that a daughter who gets married is like water spilled? I now eat my in-laws' food. I am part of their family. Do married women go back to their parents' house every day? If the in-laws are upset about this, they can tell them they don't teach their daughter well. Put their faces on the ground. Sit on them and do your business. They probably don't want that either. Then don't bother me. Su Muqin's little mouth kept talking quickly, like she had turned up the speed and added poison, making Su Moli feel foolish. Su Moli blinked wildly, finally regaining her voice. If you dare say that about Mom and Dad, do you believe I will go back and tell them? Tell them. Su Muqin nodded in agreement. You must tell them. Don't miss a single word. Without waiting for Su Moli to say anything else, Su Muqin rode her bike, skillfully dodging past Su Moli, and rode far away in the blink of an eye. Su Moli watched Su Muqin's distant figure, rolling her eyes in anger. Su Muqin was truly rebellious. She definitely wouldn't let this go easily. Not only her bike, but also her watch and clothes. She wanted them all. Wait. Clothes? She had been so angry just now she forgot about her clothes. Yesterday, she opened her wardrobe, wanting to find something to wear, but all her clothes had been cut into shreds. Not a single piece was wearable. This must be Su Muqin's doing. Su Muqin was waiting for her. Su Muqin rode her bike swiftly, the gentle wind brushing her cheeks, sharing her smile. She rode smoothly back to the courtyard and arrived home. Just as she parked her bike and looked up, she saw Song Qinian pushing himself out in a wheelchair. Su Muqin hurried over. Qinian, what are you doing outside? The sun is out, it's hot. She said this as she went around to the back of the wheelchair and pushed it into the house. Although there was no air conditioning or even a fan, simply opening all the doors and windows in the house allowed the breeze to flow through smoothly, making it very comfortable. Song Qinian looked at Su Muqin's rosy cheeks and the shining sweat on her forehead, feeling tender. You're too hot, right? Go wash your face. There's watermelon today. It's been in the water for half an hour. We'll eat it together soon. Watermelon was a rare treat at this time, and most people couldn't buy it. Okay. Su Muqin happily agreed and quickly headed to the bathroom. Just after washing her face and preparing to leave, she noticed something was missing in the bathroom. Where were her clothes she changed out of last night? She planned to wash them after quitting her job. Squatting down, she looked to see if they had fallen into a corner somewhere. While searching, she heard Song Qinian's voice. Mu Xian, what are you looking for? Clothes. Su Mushin replied while still searching. Qinian, did you see the clothes I changed out of yesterday? I washed them for you. They're already hanging outside in the yard. You might not have noticed. Su Mushin turned around instantly, looking at Song Qinian in disbelief. You washed my clothes? Song Qinian smiled gently and brightly. Yes. You help me take a bath, and I help you wash your clothes. Isn't that what couples do? You said it yourself, we're married. We should help each other. Su Mushin was speechless. Wasn't that just something she said to tease him? She only said it because she was eager to see more of him and get a little thrill. How could he take it seriously? Since she grew up, her intimate clothes had never been touched by a man, let alone washed by one. But imagining him washing her clothes made her heart flutter, like a little deer jumping around inside. It wasn't nervousness, but happiness. Su Mushin stood up and walked to Song Qinian. You're right. That's what should be done. She said this and slowly leaned forward. She originally wanted to kiss his cheek as a reward and to satisfy herself. But unexpectedly, he turned his head suddenly. She didn't kiss his face, but instead touched his cool, soft lips. Cool, smooth, and tender, almost like a jelly kiss. Su Mushin instinctively stuck out her tongue to taste if it was sweet. After a quick taste, she found there was no flavor. Song Qinian blushed and looked down, also savoring the moment, with a full smile in his eyes. Her lips tasted like oranges. Song Qinian didn't used to like eating candy because he thought it was too sweet. But now, he secretly licked his lips again. So sweet. He liked it. He decided to buy more candy when he went back. He wondered if there were other flavors besides orange. Su Mushin had recovered and looked normal, her voice also back to normal. She had been surfing the internet for many years and had seen many things. She hadn't eaten pork but had seen pigs running everywhere. She could handle such small scenes easily. Didn't you say you wanted to eat watermelon? Let's go quickly. Song Qinian nodded, okay. Was there a chance he could taste watermelon-flavored lips? When they reached the living room, Qinian brought over a plate of sliced watermelon and placed it on the coffee table. Qinian picked the biggest piece and handed it to Su Mushin, saying, Mushin, try this. The watermelon smells very sweet. In this era, watermelon varieties weren't many. The watermelon wasn't very big, and it had black seeds inside. But when she took a bite, it was very sweet. After Su Mushin finished one piece, Qinian handed her a second piece. Unable to refuse, Su Mushin took it and ate. But before she finished, she stood up and walked toward the yard. Don't waste the watermelon seeds. I was thinking of planting them at the foot of the wall to see if they can grow. Qinian had never farmed before, let alone grown watermelons. Song Qinian also had no experience with farming and didn't know how watermelons were grown. But seeing Su Mushin so excited, he didn't stop her. As long as she was happy, he had no objections, even if she wanted to turn the entire yard upside down planting vegetables. Su Mushin buried the watermelon seeds at the foot of the wall, secretly watering them with diluted spiritual spring water, since Qinian and Song Qinian didn't come with her. Since she had gained her space, she hadn't had a chance to plant anything there. This was her first time watering plants with diluted spiritual spring water, and she didn't know what the effect would be. But she thought it was worth trying and experimenting. Maybe it would bring her some unexpected surprises in the future. Back in the living room, Su Mushin mentioned her resignation. The process went smoothly and I brought back all the materials, she said. This was about her household registration. Song Qinian looked at his watch. It's only just past 10. The time is perfect. I'll go with you to settle the household registration quickly. Qinian also nodded with a smile. Yes, in a few days it will be next month, and then it's time to issue the receipts again. If we settle the household registration early, we can get an extra receipt. Although their family doesn't lack receipts, who would complain about having more? Su Mushin also thought the same. The more receipts she had, the more at ease she felt, and it also helped cover the supplies in the space. She had used up all her assets and stockpiled supplies, so she couldn't just leave them unused. What's the difference between that and guarding a mountain of gold and not spending it? Su Mujin took the materials, pushed Song Qinian out the door. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the office in the big courtyard. With Song Qinian there, handing over the various materials and recommendation letters, the other party didn't make things difficult and simply processed the household registration for Su Mujin. Seeing her name added to the Song family household register, Su Mujin smiled happily. Now, her name would no longer be written together with those from the Su family. Her smile was genuine, and Song Qinian saw it clearly. He also smiled. His wife's smile was truly beautiful. Song Lianqing had just reached the door and saw the scene. Seeing Su Mujin and Song Qinian looking at each other and smiling brighter than summer flowers, Song Lianqing felt a tightness in his chest, and his eyes turned red. "Isn't that Lianqing? Why are your eyes so red?" The officer in charge of the household registration teased with a smile. "Did you stay up late working last night? Even though you're young and work is important, you should also rest properly. Don't overdo it." With each comment, Song Lianqing's expression grew uglier. His eyes weren't red from working late. It was because Su Mujin had sprayed something on him yesterday. All her fault. Angrily, Song Lianqing looked at Su Mujin, but she remained calm. What if she sprayed him? If he didn't act so mean, would she use pepper spray on him? This time it was pepper spray. If he dared to pull her around again, she would spray sulfuric acid. Seeing that Su Mujin showed no remorse and even didn't hide her gaze, Song Lianqing almost exploded with anger. Just then, he heard Song Qinian's voice. "Lianqing, if you're busy, go ahead. My wife and I will head back first." The words "my wife" deeply hurt Song Lianqing's heart. What wife? If not for that accident the day before yesterday, Su Mujin should be his wife. The older sister in charge of the household looked over with a smile and said, "By the way, Lianqing, aren't you also engaged? I heard your fiancé is also surnamed Su, from the cotton factory." Su Mujin smiled brightly and looked at the older sister. "You're right. The person I am engaged to is my older sister, named Su Moling." Hearing this, Song Lianqing's eyes immediately looked fierce. Su Mujin simply ignored him. "Lianqing, you don't need to feel embarrassed. I married your older brother, so you can call me sister-in-law. Once you marry my sister, I'll call you brother-in-law. We each have our own relationships, so it won't interfere." Hearing her say, "each have our own relationships," everyone in the room was stunned. But after thinking carefully, they felt Su Mujin's words made perfect sense. Su Mujin still smiled happily. "Lianqing, you go ahead and get busy. Sister-in-law will take your older brother back to rest first." Until they were a good distance away from the office, Su Mujin's smile never faded. Song Qinian looked up at Su Mujin and, seeing her unhidden smile, asked, "You're so happy just because Lianqing called you sister-in-law?"
"Of course I am."
Su Mujin replied cheerfully, "I'm just reminding him to behave properly. I have a husband now, and he keeps staring at me. So rude and disrespectful." Hearing the word husband, Song Qinian's heart skipped a beat. She said it so naturally. Although she spoke quickly and he didn't have time to react or remember carefully, he couldn't help but recall it again and again. Her calling him sounded so nice. If only she could call him that once more. After Su Mujin finished speaking, she didn't hear Song Qinian reply, so she looked at him curiously. "Husband, am I right?" Song Qinian shivered all over. This time, he heard her clearly. Song Qinian looked up and saw Qing Xiangwan staring at him with bright, sparkling eyes, never blinking. "Yes," Song Qinian softly replied, "you're right. What she said was always right." Hearing Song Qinian's slightly hoarse voice, Su Mujin immediately took the military water bottle hanging on her wheelchair and handed it to him. "Your throat is hoarse. Drink some water. It's really hot outside. We won't go out during the day. When it cools down in the evening, I'll push you out for a walk." Song Qinian took the water bottle, opened it and took a few sips, but it didn't help much.
His throat still felt dry.
He didn't know what was wrong with him, so he decided to set it aside for now. After the two of them returned home, Song Mushue came back from school shortly after. Although she greeted with a smile at the door, Su Muxin saw clearly that Song Mushue's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, showing she was a bit unhappy. Mu Shue, what's wrong? Su Muxin asked with concern. Song Mushue sighed, looking more troubled. Sis-in-law, I think Man is upset with me, but we haven't even argued.
It turned out to be because of Song Man.
Su Muxin relaxed and sat down with Song Mushue. I was wondering what was wrong. It's Man. Don't worry, I know the reason. Sis-in-law, you know the reason? Song Mushue looked at Su Muxin in surprise. How do you know? Tell me. Why is Man upset with me? Of course, because you have a good sister-in-law.
Huh?
The girl's eyes widened in surprise, full of shock. After the initial surprise, she smiled with pursed lips, not taking Su Muxin's words seriously. Mu Shue, I'm not joking. Think about it, I just married in and bought you a bicycle. Man is the same age as you. Her brother is about to get married. How could she not be jealous of you? She's jealous of you, so she naturally looks at you unfavorably and gets angry. In the end, it's probably because of me, your sister-in-law. It's all because I'm too good. If you care so much about Man's attitude and want to reconcile with her, then I can't be so nice to you in the future, Su Muxin said, sighing again. I didn't expect that trying to be a good sister-in-law would offend someone. Being a good sister-in-law is really hard. She lowered her head slightly, her voice softer, carrying a bit of grievance and guilt. Song Mushue, a naturally lively and kind girl, saw Su Muxin like this and immediately felt regret and self-blame. She opened her arms and hugged Su Muxin's waist, pressing her head against Su Muxin's chest. Sis-in-law, you're not wrong. It's not your fault. It's Man who's wrong. She has a sister-in-law too. Why would she be upset just because you treat me well? If Man is so unreasonable, I won't play with her anymore. Sis-in-law, don't stop being nice to me. As she spoke, Song Mushue became more anxious, her voice trembling with tears. Su Muxin's heart had already softened completely, but she still decided to give Song Mushue a strong dose of reality. That Song Man is not a good person. She is young, but she has a deep mind and is very cruel. Song Mushue is getting too close to her, and that's definitely not good. Although there is no clear evidence, Su Muxin feels that the things Song Mushue suffered in the story are definitely connected to Song Man. She was thinking about how to keep Song Mushue away from Song Man. Unexpectedly, Song Man created this opportunity herself, so she must seize it well. Su Muxin gently stroked Song Mushue's back. Mushue, my sister-in-law, is simple. She just wants to be kind to people. I want to treat you well, so I like buying you things. I bought you a bike today, and I also want to buy you a watch, clothes, shoes, food, and things you need. But if Man sees all this, she might get even more upset. Song Mushue hugged her tighter and nuzzled her head against her chest. Then I won't pay attention to her anymore. You and I are family. I can't ignore my sister-in-law just because Man doesn't like her. Hearing this, Su Muxin genuinely smiled. With those words, I feel reassured. I will definitely treat you even better in the future. She will make sure this pretty girl, who calls her sister-in-law and is so sweet, lives happily and happily. All the suffering in the story will never happen to her again. Song Qinian watched the two women hugging each other, his eyes growing darker.
His wife.
He hasn't even hugged her yet. Even though Song Mushue is his sister, just one hug is enough. Why is she still holding on? And Song Mushue's head pressed tightly against Muxin's chest. What's going on? Cough, cough. Song Qinian cleared his throat. Mushue, go see if there's anything you can help with in the kitchen. Song Mushue reluctantly let go of Su Muxin. Sister-in-law, I'll go check the kitchen and help Mom make some delicious food for you. After Song Mushue left, only Su Muxin and Song Qinian were left in the living room. At first, Su Muxin didn't think anything was wrong, but when she saw Song Qinian's somewhat guilty look, her thoughts shifted quickly and she immediately understood what was happening. Following her principle of not exposing other secrets, Su Muxin just looked at Song Qinian with a smile, but said nothing. Song Qinian felt a bit panicked under her gaze and instinctively tried to explain. Su Mushin leaned in, her delicate, white fingers pressing gently on his lips, and she blinked at him. No need to explain. I understand everything. It's just a jealous guy being jealous, right? She understands. Song Qinian didn't pay attention to what Su Mushin said at all. At this moment, he could only clearly feel her finger gently pressing on his lips. Her fingertips were warm, very soft, and carried a pleasant fragrance. Su Mushin's eyes sparkled with tiny lights as she stared intently into Song Qinian's eyes, her voice soft. Husband, you look quite cute when you're jealous. Who wouldn't like to see a handsome, tough man getting jealous for himself? She loved watching it so much. Song Qinian wanted to speak, but before he could, his ears turned red uncontrollably. Seeing that her words had already made him blush, Su Mushin burst out laughing. In the kitchen, Song Mushue heard Su Mushin's laughter and instinctively wanted to peek, but Chen Yuehua stopped her. Why are you looking? Chen Yuehua scolded gently, giving Song Mushue a side eye. Your brother and sister-in-law are close and just joking around. Song Mushue nodded with a smile. Mom, although sister-in-law just arrived 2 days ago, I think big brother is much happier than before. He's smiling every day, more like a real person now. Although her older brother was very capable before, she always felt he was like someone without feelings. Now, he's completely different. Song Mushue could feel it, and Chen Yuehua, as a mother, obviously noticed it too. That's a good thing, Chen Yuehua said. Your older brother hasn't had an easy life these years. He's been hurt, and who knows if he'll recover. Life's been tough. Luckily, he has your sister-in-law. So, we should treat her well. Mom, don't worry. I know. I will be good to sister-in-law. When she has a nephew or niece, I'll take care of them, so she doesn't have to worry. A child? Chen Yuehua paused her actions. The doctor said that Qinian's injuries were serious and could possibly affect his ability to have children. Thinking that Su Mushin was so young but might never have children in her life, Chen Yuehua felt both heartache and guilt. At lunchtime, when serving food to Su Mushin, she deliberately added more meat to her bowl. Su Mushin noticed that Chen Yuehua seemed a bit off emotionally, but didn't pay much attention. She happily finished her lunch, helped clean the dishes, then started to feel sleepy. Summer days are long, and it's very hot at noon, perfect for a nap after eating. A few minutes later, Su Mushin and Song Qinian lay side by side on the bed. Lying in bed together again, Song Qinian still couldn't hide his excitement. His heart raced faster and faster, almost jumping out of his chest. Last night, although he was excited, when the lights were off, he could only hear her steady breathing and see a faint outline. But now, even with the curtains drawn, he could clearly see her face. She lay there peacefully, eyes closed, breathing softly. Because they were so close, he could even see the fine fuzz on her cheeks, her smooth skin, and her curled eyelashes like black feathers. Next moment, her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Song Qinian felt as if her long, curled lashes gently brushed his heart, making him feel both sweet and ticklish, and a little short of breath. Su Mushin turned her head and looked at Song Qinian's face, which was so close. He was really handsome. So close, in such a sleeping position, yet there was not a single flaw. Her thin lips looked very kissable. Su Mushin moved her mouth, hesitated for less than 1/10 of a second, then leaned in quickly. She didn't want to be shy. He was her legal husband. If she didn't kiss him, who else could she leave it to? Song Qinian saw Su Mushin suddenly leaning in, and before he could react, her lips were already on his. Their breaths mingled instantly, and her scent kept drifting into his nose. Her face seemed to enlarge countless times, and he could see every curled eyelash clearly. Su Mushin gently bit his lips. Husband, at this moment, are you distracted too? If you keep doing this, I'll think I have no charm. Before she finished speaking, a big hand grabbed the back of her head, forcing their lips to meet again. Su Mushin was stunned for a moment,
then relaxed completely, her hands climbing onto him, and she lingered on his abs. In the past, she'd seen online comments saying men can naturally figure things out on their own. At first, Su Mujin didn't believe it. But after feeling her breath being taken away, her heart pounding faster, and her body softening, she believed it. Yesterday, Song Qinian would blush just from her kissing his cheek, but today, he was taking the lead. If it weren't for his leg, Su Mujin thought she might have been completely taken by him during the day. Although the final step didn't happen, she still tasted a happiness she'd never experienced before. Afterward, they no longer lay side by side. Su Mujin lay on Song Qinian's chest, listening to his rapid heartbeat. "Husband, is it okay that your heart keeps beating so fast?" Song Qinian lowered his eyes and covered her mouth with his. Yesterday, he thought she was an angel. Now, he felt she was a captivating and enchanting spirit. No matter what, he would hold her tightly for the rest of his life and never let go. Su Mujin didn't understand what was wrong with her words or why Song Qinian suddenly reacted so strongly. Finally, when she could breathe again, she sat up. Before going to bed, she changed into a loose cotton and linen short-sleeve shirt. Now, 2 buttons were undone, and as she moved to sit up, the shirt slipped down her shoulders, revealing her fair collarbones and rounded shoulders. Further down, there was a faint hint of a valley. Feeling Song Qinian's intense gaze, Su Mujin tugged at her clothes and fastened the buttons. Only then could he speak to her properly. "Husband, I've made a decision." "Decided what?" Song Qinian's voice was a little husky, sounding alluring, and, "I'm going to ask your main doctor if there's a way to help you recover. I heard about herbal baths, acupuncture, and massages. Maybe we can try all of them, okay?" These were just excuses. She needed a good reason to use spiritual spring water. She believed that with the blessing of the spiritual spring water, his leg would definitely get better. When Song Qinian heard Su Mujin suddenly change the subject, he didn't find it awkward or get upset about her mentioning his legs. He looked into her eyes and saw her seriousness. She wasn't joking. "Okay." Song Qinian agreed with a smile. "Do whatever you think is best. I'll support you." Su Mujin instinctively nodded but quickly realized that her words could be misunderstood, especially since they were lying on the bed now. His sudden statement seemed to suggest he was letting her take the lead. Was she really that kind of person? She was right about how perceptive she was. But looking at the time, it was almost 3 o'clock. Su Mujin decisively got out of bed and went to change her clothes in the bathroom. She tidied up and was ready to go to the hospital. Despite the tempting appearance, she remained so determined to focus on important matters. Her willpower was truly strong. The military hospital was nearby, just 1 bus stop away. It only took 5 minutes to ride a bicycle. Su Mujin pushed Song Qinian gently under the shade of a tree, walking slowly and calmly, not in a rush. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. Dr. Huang, who is around 50 or 60 years old and knowledgeable in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, pointed the way for Song Qinian. They quickly found Song Qinian's office. After Su Mujin shared her idea, Dr. Huang paused for a moment and then nodded. "Your idea is good, but learning acupuncture, massage, and manipulation isn't easy. It takes a long time to master, and you need to keep practicing. Are you sure you can stick with it? Moreover, after a busy effort, there's a good chance you might not see any results." Su Mujin looked serious and determined, her eyes full of resolve. "I can do it. I hope Dr. Huang can teach me." Seeing Su Mujin's firm expression, Dr. Huang finally nodded. "All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll teach you. As for how much you can recover, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." Besides artificial respiration, Su Mujin had no prior medical knowledge. But she was quick to learn and very smart. Once she started learning, she picked things up quickly. Dr. Huang first taught her to recognize acupuncture points, which points to needle each day, how deep to insert, and how long to leave the needles in. Then he showed her how to massage and prepare herbal baths with the right medicinal herbs. He thought Su Mujin would need several visits to learn everything,
but surprisingly, she remembered everything after just one explanation. She could even think creatively and, in front of him, performed acupuncture on Song Qinian. Watching her smooth and skillful movements, Dr. Huang was both impressed and inspired. He felt a growing admiration for her talent. If Su Muqin had started studying medicine earlier, she might have already become a doctor. But it's not too late now. Dr. Huang found some beginner-level books from his cabinet and handed them to Su Muqin. I think you have a real talent for medicine. Take these home. If you have time and interest, you can read them. We'll see each other for follow-up visits once a week. If you have questions or don't understand something, you can ask me during your checkups. Hearing this, Su Muqin was a bit surprised. Did Dr. Huang see through her surface and recognize her medical talent? But isn't this just a case of giving her a pillow when she's sleepy? The more she learns, the better her chances of healing Song Qinian's leg and having a valid reason to explain her actions, so no one would doubt her. Su Muqin took the books seriously. Thank you, Dr. Huang. I will study them carefully. She looked very serious in her expression and tone, with no hint of dismissiveness. Dr. Huang felt quite reassured. You're smart. You'll learn quickly and well. Qinian is lucky to marry you. Dr. Huang and Song Qinian have known each other for many years. Every time Song Qinian returns injured from a mission, he comes to see Dr. Huang. Since Dr. Huang is much older than Song Qinian, he naturally considers him his junior. He used to feel sad that Song Qinian, so young, had to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, unsure if he would grow old alone. But now, everything is different. Song Qinian is married. His wife is not only tall, young, and beautiful, but also kind-hearted. They just got married, and she's already thinking about Song Qinian's leg. Having someone so caring around him, Song Qinian might really see a miracle happen. Su Muqin didn't know what Dr. Huang was thinking. After picking up medicine and a set of new silver needles from the pharmacy, she said goodbye to Dr. Huang and pushed Song Qinian out of the hospital. On the way home, Su Muqin felt very happy. She was walking lightly and even hummed a little tune. Song Qinian listened quietly and felt much better too. They happily returned to the big courtyard, but as soon as they reached the door, they heard shouting. The sound was very familiar. It was Su Defu and Wang Xiuqin. Why had they come here? Muqin, don't worry, Song Qinian softly comforted her. Neither I nor my parents will let them bully you. Su Muqin wasn't worried, just a little surprised. But hearing Song Qinian say that, she didn't explain and just nodded with a smile. I know. She pushed the wheelchair into the house. When she reached the living room door, she saw many people inside. The Su family's 3 members had come, along with old Master Song from next door, and some members of the Song family's second branch. So many people crowded into the living room, making what was once spacious feel very cramped. Wang Xiuqin saw Su Muqin and got very angry. Su Muqin, you still know to come back. Do you know what day it is?
Su Muqin blinked in confusion.
What day? Today is your 3rd day after getting married, the day of your 3rd visit home. Your dad and I took leave today, waiting for you at home. But we've been waiting since morning until noon, and you still haven't come. What are you trying to do? 3rd day after marriage? Su Muqin really had forgotten about this. Mainly, she and the Su family have already torn apart, with no feelings left. Why would she return home? Is she seeking trouble? She definitely doesn't enjoy that. Su Dafu looked coldly at Su Muqin, then turned to old Master Song. Although Muqin is now married into the Song family, she is still a daughter of the Su family. Not even returning for the 3rd family visit. What will others think of us? They will surely say the Song family is not good. Don't you think so? Old Master Song is very concerned about reputation. Hearing this, he immediately frowned and looked at Su Muqin. Muqin, why did you push Qinian to go to the hospital for a checkup? Grandpa, I took Qinian to the hospital for a re-examination. Dr. Huang taught me acupuncture and massage techniques and also gave me a herbal bath recipe. I plan to give Qinian acupuncture, massage, and herbal baths every day. If I keep at it, his leg might get better. Of course, Dr. Huang didn't say the last part aloud. Qinian was well aware of this, but he didn't intend to expose Su Muxin. Old Master Song was a bit impatient just now, but after hearing Su Muxin's words, his expression changed instantly. Muxin, is what you said true? Can Qinian's leg really get better? Old Master Song was very excited, his voice trembling slightly. He has only 2 grandsons, and Qinian is the most outstanding. Although Song Lianqing is quite good among his peers, he still can't compare to Qinian. If Qinian's leg really improves, the future of the Song family would be limitless. When Song Lianqing heard that Qinian's leg might get better, his eyes flickered, and he unconsciously pressed his lips together. Su Muxin saw all this but pretended not to notice, nodding gently. Dr. Huang said persistence is key, and that careful care is needed. I even resigned from my job to take good care of Qinian, but Su Muxin looked hesitant. But my parents, Grandpa, as you saw, they want me to visit often. I don't know what to do anymore. Old Master Song looked sternly at Su Dafu. Dafu, Muxin is still a daughter of the Su family, but now she has married into our Song family. Qinian's condition is urgent and requires her care. As parents, you should understand this. Am I right? Old Master Song holds a high position and has been in power for many years. Now, with a stern face, his commanding presence made Su Dafu and Wang Xiujin lose their temper. Su Dafu and Wang Xiuyun exchanged a look, both making a decision in their hearts. Su Muxin could be dealt with later, but the marriage between Mo Li and Song Lianqing had to be settled now. Su Dafu smiled and nodded. You're right. I didn't understand the situation, which caused this joke. Since Muxin wants to take good care of Qinian, we won't say anything more. But since we're here today, there's one more thing I want to talk about. What is it? Old Master Song asked. It's about Mo Li and Lianqing. Wang Xiuyun hurriedly said. Old Master Song still looked confused. What about Mo Li and Lianqing? Of course, their marriage. Wang Xiuyun said happily. They're the same age, they like each other, and since our 2 families are together today, why not just settle their marriage? They're not young anymore, so I think it's better not to delay. Let's find a good day for them to get their marriage certificate. Wang Xiuyun's smile grew brighter as she spoke, her voice firm and confident, as if this decision was already final. But Old Master Song's brow furrowed more, and more the more he listened. Is there really no other suitable match in all of Beijing? Why must it be with Su Moli? It's not that Old Master Song disliked Su Moli, but he thought it wasn't necessary to marry into the Su family. The Su family's background was average, and they wouldn't help the Song family at all. Song Qinian was saved by Su Muxin and had his leg broken. They couldn't find a better, more suitable match, so he married Su Muxin, and that was that. But Song Lianqing, young and already a platoon leader, handsome, healthy, with no disabilities, he could find any kind of wife he wanted. Why marry Su Moli? Su Moli and Su Muxin are clearly sisters, but they don't look alike. Su Muxin is tall, with a good figure, fair skin, and beautiful features. But Su Moli is short, and when standing next to Lianqing, she barely reaches his shoulders. She also has fair skin and big eyes, but her gaze is dull, and her appearance is plain. Her work is average, and her personality isn't very likable. Why marry such a wife? Old Master Song looked coldly at Wang Xiuyun, who said Lianqing is going to marry Su Moli. I don't know anything about this. The Su family members, who had just been smiling, froze in place when they heard Old Master Song's words.
What?
What does this mean? Wang Xiuyun asked nervously. Old Master Song remained calm and said, It's nothing special. It's just that Lianqing and Malia are not suitable. Such straightforward refusal instantly made Su Malia feel both ashamed and angry. But she could only hold back her hurt and looked at Lianqing with tears in her eyes. Lianqing, what do you mean? Old Master Song also looked at Lianqing. Since she asked, Lianqing, you tell her what you think. Old Master Song believed that Lianqing would make the right choice. Lianqing looked at Old Master Song, then at Su Malia, and finally turned his gaze towards Su Mujin. He wanted to see how Su Mujin would react. But he saw Su Mujin calmly watching, as if she didn't care at all, which made him feel very frustrated inside. Su Malia had been watching Lianqing closely and noticed that he was looking at Su Mujin. Her anger grew stronger, and her nails dug into her palms. The pain from her hands made Su Malia calm down. She didn't choose to confront Su Mujin now, but looked at Lianqing. Lianqing, we agreed before that I would respect your decision. Whether or not you want to marry me, I won't cause trouble. Lianqing suddenly remembered what Su Malia had mentioned before. There was a leader who was now eyeing the Liu family in the estate, waiting to find a weakness to bring them down. If he could help with this, he would surely be promoted and trusted more. Su Malia had told him she knew a weakness of the Liu family. But when he asked her for details, she just smiled without saying anything. Although Su Malia didn't say it directly, Lianqing knew that only after they got married would Su Malia reveal everything she knew. Lianqing clenched his fists but finally made a decision. Marriage was just a formality. It didn't matter who he married. For him, marriage wasn't important. His biggest goal in life was to crush Song Qinian. Even if Song Qinian's leg healed someday, so what? He would definitely rise higher before Song Qinian's leg got better. Marrying Su Malia was his first step. Lianqing's hand tightened and loosened again. When he spoke, his voice was steady and emotionless. Grandpa, I want to marry Malia. Old Master Song was confident and was just waiting for Lianqing to refuse Su Malia. But now, Lianqing spoke, and his words went against his expectations. Old Master Song felt like he'd been slapped hard in the face, burning with pain. Not only did his face hurt, but he was also very angry. Lianqing. Old Master Song spoke in a deep voice. Have you really thought this through? Once you get married, there's no turning back. Song Lianqing lowered his head slightly, too afraid to meet Old Master Song's eyes. He nodded again. Grandpa, I've thought it through. I want to marry Jasmine. Hearing his answer, Su Jasmine smiled happily and shot a proud look at Su Mujin. She, Su Jasmine, was reborn and could get whatever she wanted. Su Mujin, just wait and see. Compared to Su Jasmine's happiness, Old Master Song was very unhappy. His face darkened completely. He no longer looked at Song Lianqing but turned to his parents, Song Huaimin and Su Zhaoing. You are Lianqing's parents. What do you think about this? Song Huaimin forced a thin smile. Dad, it's their choice. Let the kids decide for themselves. Su Zhaoing also smiled politely.
Yes, Dad. This is the new era.
Arranged marriages are out. Since the kids are happy, let them do as they wish. Their words were gentle, but their meaning was clear. They agreed. Old Master Song's anger turned into a bitter smile. He only opposed because he cared about Song Lianqing. But their family had already made the decision secretly, without telling him.
All right.
Since you are Lianqing's parents and you agree, I won't be the bad guy.
Do as you like.
Song Huaimin finally let out a breath of relief. He was really afraid of Old Master Song. Before he could relax, Old Master Song spoke again. I've been staying at your place for a few years. Starting today, I will move my old house to live here.
Huh?
Song Huaimin was stunned. Dad, why is that?
Why?
Old Master Song's tone was cold. You are all my sons. It's your duty to take care of me. I'll stay where I want. Is there a problem? You decide your son's marriage and I get to choose where I live? Song Huaimin was scolded harshly, but dared not argue. He was already afraid of Old Master Song, and seeing him so angry made him even more afraid to speak. He could only look at Song Lianqing with worried eyes. Song Lianqing didn't expect Old Master Song to be so angry. Grandpa, enough. Old Master Song cut him off. I can live wherever I want. You, as my grandson, shouldn't interfere. Song Lianqing knew he couldn't control the situation and realized that saying anything now was useless. He simply said, all right, Grandpa can live wherever he wants. We have no objections. We will keep his room ready, and when he wants to move in, he can do so. Old Mister. Song snorted coldly and didn't respond. Seeing that they all remained silent, Wang Xiuyun couldn't wait to speak. Since we're getting married, there are some things we should discuss first. Su Zhaoying smiled and nodded. Go ahead. The first thing is the bride price, Wang Xiuyun said confidently. Let me clarify, our family isn't selling our daughter. I love Molly very much, and the bride price will all go to Molly. I won't keep a single penny. The bride price is just a formality, so when others ask, we can explain properly. Otherwise, people might say Molly isn't worth much and is just giving herself away. As she spoke, her eyes looked towards Su Muxin. Su Muxin smirked in annoyance. Why not just say her name directly? She wanted to see how much Wang Xiuyun could get from Su Molly. The bride price will be 240 yuan. And of course, there will be the 3-turn and the loud gong. Who gets married these days without these? Furniture, cabinets, and all. There should be 36 legs on the furniture. Also, 2 new dresses, with 20 feet of fabric as a gift. Don't worry, all these things will be part of Molly's dowry. We won't keep anything back. I'm just thinking that Molly only gets married once in her life, so it should be perfect and beautiful. Don't you agree? Su Zhaoying already looked a bit upset. Wang Xiuyun was really bold. All these items together would cost at least 1,000 yuan. What's the difference from stealing money? Song Lianqing didn't expect Wang Xiuyun to be so demanding. He frowned and looked at Su Molly. Is that what you want?
Su Molly smiled softly.
I listened to my parents. Lianqing, marriage is a big deal. You probably don't want me to be wronged either. In her previous life, when Song Lianqing married Su Muxin, he also bought a 3-turn and a loud gong. Now she was just asking for double the bride price, plus 36 legs and 20 feet of fabric. And she wasn't asking for it for nothing. As long as she married Song Lianqing, she could help him succeed at work and get a promotion and raise. Song Lianqing would definitely benefit. Su Molly was lost in her thoughts, not noticing how displeased Song Lianqing looked after hearing her words. When Su Muxin married Song Qinian, they didn't ask for a single penny of bride price. Su Molly feels like she has gained some status. She speaks confidently and expects a lot. Wang Xiuyun is also someone who doesn't read the room well. Seeing everyone silent, she happily agrees, since we've agreed, let's do it this way. In 3 days it will be a good day. Just bring your things to our house then. Su Zhaoying instinctively looks at Song Lianqing, who simply nods without expression. Since Song Lianqing agrees, Su Zhaoying, even if unhappy, has no choice but to accept it. Wang Xiuyun feels proud and glances at Su Muxin, saying, a girl should listen to her parents. That way, she can have both inner and outer beauty and live a good life. Those who don't listen and try to get close without sincerity, they won't have a good life either. Su Muxin knows she's talking about herself, but ignores her as nonsense. Historically, many marriages have fallen apart over bride price disagreements. Even couples with feelings can break up because of bride price, not to mention Su Molly and Song Lianqing, who barely have any feelings. Originally, Song Lianqing gave the bride price willingly. But now he is being forced. Compared to her who wants nothing, Song Lianqing's family probably feels even more unbalanced. It seems Su Molly benefits now, but she's actually planting a hidden danger. And Song Man hasn't returned yet. Song Man is not a kind person and is spoiled. She considers everything in the Song family hers and is very exclusive. Taking so many things from Song Man is like cutting her flesh. She won't let this go easily. In the original story, Song Lianqing helped Su Muxin smooth things over, so Song Man didn't do anything extreme. But now, Song Lianqing is unhappy with Su Muxin and won't speak up for her in front of Song Man. Before Su Molly even gets married, she has already offended everyone in her new family. How can she expect a good life? It's funny, Su Molly is overconfident, and Su Dafu and Wang Xiuyun are not very smart. They truly believe Su Molly will have a good life. Su Molly and her family happily leave. Song Lianqing and his family go back to the neighboring house, helping old Master Song pack and move to the second floor. The first floor has only one bedroom. Song Qinian needs a wheelchair, and can't go up and down stairs every day. Old Master Song moves in and can only stay on the second floor. But Old Master Song is only in his early 60s and in good health, so going up and down stairs isn't a problem. Mu-jin doesn't mind where Old Master Song lives. She only feels that from now on, she can't rely too much on the original story she knows. Since the moment she crossed over, this has become a real world, and it's becoming more different from the original story. The original story can only serve as a reference, but she can't depend on it completely. For example, Old Master Song could be a support for Song Lianqing in the original story, a gentle breeze guiding Song Lianqing upward. Now, he naturally can also be a giant beneath her and Song Qinian. Anyway, Old Master Song only hopes that everyone in the family is doing well. Which grandson rises to a high position? It doesn't really matter. Grandpa, Qinian is a bit tired. I want to push him back to rest, Mu-jin said with a smile. Old Master Song looked at Mu-jin happily. This granddaughter-in-law is really good, always thinking about her grandson. All right, go ahead. Mu-jin pushed Song Lianqing back to the room and casually closed the door. As soon as Song Lianqing came downstairs, he saw Mu-jin pushing Song Qinian into the room and closing the door. He paused for a moment, then quickened his steps to the yard, wanting to look inside through the window. But the curtains were drawn, and no matter how wide he opened his eyes, he couldn't see anything inside. His face instantly darkened. During the daytime, she pushed Song Qinian into the room to do what? Why pull the curtains? Are they holding hands now, or are their heads close together? Mu-jin knew he was still there. How dare she do that? Could it be that she was deliberately teasing him? The more Song Lianqing thought about it, the more he believed it was possible. Mu-jin isn't stupid. How could she She must be doing this on purpose because she previously agreed to break off the engagement with him and now plans to marry Su Moli. Thinking this way, Song Lianqing's mood instantly improved. He decided to find a good time to have a serious talk with Mu-jin. Mu-jin had no idea that Song Lianqing was imagining so much on his own. After pushing Song Qinian into the bedroom, she sat at her desk and started writing a plan. Song Qinian's wheelchair was nearby. He didn't look at what Mu-jin was writing but kept watching her profile. She sat upright, serious and focused. Watching her, a smile appeared on Song Qinian's face. His wife is really beautiful. Mu-jin finished writing and looked at it carefully. Only then did she happily hand it to Song Qinian.
Take a look. This is the treatment plan I made for you.
Song Qinian took it carefully with both hands and looked at it seriously, feeling warm inside. The plan clearly listed when to wake up, eat, do acupuncture, and get massages. Every night before bed, there was also a medicinal bath. You said before that you have other work to do, right? Tell me your schedule, so I can arrange mine. It's easier to avoid conflicts, Mu-jin said again. Song Qinian took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Given my health, my working hours will be from 9 to 11:30 in the morning and from 2:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. How will you get there?
Do you need me to take you?
Mu-jin asked once more. No need. The army will send a car to pick me up, Song Qinian replied softly. Mu-jin, you don't have to spend all day with me. You should also make time for yourself. Do what you want to do.
Don't worry.
I won't lose myself, Mu-jin smiled. When you go to work, I can read, sleep, or plant some vegetables. Entertainment, in this era, is very limited. Besides these, Mu-jin really has nothing else to do. Want to go shopping? There are only a few department stores, and she can't keep buying things. Otherwise, people might think she's just seeking pleasure, and it wouldn't look good for her. The movies at the cinema are all old and boring, and the experience is almost non-existent, so she's not interested in going. She doesn't have to work, has no children, and doesn't need to take care of elders. The only thing she can do is find a way to heal Song Qinian's leg. As long as his leg gets better, they can do many things together. Thinking of this, Mu-jin's smile became even brighter. At noon, there was an extra person at the dining table. Of course, it was Old Master Song. Although there was one more person, Mu-jin didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Old Master Song sometimes looked strict, but in reality, he was quite easy to get along with. After having 2 meals together, Su Mujin got to know him a bit better and understood how to treat him properly. After dinner, Su Mujin pushed Song Qinian out for a walk as usual. Passing by the neighbor's door, she heard sharp shouting from inside. The voice was clearly Song Manman's.
Why does she get so many things? Who does she think she is?
Previously, she promised to buy me a bicycle, but now she refuses and expects our family to buy it for her. Does she even deserve the bride price of $3,140? Su Mujin looks much prettier than her. She married Song Qinian, who is paralyzed, and didn't ask for a single cent of bride price. Brother, if I had known it would turn out like this, I might as well have married Su Mujin. Su Mujin was originally excited to watch the drama, but as she ate, she realized she and Song Qinian had become part of the story. She looked down at him, and their eyes met. She instinctively placed her hand on Song Qinian's shoulder, squeezed it hard, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered softly, "Husband, believe me, you can stand up. When the time comes, anyone who dares to say you're paralyzed will get a harsh lesson." Su Mujin was sincerely comforting Song Qinian, but his attention wasn't on her words. The warm breath she exhaled landed on his ear, making it itch and his heart feel a little restless. If they were outside or in bed, he would definitely. Just then, Song Manman's even sharper voice rang out. "Brother, you yelled at me because of Su Malya? I am your biological sister. What's so good about Su Malya? She hasn't even come to live here yet, and you've already started favoring her. When she moves in, will I have no place in this family?" Although he couldn't see Song Manman's expression, hearing her words, Su Mujin could imagine her furious face. Song Manman wasn't just making a scene. She would find ways to deal with the people she disliked. The more Song Lianqing defended Su Malya, the more Song Manman hated her. No one knew what she might do next. Su Mujin didn't listen further and pushed Song Qinian to leave. They wandered outside until it was about time, then returned home. Before taking a shower, she soaked his legs in a large basin for half an hour to do a medicinal bath. Afterward, Song Qinian's legs were red and his cheeks were flushed, with a light layer of sweat on his forehead and nose. Su Mujin added spiritual spring water to the medicinal bath. It wasn't much and was for external use, so it shouldn't raise suspicion. Thinking this, she asked husband, "How do you feel? Do your legs feel different?" During today's checkup, no matter how Dr. Huang tried, Song Qinian said he felt nothing. Now, Song Qinian's eyes look especially bright, and he seems very excited.
Mujin, I can feel it now.
He can clearly feel the warmth, the heat, and the itchiness on his leg. Although the sensation feels like countless ants biting and is very uncomfortable, he is extremely happy. Having this feeling makes him wonder if his leg can really get better. When Su Mujin heard Song Qinian's words, she was also surprised. Could it be that she used too much spiritual spring water? Why did he feel it after just the first soak? But seeing Song Qinian so happy, Su Mujin didn't want to reduce the amount of spring water. If it can help his leg heal sooner, it would be good for both of them. It's good that you can feel it. We need to keep trying hard. Maybe soon, you'll get better, Su Mujin said with a smile. Song Qinian spread his arms and hugged Su Mujin's waist, resting his head on her belly.
Thank you, Mujin.
Dr. Huang had also treated him before, but it didn't work at all. The same treatment, done by Su Mujin, showed results on the very first day. It was Su Mujin who gave him hope and a miracle. He will always be good to her. Su Mujin was stiff for a moment when he hugged her like that, but she quickly relaxed and gently stroked his head. "You're welcome." They quietly hugged for a while before preparing to take a shower. With the experience from before, when Su Mujin helped Song Qinian bathe this time, both of them felt much more at ease. This time, Su Mujin didn't wash her hair, so she finished quickly and left. Just after turning off the light and lying on the bed, a long, strong hand reached out and rested on her waist. Through the thin fabric, Su Mujin could clearly feel the warmth of the palm. The hand was not still. It gently slid along her waist and quickly slipped into her clothes, touching her skin everywhere. Su Muqin hugged Song Qinian's arm, trying to open her eyes wide to see his face in the dark. But the room was too dark. She could only faintly see his outline, but not his expression or eyes. "Husband, you just finished your medicinal bath. Maybe you should rest well." However, Song Qinian's hand didn't stop. It was already reaching a peak. He leaned in close to Su Muqin's ear and whispered, "Wife, you're good to me, and I will be good to you too." Su Muqin bit her lip gently, trying not to make any sound, but her body's reactions couldn't be hidden. Why does he have to treat her this way? But, since it is his heartfelt gesture, she could only accept it. Su Muqin stopped biting her lip and turned her head to bite his neck instead. Song Qinian was caught off guard and felt surprised. A slight pain came from his neck, but he paid no attention. Her biting him was like a kitten playing, harmless and gentle. It even made him feel happy and relaxed. Su Muqin didn't know what time she fell asleep that night. Maybe she was too tired or simply happy, because she didn't dream at all and slept soundly until morning. After waking up and stretching, she felt refreshed and energized. "Husband," she turned to look at Song Qinian, who also opened his eyes with a gentle smile.
Good morning, wife.
Yesterday she called him Muqin, but today she started calling him wife. He changed his words quickly. After changing clothes and washing up, Su Muqin pushed Song Qinian out of the room. Old Master Song was already awake. He had slept little and had even done a set of military exercises while reading the newspaper, waiting for breakfast. Seeing Su Muqin pushing Song Qinian out, Old Master Song put down his newspaper. "Qinian, are you going to the army today?" His 3-day marriage leave was over. Song Qinian nodded. "Yes, after breakfast, Shali will come to pick me up." Old Master Song nodded. "You're being promoted because of your good work. Keep it up." This grandson really made him proud. He had already outperformed all the young people in the estate. Even with his leg injured now, he was still being trusted and used by the higher-ups. He had made great contributions this time, and if his leg healed, he could go even further. Thinking this, Old Master Song looked at Su Muqin. "Muqin, thank you for taking care of Qinian. Grandpa, Qinian is my husband. It's my duty to take care of him. It's not hard." "Good. You're a good girl." Old Master Song was even happier. Su Muqin thought Old Master Song would just praise her lightly. But unexpectedly, he got up and went upstairs. When he came down again, he handed her an envelope. "This is a recommendation letter I wrote for you. You can audit classes at the traditional Chinese medicine department of the medical college. When you finish learning, you can take the exam with them and get a diploma. If you're willing, I can help you get a job at the military hospital." Su Muqin exclaimed, "Wow. Old Master Song, you really have the confidence of a giant. This is much better than just giving money or tickets. It's like teaching someone how to fish." Although Su Muqin doesn't want to work, having a diploma is still good. "Thank you, Grandpa." Su Muqin smiled brightly at Old Master Song and took the envelope with both hands. Song Qinian also smiled and said, "The medical school isn't far from the main compound. If you ride your bike, it takes about 15 minutes. If you don't want a bike, taking the bus is very convenient." "Okay."
Su Muqin replied happily.
"When the weather's good, I'll ride my bike. If the weather is bad, I'll take the bus." Since she's just auditing, she doesn't need to go every day. She'll plan her schedule herself. During breakfast, she naturally told the rest of the family about this. Although Qinian is the mother-in-law, she has already decided to treat Su Muqin like her own daughter and has no objection to her auditing at the medical school in the future. Song Mushue was even more excited than Su Muqin about going to school. "Sister-in-law, you can go to university now. When I see you on Sunday, can you take me to visit your school?" Hearing Song Mushue's words, Su Muqin couldn't help but smile quietly. How could it be her school? She hasn't even gone yet. Even if she goes, she would just be an auditor. But seeing Song Mushue's eager eyes, Su Muqin still agreed. "Okay, I'll take you to see it then." Although getting into university in this era is quite difficult and requires a recommendation letter, Song family status makes it easy for Song Mushua to attend university. In the original story, Song Man did go to university. Song Mushua loves studying and has good grades. If it weren't for those incidents, she would definitely have gone to university. Now that she's here, she won't let anything happen to Song Mushua again. After breakfast, Song Mushua rode her bike to school. Not long after, a jeep arrived at the door, here to pick up Song Qinian. Su Mujin pushed Song Qinian to the door. At that moment, Song Lianqing also came out of the yard. Seeing the jeep, a flicker of jealousy flashed in Song Lianqing's eyes. Even though Song Qinian is now paralyzed, he is still highly valued, and they even sent a car to pick him up for work. He can only take the bus himself.
Why?
Old Master Song saw Song Lianqing and waved to him. Lianqing, since Qinian is also going to the army, I can take you along too. Hearing Old Master Song's words, Su Mujin quietly gave him a thumbs up in her heart. Invisible but deeply hurtful remarks are the most deadly. Old Master Song thought he was making things easier for Song Lianqing, doing it for his benefit. But for Song Lianqing, it was like openly slapping him in the face. He was saying in front of everyone that he was not as good as Song Qinian. Even though Song Qinian's leg was injured and he could only sit in a wheelchair, he still couldn't compare to Song Qinian. He could only ride in the special car by relying on Song Qinian's help. Although Song Lianqing's face showed no emotion, the veins on his neck were bulging, clearly showing he was trying to hold back his anger. At this moment, Song Qinian looked up at Song Lianqing and said, "Lianqing, Grandpa is right. Let's go together." Despite the hot weather, Song Qinian's uniform button was still fastened. When he didn't lift his head, most of his neck was covered by the collar, so nothing was visible. But as he lifted his head now, the red marks and bite marks hidden under the collar were exposed. From Song Lianqing's angle, it was very clear. He was stunned at first but quickly understood what it meant. The bite mark was small and delicate. Only someone like Su Mujin could have done it. Why would Su Mujin bite Song Qinian? The answer was obvious. But wasn't Song Qinian unable to have children? He was still paralyzed. How could they? Song Lianqing's breathing grew heavier, and his eyes started to turn red. Old Master Song waited for a long time, but didn't hear Song Lianqing reply. Feeling strange, he frowned and looked at Song Lianqing. "Lianqing? What are you thinking? It's getting late. Don't delay." This woke Song Lianqing up and made his reason return.
Got it, Grandpa.
Seeing how lost and distracted Song Lianqing looked, Old Master Song felt even more dissatisfied. He used to be different. Why is he acting so strange now? First, he insisted on marrying Su Malia, and now he was daydreaming early in the morning. Fortunately, the Song family still had Qinian, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest easy even after he died. Xiao Li first carried Song Qinian into the car, then folded up the wheelchair and placed it inside. After hesitating for a moment, Song Lianqing finally chose to sit next to Song Qinian. Song Qinian didn't look at Song Lianqing but waved to Su Mujin through the window, smiling gently and warmly.
Muyin, I'm leaving.
Be careful on the way. Su Mujin reminded with a bright, captivating smile. Her smile deeply hurt Song Lianqing's eyes. He took a deep breath and turned his head to the side, but Mujin's bright smile still flickered before his eyes. The jeep slowly drove away and soon left the courtyard. Inside the car, it was very quiet. Song Lianqing endured and endured, but finally couldn't hold back. "Big brother, you and Mujin have a good relationship?" Song Qinian frowned slightly, looking at Song Lianqing with some displeasure. "Lianqing, she's your sister-in-law. Grandpa already said you shouldn't call her by her name." Before Song Lianqing could say anything, Song Qinian continued. "I haven't known your sister-in-law for long, but we do get along very well. You should thank me for that." Just a simple sentence, but it stabbed sharply into Song Lianqing's heart. Seeing that Song Lianqing was silent, Song Qinian lowered his eyelids, a dark flash passing through his eyes. His leg had a problem, but his eyes were not blind. Mujin was now his wife, and she had no interest in Song Lianqing. If Song Lianqing dared to covet Mujin, he, as the older brother, wouldn't hold back. After sending off Song Lianqing, Mujin slung a crossbody bag over her shoulder, bid farewell to old Master Song and Chen Yuehua, and rode her bicycle out the door. She was heading to the medical university to register. Riding under the shade of trees, feeling the gentle breeze, her hair flying, she felt incredibly happy. Mujin didn't expect that. Even after traveling into a story set in an alternate 1970s era, she could still attend university classes. A few minutes later, Mujin arrived at the medical university. Compared to the university she attended before, this place was quite simple. But she was here to learn, not to travel, so her standards for the environment weren't high. Mujin asked a passing student for directions and quickly found the dean's office, handing over her referral letter. With this letter, the procedures went smoothly. The dean took Mujin to meet the department head and got her the class schedule. Since Mujin was married and needed to take care of Song Qinian, she scheduled her classes mostly during his working hours. Although this meant missing some classes, Mujin didn't mind at all. She wasn't planning to become a doctor for real. She just wanted to learn as much as she could. Since she was already here, she decided to attend a couple of classes before leaving. Now that the semester was nearing its end, the teachers mainly reviewed material, which made it easier for Mujin to start learning from the beginning. The 2 hours passed quickly. After hearing the school bell, Mujin instinctively looked at her notebook filled with notes, feeling a bit dazed. It's all her fault for being a good student. She had planned to just learn casually, but once class started and she listened to the teacher, she couldn't help but become serious. Mujin was packing up her things when a girl next to her came over. "Hi, classmate. I don't think I've seen you before." Mujin turned to look and saw a girl with 2 braids. The girl had a round face, a cute look, and a sweet smile. She was looking at Mujin with curiosity. Mujin also smiled at her. "I'm just here to sit in on classes." "Oh, I see. My name is Zhang Chuyun. What's your name?" "Mujin." "Jean, it's time to eat. Do you want to eat with me at the cafeteria?" "I won't go. I'm going home to eat." "Go home? My house is nearby. I can ride my bike back quickly." They spoke as they walked outside. Zhang Chuyun also saw Mujin's bike. It was a brand new lady's bike. Plus, Mujin was wearing military-style pants, and since she lived nearby, Zhang Chuyun immediately guessed that Mujin lived in the military compound. "Jean, are your parents soldiers?" Zhang Chuyun asked curiously. "No." Mujin shook her head.
Not.
"Then? My spouse is a soldier." Zhang Chuyun's eyes widened in surprise. "Your spouse? Are you married? Can married women still go to school?" After marriage, women usually stay at home doing laundry, cooking, having children, and taking care of their parents-in-law. Maybe they also work outside to earn money. How can Mujin still come to school? Mujin smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Who said that married women can't go to school? I'm in a hurry to go home, so I'll leave now." Before Zhang Chuyun could say anything else, Mujin rode her bike and left, leaving Zhang Chuyun standing there, confused in the wind. When Mujin returned home, Song Qinian was already back. She had just parked her bike when Song Qinian looked at her with concern. "Sweetheart, how was school? Are the teachers and classmates nice? Is anyone bullying you? Did you understand the lessons?" Hearing Song Qinian's caring questions, Mujin felt warm inside. Everything was great. The school is good, the teachers and classmates are nice, no one is bullying me. You can rest assured. During class, I can understand everything. Just going in and understanding right away, my wife is really amazing, Song Qinian sincerely praised again. Just now, Mujin didn't think much of it, but now, hearing Song Qinian's praise again, she suddenly sensed something was off. Today, Song Qinian's sweet words sounded like they were free of charge. He was like this even when they were in bed. But now, they weren't in bed. Mujin was curious, and from the corner of her eye, she saw someone at the door of the living room. Song Lianqing. He was standing in the shadows inside the door, looking at them with a neutral expression. Seeing Song Lianqing, Mujin understood everything. Song Qinian was doing it on purpose. He was so smart. He must have noticed that Song Lianqing had some unusual feelings for her, so he was deliberately declaring his ownership in front of him. Realizing this, Sumo Jin played along. She smiled, walked to the wheelchair, squatted down, and looked up at Song Qinian. "Husband, did you get tired today at the army? Are you feeling unwell? After we eat, I'll help you with acupuncture, and tonight I'll give you a medicinal bath and massage." Song Qinian looked down at Sumo Jin with a loving gaze and a gentle smile.
"Thank you, wife. You're so good to me. You're my husband, so I should treat you well.
I wouldn't treat anyone else better." They spoke casually, ignoring everything around them, but Song Lianqing was about to go crazy with anger. Sumo Jin, how dare she? In front of him, calling Song Qinian husband over and over. What position did she put him in? At this moment, Chen Yuehua's voice came from inside the house. "Qinian, is Mu Jin back? If she's back, you all should come in quickly to wash your hands and eat." "Mom, I'm back. I'll come right now." Sumo Jin agreed, stood up, and pushed Song Qinian into the house. Chen Yuehua also came out of the kitchen. "Mu Jin, go wash your hands quickly. We're about to start eating. Lianqing, you stay and eat with us too?" How could Song Lianqing possibly eat? He was full, actually, he was almost about to burst. "Uncle and Auntie, no need. My mom is also cooking at home. I'll head back now." Chen Yuehua had been polite at first, but hearing Song Lianqing say this, she didn't try to persuade him further. "All right, then go quickly." Song Lianqing nodded and headed out, but when he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn back. At this moment, Sumo Jin was pushing Song Qinian out of the house. Although they didn't speak, they kept looking at each other with deep affection. Anyone who sees this scene would think the two are very close and have been married for many years. But in fact, they only just met a few days ago. Su Muxin pushed Song Qinian to the table and sat on one side herself. Old Master Song and Chen Yuehua and others also took their seats. At the dinner table, Old Master Song asked about school matters. Su Muxin answered carefully, explaining every detail. After eating, Su Muxin showed Old Master Song her notes from her book. He looked at it more and more happily, his eyes full of praise for her. Not only talented, but also loved studying. Recommending her to medical school was definitely the right choice. Study hard. Grandpa believes in you. You can become a good doctor, Old Master Song said, handing the book back to Su Muxin. She took the book with both hands but didn't know what to say, only offering a small smile. She couldn't tell Old Master Song that she never really wanted to be a doctor, right? If she said that, he might get very upset. Su Muxin smiled silently, and Old Master Song just thought she was shy. Fortunately, she still had acupuncture after dinner, so Su Muxin quickly pushed Song Qinian back to his room, no longer needing to think about how to respond to Old Master Song. Just as she closed the bedroom door and was about to push the wheelchair to the bed, Song Qinian grabbed her wrist. Uncertain how strong he was, Su Muxin felt like she had become a puppet, being gently pulled by Song Qinian, spinning around uncontrollably and finally sitting securely on his lap. She was startled and looked nervous, instinctively wanting to stand up. But Song Qinian wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her from getting up. "Husband?" Su Muxin looked at Song Qinian with a puzzled expression. He tightened his arms, making her almost pressed against his chest. They were very close now, almost lips to lips.
"Wife."
Song Qinian finally spoke, his voice deep and husky, as if holding something back. Su Muxin's tone rose slightly, confused. "What's wrong?" He pursed his lips, hesitated briefly, then spoke firmly. "Wife, from the moment you saved me and I opened my eyes and saw you, I knew I had fallen for you. I was overjoyed that you wanted to marry me. At that time, I thought if you only married me because of my reputation and it damaged yours, I would accept that. If one day you want to leave or divorce me, I am willing to give you freedom. But after we got married, you treated me so well, wanted to be close to me, and even studied medicine to treat my leg. All these things made me more certain that I only want to keep you by my side and don't want to let you go. Today, I saw that Lianqing has other feelings for you. I was angry and also scared. So just now, I deliberately said those things in front of him. I wanted him to back off and stop coveting you. Wife, do you think I am very mean for doing this? My leg is like this. Maybe I won't be able to stand again, yet I still want to keep you close. But I really don't want you to leave me soon. Song Qinian's voice was soft, but his tone made Su Mujin feel sad. Especially at the end, his eyes turned red, and he looked very humble. Such an excellent person like Song Qinian was begging and pleading because of his legs. Su Mujin felt her heart almost break for him. She raised her hand, wrapped it around his neck, and looked directly into his eyes. Husband, what are you worried about? I already said before, your leg will get better. I will definitely cure you. Even if, for 100 million reasons, your leg really can't get better, I won't leave you. Song Qinian's eyes were red, and he sounded pitiful. Really? You still don't believe? Su Mujin felt helpless and heartbroken. She didn't say anything else and leaned in to kiss his lips. Do you believe now? Song Qinian still held her waist with one hand, and the other hand traced up her back, resting on her neck. I believe, he whispered. Whatever my wife says, I believe. Su Mujin wanted to speak, but he firmly covered her mouth. The words she wanted to say turned into soft whimpers. After a while, Su Mujin felt she was about to run out of breath, so she pushed him away hard. Stop messing around. We need acupuncture. It was already noon and there wasn't much time left. If they kept messing around, it would be too late. Song Qinian looked at Su Mujin's lips, which were a little red and swollen, then said, All right, I'll listen to my wife. I'll come back tonight. Su Mujin was confused. When did she say she would come back tonight? It's only been a few days. The innocent soldier boy has turned into this. No wonder people often say online that once men start to indulge, they can't stop. He hasn't even fully indulged yet, and he's already like this. If only his legs would get better in the future. Su Mujin quickly pushed this thought away. She dared not think about it. She absolutely dared not think about it. When it's time for school and work, life becomes very routine, and time seems to pass quickly. Su Mujin didn't even notice, and suddenly it was Sunday. In this era, schools have 2 days off, and workers have 1 day off. Song Qinian also has only 1 day off. So until Sunday, the whole family had nothing to do and could stay at home together. After breakfast, Su Mujin went to check on the vegetable seedlings she planted in the yard. A week had passed, and they had grown a lot, with several leaves now. If they keep growing like this, maybe they will actually bear fruit this year. Just as she was thinking this, Song Mushue came in from outside, looking unhappy. Mushue, what's wrong? Su Mujin asked curiously. Wasn't she fine just now when she went out? Song Mushue frowned and sighed. Manon asked me to find her to do homework together, so I went over, but she wasn't home. Although Song Mushue no longer considers Song Manon her best sister, she wouldn't ignore her when she asked for help. This little girl is just too kind. Since she's not home, you can do your homework yourself. Maybe she has something important to do. Song Mushue nodded. Sister-in-law, you're right. I'll go do my homework. Go ahead. Watching Song Mushue go back inside, Su Mujin finally remembered the original story. The timeline in the story isn't very clear, and with so many changes happening now, she can't really use the original as a reference anymore. She thought for a while and finally confirmed one thing. Song Manon probably went on a date. In this era, many people oppose arranged marriages and promote free love. But while many shout slogans, few actually do it. And Song Manon is a doer. She and Song Mushue are only in high school, but she already has a boyfriend. This person isn't a student and doesn't have a proper job. In the original story, it says that at first they just played small tricks, making some quick money through shady deals, and they were always worried about getting caught. Until Su Malalai married Song Lianqing, and through Song Manon, she connected with this person, began to use her knowledge of the future, and started to make big moves in the black market. With Song Lianqing's help, they caused quite a stir, but nothing serious happened. Because her boyfriend earned some money, Song Manman grew to like Su Malia even more, calling her sister-in-law every day. After the reform and opening up, Su Malya and her partner became bolder, starting a business and becoming famous entrepreneurs. Although Song Manman didn't have many skills, she relied on Song Lianqing, Su Malya, and her own boyfriend, and they all lived a wealthy life. Thinking of this, Su Muxin smiled slightly. Due to the matter of bride price, Song Manman was now very unhappy with Su Malya. Could their relationship as sister-in-law and sister-in-law still be as harmonious as before? Just as Song Qinian pushed his wheelchair out of the house, he saw Su Muxin standing there smiling, and he also smiled, calling her wife. Su Muxin turned around upon hearing this, looking at Song Qinian with an even brighter gaze. Although he had only been treated for a week, Song Qinian's leg was already showing signs of improvement. Now he could slightly control his legs to move. It had just been a week, and they decided to go for follow-up at the hospital today. Song Qinian's leg improvement hadn't been shared with the rest of the Song family yet. There was still Song Lianqing lurking in the shadows with bad intentions, so it was safer to keep it a secret until he fully recovered. Su Muxin walked to the wheelchair and asked, "Have you told your parents about the hospital visit?" "Yes, we have. We're going now." Su Muxin had already packed everything, so she didn't need to grab anything else. She pushed Song Qinian out the door. Just as they stepped out, they met Song Lianqing and Su Malya. It was clear they were also about to leave. Su Malya's smile was very bright as she looked at Su Muxin, even raising her chin slightly. "I and Lianqing are going to get our marriage license." Since Song Lianqing was in the military and there were no special circumstances, they needed to report to get married. The report had just been approved yesterday. After learning this, Su Malya immediately took Song Lianqing to get the license today. She was so eager, afraid that Song Lianqing, who was about to be hers, would slip away. Su Malya's proud smile contrasted with Song Lianqing's stern face. It didn't look like they were going to register for marriage. Rather, it seemed like he was being forced into it. He kept glancing at Su Muxin with a very complicated look. It was as if he hoped Su Muxin would take him away or stop him from registering. Seeing Song Lianqing like this, Su Muxin only found it amusing. In the original story, after the protagonist died, he didn't shed a tear and simply married Su Malya. Now, what are you pretending to be helpless about? Just a quick glance at these two people makes Su Muxin feel her eyes hurt. "We have something to do, so we're leaving first," Su Muxin said, then pushed Song Qinian and walked past the two of them. Su Emoli glared fiercely at Su Muxin's back as she left, muttering softly, "Married to A. Her life is over. Why is she still pretending?" Song Lianqing frowned quickly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Are you leaving or not?" "Of course we're leaving." Su Emoli hurriedly smiled and replied, "Right now, the most important thing is to go register for the marriage. Everything else can wait until later." The two quickly arrived at the marriage registration office. Today, for some reason, there was a line of people waiting. Su Emoli waited for a while, then suddenly felt her stomach ache. She originally wanted to endure it, since she was almost at the front of the line. But the more she tried to hold it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She felt like she had to pass gas very soon. Su Emoli quietly looked around her, careful not to make any noise, thinking it should be fine if she was cautious. Su Emoli relaxed her muscles slightly. At first, everything was fine, though was slowly coming out without making any noise. Su Emoli felt much more comfortable and was proud of her cleverness, relaxing even more. But suddenly, the remaining half of the burst out loudly. The room was already quiet, with hardly anyone talking. The loud noise of the immediately drew everyone's attention, and they all looked at Su Emoli. Su Emoli was also startled by her own, her face full of shock. Just as she wanted to speak, she smelled a strong, disgusting odor. The smell lingered around her. At the same time, Su Emoli felt her bottom warm, then quickly cool down. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that she accidentally pooped herself? Su Emoli refused to believe it. Such a grown-up, and she still poops herself when she farts? That's so disgusting. Look, her pants are yellow.
Ah!
It's dripping down now. EW.
So groß.
These words kept flooding into Su Mo Lee's ears, one after another. Su Malalai subconsciously looked down and saw a few yellowish drops near her heel. At this point, she couldn't hold it anymore. She covered her face with one hand and her bottom with the other, then ran outside. Su Malalai ran away, but Song Lianqing hadn't moved yet. Everyone else looked at Song Lianqing with very complicated expressions. He was a healthy young man, well-built and handsome. Judging by his clothes, he seemed to be a soldier. With such good conditions, why did he choose a wife like that? It was bad enough to in public, but then he also accidentally pooped himself. At his age, if he couldn't control what could he control? Even if it was an accident, it showed poor judgment. He was an adult, and he should know that when having stomach trouble, he shouldn't trust any. Feeling the gaze of everyone around him, Song Lianqing felt his face was completely lost. His face turned as dark as a pot, and he strode out quickly. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Su Malalai, who was rushing back. Su Malalai had found a coat somewhere and tied it around her waist. She stood there, turned sideways, shoulders bent, and was swaying slightly. It was obvious she was trying very hard to hold back something.
Lianqing, where are you going?
We haven't registered yet. Song Lianqing's face darkened even more. The registration can wait. You go, no. Su Malalai interrupted him immediately. We can't wait. We need to register now. Time is running out, Lianqing. How much longer can the leaders above wait for you? Su Malalai was trying to remind Song Lianqing that time was urgent. But after hearing this, Song Lianqing only felt threatened. Su Malalai dared to threaten him. But when he and Su Malalai were about to get married, it was already widely known, and even the marriage report was approved. He really wanted to make a good impression. At such a moment, no matter how unhappy he was inside, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Song Lianqing immediately turned around and strode back. Coincidentally, the newlyweds had already finished registering, and no one else had stepped forward yet. Others were really not in a hurry. For them, as long as they could register today, it was fine. Even if they couldn't register today, there was always tomorrow, right? But Su Malalai was different. She had just had an accident, was covered in smell, and yet she refused to go to the bathroom. She insisted on registering for marriage. They didn't dare to compete with her. What if she pushes forward and ends up soiling herself? Su Malalai doesn't know what everyone else is thinking, so she keeps urging the staff to work faster. Seeing her almost twisting herself into a knot, the staff speeds up as much as they can. They can't afford to be slow. If Su Malalai ends up having an accident here, who will clean up? Fortunately, registering a marriage is just a paper process. Recording the details in a notebook is enough. Su Malalai looks at the marriage certificate repeatedly, then carefully hands it to Song Lianqing. Lianqing, you hold this. Go to the bathroom first. Before she finishes speaking, she quickly runs off, clutching her backside. Seeing Su Malalai's funny look, Song Lianqing's grip on the marriage certificate tightens even more. Did he really make the right choice by agreeing to marry her? Su Malalai doesn't know what Song Lianqing is thinking. At this moment, she finally reaches the bathroom and squats down. She stays there for an hour. She feels like everything in her stomach has been emptied. When she stands up, she can only lean on the wall. She's been squatting too long. Her legs are numb. Holding onto the wall with one hand and her jacket with the other, she wobbles as she walks out. She originally planned to have a nice talk with Song Lianqing, but as soon as they make eye contact, Song Lianqing frowns. All done? Then let's go back. Su Malalai quickly steps forward, trying to walk faster so she can walk side by side with him. But Song Lianqing, tall and a soldier, takes big steps, making him far ahead, especially since he's quick. Su Malalai's stomach feels uncomfortable again, so she doesn't dare to run after him with all her might, only calling his name repeatedly. Today is Sunday, and there are many people on the street. Her shouting for Song Lianqing immediately draws the attention of passers-by, who look her way. Seeing so many people staring, Su Malalai doesn't feel shy. Instead, she lifts her chin proudly.
She and Song Liancheng are married. From now on, she will be the wife of an official. She will be the one everyone seeks to flatter. There will be even more people watching her in the future. Just as she feels proud, her stomach gurgles again. Liancheng, don't go yet, I want to go to the bathroom. Song Liancheng's face darkens instantly. Does Su Malalai want to lose face? If she wants to go, just go, why shout about it? He is about to scold her, but when he turns to look, he sees Su Malalai clutching her stomach and rushing toward the nearby military hospital. Was Mu Jin pushing Song Qinian to the hospital for a follow-up? Thinking this, Song Liancheng headed straight to the hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital gate, he saw Mu Jin pushing Song Qinian out from the backyard.
Su Montag lievers patzing nervusly.
She had never been to the military hospital before and didn't know where the bathroom was.
Seeing Muyin, su emolich ridov.
Mu Jin, where is the bathroom? Mu Jin looked at Su Emoli, who was almost twisting in pain and looked very pale, and felt curious. What's wrong with you? Did you eat something bad? Why do you smell so bad? Could you have had an accident? Just as Song Liancheng was about to come over, he overheard this and almost turned around to leave. It's all Su Emoli's fault, making Mu Jin look so embarrassed in front of him. Su Emoli opened her mouth, ready to scold. But before she could speak, her stomach started to churn again. Gurgle. Puff, puff, puff. Mu Jin pushed the wheelchair back quickly, retreating several meters, then pointed toward the backyard. The bathroom is back there. Su Emoli didn't have time to say anything and hurried toward the backyard. On the ground where she ran past, there were drops of something. Mu Jin couldn't bear to look directly and quickly headed toward the hospital entrance with Song Qinian. When they almost reached the hospital door, she noticed Song Liancheng standing there, looking stuck and pale. Mu Jin stopped and immediately saw the marriage certificate in Song Liancheng's hand. You've already registered?
Muyin smiled.
Today is a special day, so you should remember it well. So smelly that it's hard to forget. Song Liancheng wished he could throw away the marriage certificate. He kept a cold face and didn't reply, instead focusing on Song Qinian. Big brother, are you here for a checkup? How are you feeling? Song Qinian had a faint smile. Same as before. Does that mean there's no improvement? That's good. Song Liancheng felt much better and smiled a little. Big brother, don't be discouraged. It's only been a few days since you started treatment. Maybe with time, you'll get better. Your brother is taking good care of your wife, so you don't need to worry. Mu Jin looked toward the backyard and said, You should go see your wife. She's an adult now. She shouldn't be unable to control herself. Maybe there's something wrong with her health? As soon as Su Mu Jin mentioned Su Malia, Song Liancheng's face darkened again. I will take her to see a doctor. Then we will go first. Su Mu Jin was too lazy to argue with Song Liancheng. She pushed her wheelchair past him and directly left through the hospital's main door. Song Liancheng stood still, watching the direction Su Mu Jin disappeared. He still felt a faint, pleasant fragrance around him. He was sure that the scent was coming from Su Mu Jin herself. Not only did she smell nice, but standing in the sunlight, her skin looked bright and clear, with no spots on her face. She had been married for only about 10 days, but her hair looked much shinier. Her every smile and frown made people feel happy. She was completely different from the girl who used to lower her head, hold her chest, and dare not speak. If the old Su Mu Jin had been like this before, even if she had saved Song Qinian, or if they had shared a moment of closeness, he wouldn't have agreed to cancel the engagement. Liancheng. Su Malia's weak voice called out. A quick flash of dislike crossed Song Liancheng's eyes. He turned to look at Su Malia. Her face was pale and yellowish, looking very unwell. She was standing there, swaying as if she might faint at any moment. Song Liancheng was startled by how she looked. How could someone suddenly change so much? Since they were in a hospital, Song Liancheng ignored the smell on Su Malia and hurried to take her to see a doctor. Half an hour later, the doctor looked at the test results with a worried expression. Based on the results, the sudden illness was caused by eating too much bitter bean powder.
To stop it from worsening, she needs to get rid of the stuff in her stomach, take some medicine, drink water, and rest for a day or two. This time, it's not serious, but eating too much bitter bean powder can be deadly. Do you want to report it to the police? Someone might have poisoned her. The doctor looked troubled. If she died from the powder, it would be very shameful. Hearing this, Su Malia clenched her fists tightly. She was using so much force that her knuckles turned white. She already knew how she had ingested the bitter bean powder. Song Lianqing also understood. He was afraid Su Malia might say something here, so he quickly held her hand. Malia, I will stay with you. Don't be afraid. Let's get you treated first, and we can deal with everything else later. His tone was very gentle, with no trace of disdain. Suamoli looked at Song Lianqing with red eyes, feeling very wronged, but she still nodded and said, okay. Should we report to the police? The doctor only suggested it. Seeing that neither of them responded, the doctor didn't say anything more and simply gave them the prescription. First, induce vomiting, then hydrate, and finally take the medicine. You can go home after that. I've written down the instructions. Thank you, doctor. Song Lianqing took the prescription gently and helped Suamoli to her feet with care. Suamoli looked at Song Lianqing softly, but when she lowered her eyes, her expression turned very fierce. The meal she ate at home was definitely fine. No problems there. But when she arrived at the Song family, Song Manman handed her a bowl of sesame paste and insisted she finish it. She thought the taste was a bit strange, but since everyone was there and Song Manman said it was specially made for her, she couldn't refuse and drank it all. Now she realized the strange taste was because it had been mixed with castor bean powder. Song Manman did it on purpose. In her previous life, she had heard that Song Manman had a bad temper and a mean personality. She had tried to get along with her before, just to build a good relationship. But now it was clear, Song Manman was shameless. She was not going to be a pushover like Su Mujin, absolutely not willing to suffer in the Song family. Although Song Manman was the daughter of the Song family, she would marry out sooner or later. She dared to harm her and make her embarrass herself on her wedding registration day. That was unforgivable. This matter must be dealt with properly. Su Mujin pushed Song Lianqing out of the hospital, and they walked slowly under the shade of the trees. The sun was a bit too bright, but walking under the shade and feeling the gentle breeze made it quite comfortable. Thinking about Dr. Huang saying that Song Qinian was recovering very well, almost a miracle, Su Mujin couldn't help but smile. When Song Qinian looked up at Su Mujin, he saw her smiling brightly, her face gentle and radiant. Baby, what are you smiling at? Su Mujin looked down at Song Qinian and said, your leg is healing well. I'm happy. Aren't you happy too?
Happy.
Although Song Qinian looked calm on the surface, only he knew how excited he truly felt. Dr. Huang had previously given his leg a hopeless prognosis. But now, a miracle had happened. His leg was really going to get better. He didn't know exactly how long it would take, but it wouldn't be long. And all of this was because of Su Mujin. He would hold her hand tightly for the rest of his life. My wife is the best in the world. Su Mujin didn't directly push Song Lianqing back to the courtyard. Today is a good day. Let's eat something nice to celebrate. Su Mujin said with a smile. Song Lianqing had no objections. Okay, whatever you want to eat. We'll eat that. Did you bring money and tickets when you went out? Yes, I did. Su Mujin patted her small shoulder bag. At the front intersection, Su Mujin turned a corner and headed to the vegetable market. The market sells not only vegetables but also meat and fish. Su Mujin didn't come very early, but she also wasn't late. She glanced at the meat stall, where half a pig was still unbutchered, and then she felt reassured and pushed Song Lianqing to the line. There were about 10 people ahead of her, so there should still be plenty of meat when it was her turn. Just as she lined up, the woman in front turned her head. Girl, you stand here behind me. Su Mujin was surprised by the woman's friendliness and quickly waved her hands.
No.
We're not in a hurry. It'll be quick anyway. The woman still wanted to let her go first, but after Su Mujin repeatedly refused, she turned away. Watching her back, Su Mujin felt a little touched and also quietly relaxed. Before crossing over, her environment was such that people rarely interfered or paid attention to others when they went out, for fear of trouble or catching something unwanted. Someone as friendly as this woman, who was so warm upon first meeting, was almost unheard of. For a moment, Su Mujin found it a bit hard to get used to. But actually, it wasn't a bad thing.
Sumuines mood improved.
The line moved quickly. In 10 minutes, it was her turn. She had already decided what to buy. She directly said, "I want 2 jin of pork belly and 2 jin of ribs." In this era, everything required tickets to buy. Even meat needed meat tickets. Su Mujin took out 4 jin of meat tickets from her shoulder bag, and only then did the butcher feel at ease to cut the meat.
Pork belly cost 0,88 yuan per jin, ribs cost 0,78 yuan per jin.
4 jin of meat cost a total of 3.32 yuan. That was not a small amount. The original owner's monthly salary was only about 20-something yuan. But now, Su Mujin was not short of money or tickets, so she didn't mind spending. In this era, there were no plastic bags. The meat was wrapped in oil paper and then placed directly into a mesh bag. Su Mujin hung the mesh bag on the handle of her wheelchair, then went to buy some spices and small green vegetables. Baby bok choy is not cheap and doesn't look very fresh. Su Mujin thought about the empty black land in the space and wanted to plant something there, but she wondered how she could openly take the harvest to eat later. She couldn't think of a good idea at the moment, so she decided to put this thought aside for now. After taking some time shopping, when they returned to the big courtyard, Song Lianqing and Su Malia were already back. Not only were they back, but their whole family was also at the main house. Song Man was leaning against old Master Song, looking pitiful. Song Lianqing's face was dark as a pot, and his eyes were wide like copper bells. Su Malia looked very wronged, with red eyes. Everyone else had different expressions. Seeing the calm inside the house, Su Mujin felt both regret for returning so early and curiosity about what had happened. Just then, Song Lianqing's mother, Su Zhaoying, suddenly looked over. Mu Xian is back. Just in time, you should quickly talk to your sister and tell her not to be angry. She and Lianqing just got their marriage certificate. They can't be talking about divorce. That's just nonsense. Su Malia wants to divorce Song Lianqing? That can't be true. Since rebirth, Su Malia hadn't looked at any other men. Only Song Lianqing. She had even killed her own sister to marry Song Lianqing. Now that they finally got their marriage certificate and her wish was fulfilled, she hadn't even become Mrs. Lianqing yet. How could she want a divorce? Thinking this, Su Mujin asked her own doubt, second aunt. What do you mean? Why would they want a divorce right after getting the certificate? Su Zhaoying looked hesitant and paused before saying, "It's nothing serious, just a small misunderstanding." Man accidentally put some castor bean powder into the sesame paste she was making for Malia. Man didn't do it on purpose. She doesn't even know what castor bean powder is. She and Malia are close. How could she intentionally harm her? Don't you think so? Su Mujin was surprised to learn the truth. She had guessed before that Song Man might have an opinion about the bride price and might dislike Su Malia, but she didn't expect Song Man to be so ruthless. She directly gave Su Malia castor bean powder. It caused Su Malia to lose so much.
But
Su Mujin still wanted to say something. Well done. To deal with someone like Su Malia, Song Man is the best choice. Let them fight it out themselves. Su Mujin decided to add fuel to the fire. Really? Su Mujin exclaimed softly. How could this happen? Second aunt, how could your family have castor bean powder? This question hit the point. Everyone turned to look at Su Zhaoying.
That.
Su Zhaoying glared at Su Mujin with annoyance. She wanted Su Mujin to persuade Su Malia. But Su Mujin not only refused to persuade, but also started digging into the matter. How does she know where the castor bean powder came from? When Su Malia and Song Lianqing just returned, they immediately caused trouble. She didn't even have time to ask Song Man what was going on.
Seeing Su Zhaoying silent, Su Mujin suddenly understood.
Second aunt, so you also don't know where the castor bean powder came from. Then you should ask Man. After all, if someone eats too much of that, it can be deadly. Man doesn't know. Su Zhaoying hurriedly said. How could Man know? No need to ask her. That castor bean powder is mine. Yours, second aunt?
Su Muxin looked confused.
Second aunt, why did you buy castor bean powder? Su Zhaoying looked unhappy and said irritably, I just can't go without it, okay? I was constipated and couldn't go, so I bought castor bean powder. Man doesn't know or recognize it at all. That's how it accidentally got into the sesame paste. Malia, this whole thing is my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. If you really can't forgive me, I'll kneel to you.
Mom.
Song Man immediately stood up and ran to Su Zhaoying. Why are you kneeling for her? It was my mistake that I put it in. If she wants to blame someone, blame me. If it's too much, let her report to the police. Let the police take me away. While speaking, Song Man glared fiercely at Su Malia. She really hated Su Malia. Before she even got married, she dared to take what belonged to her and even lied about buying her a bicycle, but never did. She already told her classmates that her sister-in-law would buy her a lady's bicycle, exactly the same as Song Mushue's. But Su Malia decided not to buy it. She was utterly humiliating. Song Man looked at Su Malia fiercely, regretting that she hadn't put enough castor bean powder. She should have added more medicine. Just kill her directly. Song Lianqing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke slowly. Malia, since this is a misunderstanding, why don't we just forget about it? Although Man didn't do it on purpose, I'll have her apologize to you. We're all family, so it's better to talk things out. There's no need to be so petty. Don't you think so? Su Malia hadn't even planned to get a divorce. Military marriages are not so easy to end. After leaving Song Lianqing, she couldn't find anyone better. When she returned, she caused a fuss mainly to get Song Lianqing and his family to show their attitude. She wanted them to choose between her and Song Man. She wanted Song Man to understand what she could do and what she couldn't do. But Su Malia didn't expect that Song Lianqing and his family actually made a choice, and the choice was Song Man, not her. Su Zhaoying even said that the chili powder was bought by her to treat constipation. No one, not even a 3-year-old, would believe that. Was she being fooled like a fool? Song Lianqing is clearly her husband, they are married, yet he still favors Song Man and doesn't put her first. Is this family taking her for someone easy to bully? Su Malia lowered her eyes, sneering inwardly. She had already given them a chance. If they didn't cherish it, then she wouldn't blame them. When Su Malia looked up again, her expression was normal. Since it's all a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Man, you're not young anymore. In a couple of years, you'll get married. You can't be so careless in the future. Song Man snorted softly. Even if I get married, this is my home. My parents are still my parents, and my brother is still my brother. That's for sure. Su Malia smiled gently, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Su Mugen watched their argument with no change in her face, but inside, her little heart was dancing.
Fight. Come on, fight.
Unfortunately, both Song Man and Su Malia were smart enough to keep up appearances in front of others, so they didn't say anything more. Su Zhaoying thought this matter could finally be put to rest and quickly smiled. Today, Lianqing and Malia got their marriage certificate. Let's go to our place and gather, have a meal to celebrate. Su Malia shook her head with a smile. Mom, there's no rush to eat. Let's wait until the wedding day. The wedding? Su Zhaoying looked confused. You guys are still going to have a wedding? Why does Mom say it like that? Who gets married without a wedding? Su Malia said, giving a meaningful look at Su Mugen. I'm not the kind to rush into things. Everything I should have, I already have. Lianqing has agreed, and the wedding will be in 3 days. His boss will come too. He'll officiate the wedding for us. That day, my parents and brother will come to send me off, and my dowry will be brought over. It'll make our family proud. Su Zhaoying was a bit unhappy. Having a wedding means preparing a banquet. In a big courtyard, So many people live there. When everyone comes with their families to attend, how much food will we need to prepare? It seems like the main house didn't hold a wedding, but they still accepted gift money. Giving a few peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candies as a gift not only won't lose money, but might even make a little profit. Most importantly, it's easier that way. What is going on with Somalia? People who are not well-behaved tend to learn bad habits. Song Man also snorted coldly. Ugly people cause trouble. Our family doesn't need your dowry to look good. Isn't your dowry still provided by our family? Somalia's smile immediately faded.
Song Man.
Song Lianqing scowled and sharply said, "If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for lecturing you in front of so many people." He is already married to Somalia. Whether he likes her or not, he must act decent in public. He is willing to hold a wedding with Somalia, not just to make her look good, but because Somalia said that on the wedding day, she would give him a gift he's been dreaming of. Although Somalia didn't say it clearly, they both knew what she wanted. Seeing the chance for a promotion and reward coming, he couldn't let Song Man cause trouble now. Being scolded by Song Lianqing in front of so many people made Song Man feel wronged and embarrassed. "Brother, you actually scolded me for her. I am your real sister."
Fine.
"Since you've married and forgotten your sister, isn't it okay if I leave?" After saying that, Song Man ran away, and Su Zhaoying hurried to catch up. Song Lianqing's expression grew even more unpleasant. Somalia's lips twitched slightly, but her words were full of worry. "Lianqing, Malia seems upset. Maybe we shouldn't hold the wedding?" "Don't worry about her," Song Lianqing said coldly. "She's just spoiled." "Then I'll go comfort her," Somalia said again. "After all, she's still young. It's normal for her to be overwhelmed at first." Song Lianqing's face finally eased a little. That's good. After all, she was his little sister whom he had spoiled since childhood. He didn't want her to be sad or upset. Before leaving, Somalia proudly glanced at Sumujin. Sumujin saw her look clearly, but didn't care at all. What's so great about reciting quotes at a wedding that's not romantic at all? She wasn't without feelings, but she simply didn't want it. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Somalia and Song Lianqing's wedding should be very wonderful. Since everything is already so wonderful, maybe she can help make their wedding even more special. While Sumujin was thinking about this, Song Mushue came over and asked, "Sister-in-law, what did you buy?" "I bought pork belly and ribs," Sumujin replied with a smile. "We'll eat pork belly at noon and have rib soup in the evening." "Sounds good?"
Wow.
Song Mushue almost drooled. Eating meat twice a day sounds like a great life. Chunyuewa stepped forward and took the shopping bag. "Mujin, Qinian, how did the checkup go?" "What did the doctor say?" Old Master Song, Song Huayan, and Song Lao Yizi all looked over with concern. Just now, the second house was causing trouble, so they didn't get a chance to ask about the checkup results. Qinian smiled at everyone. "The doctor said I'm recovering well and just need to keep at it." As for his leg being able to move a little, he decided not to tell the family for now. Once he made a big improvement, he would surprise them. "That's good enough," Chinyuehua said happily. "All thanks to Mujin. I'll go make braised pork and cook some rib soup. Let's have a good meal to celebrate." Su Mujin, Chinyuehua, and Song Mushue went into the kitchen together. They cooked lunch while chatting, making the atmosphere light and happy. In the living room, Song Qinian, Song Huayan, and Old Master Song sat talking about military matters. The main house was full of joy, but next door, the second house was still chaotic. After Song Man stormed home in anger, she went straight to her room upstairs and slammed the door shut. No matter how Su Zhaoying knocked, she refused to open it. At this moment, Somalia came over. "Mom, let me talk to Man." Hearing this, Su Zhaoying frowned and looked at Somalia. "You? Why is Man so angry now? Is it because of Somalia? Does Somalia think she can persuade Man? Does she have a problem in her head?" Somalia ignored Su Zhaoying's gaze, still smiling just right, and nodded slowly. "Yes, it's me. Man and I are about the same age, and our personalities are quite similar. We had a small misunderstanding just now, but I believe it won't affect our relationship. Mom, let me try. At this moment, Song Lianqing also came upstairs and, hearing this, said to Su Zhaoying, Mom, just let Malia try. Song Lianqing said so, and Su Zhaoying did not stop her, slowly stepping aside. Su Malalai took a step forward and gently knocked on the door. Man, I am your sister-in-law. Can you open the door? No one answered inside, but footsteps quickly approached the door. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pulled open. Song Man had a stern face, looking at Su Malalai with annoyance. What are you here for? Are you showing off? Man. Su Malalai looked at Song Man with disapproval. How can you think that of me? I am your sister-in-law. We are all family. I never meant to make things difficult for you. Stop pretending, Song Man. Song Lianqing couldn't bear it anymore and scolded angrily. What are you causing? Are you done? Song Man's eyes instantly reddened, tears almost falling. Seeing this, Song Lianqing felt a bit sorry. Just as he was about to speak to explain and comfort her, Su Malalai stepped a few paces in front of Song Man and said in a quiet voice only they could hear, I know about you and Qinjigang. Song Man's eyes widened instantly, a look of panic appearing. You. She couldn't tell her family about her relationship with Qinjigang now. Although she firmly believed Qinjigang would succeed in the future, he hadn't made it yet. If her family found out now, they would strongly oppose, and she might never be able to be with Qinjigang again. Thinking of this, Song Man's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed. She no longer dared to look coldly at Su Malalai, and even smiled sweetly. Sister-in-law, I was just joking with you earlier. You're right, we are all family. We should get along well. She looked at Song Lianqing and Su Zhaoying. Mom, brother, I want to have a private talk with sister-in-law. Don't eavesdrop. Then she pulled Su Malalai into the room and locked the door from inside. Seeing this sudden change, old Song Xian found it strange, his brows so furrowed they could catch a fly. What is Man really up to? Su Zhaoying was not worried at all. What do you mean? What is Man up to? She is your biological sister. You grew up together. Don't you trust her? What could she do? Mom, I don't not trust her. All right, I hear no arguing inside. Let them talk. Come on, let's go downstairs and discuss the wedding. Thinking about the wedding in 3 days, Song Lianqing felt a bit worried. He frowned and went downstairs with Su Zhaoying. In the house, Song Man looked at Su Malia with suspicion. How did you find out? Su Malia sat down at the table and crossed her legs. As soon as she sat, she lifted her leg. Find out what? Su Malia asked with a smile. Song Man was impatient and had little patience. When she heard Su Malia's reply, she got even angrier. What are you talking about? The thing you just told me at the door. How do you know about it? What thing? Su Malia pretended to be clueless. Seeing Song Man's patience running out and her face twisting as if she might lose control, Su Malia finally stopped smiling. You mean about you and Qinjigang? I saw you two walking together by chance, so I guessed you were involved. I was just teasing you earlier. I didn't think it was real. Of course, this was nonsense. Su Malia knew about Qinjigang because in her previous life, Song Man had married him. When they became successful and gave interviews, they talked about their youth. They said they knew each other since high school. Qinjigang was then aimless, even involved in black market trading, and almost got caught. In the end, Su Mujuan found out and advised him to turn over a new leaf and learn a skill. That's how he gradually became successful. At that time, both of them admired Su Mujuan and were very grateful. Thinking about those interview stories, Su Malia sneered inwardly. Su Mujuan was just a fool, overly sympathetic, helping everyone. Originally, Su Malia wanted to follow her past life's example and persuade Qinjigang to learn a skill, so he could succeed like before. She wanted Song Man to accept her love, listen to her as her sister-in-law, and be grateful. But now, Su Malia changed her mind. Song Man dared to give her powder to make her lose her reputation, causing her to lose so much. Su Zhaoying and Song Lianqing knew the truth, but still protected Song Man. If that's the case, she had to seek justice herself. Seeing Song Man tightly pursing her lips and remaining silent, Sumalia smiled slightly. In 3 days, I'll marry your brother. It's a good day. Do you want to bring him along? Let your parents and your brothers see him. Maybe they'll be in a good mood and won't oppose you. You don't want to hide forever, do you? These words hit Song Man's heart. Song Man, of course, doesn't want to hide or keep things secret. She wants to introduce her partner to her family and hopes to gain their approval. Chun Jigang has already mentioned several times that he wants to meet her family. However, Chun Jigang has stopped going to school and doesn't have a proper job. If it weren't for his brother going to the countryside, he might also have to do the same. Would her parents and brother agree to meet him? Seeing Song Man hesitate, Sumalia quickly encouraged her further. Although I haven't met Chun Jigang, I can tell he's a good person just by looking at him. He'll definitely be successful in the future. He's just missing a chance. If we could help him find a job, he would do very well. For a family like ours, helping him find a job wouldn't be difficult. Song Man looked at Sumalia in surprise, not expecting her to say such things. But despite her surprise, she felt very happy. You're perceptive. Jigang is the best. He's just missing an opportunity.
Sumalia nodded quickly.
So, when I marry your brother, you should also invite him. That way, it will be lively, and with good mood, no one will bother him. Maybe from now on, you two won't have to hide anymore. He'll have a proper job, and after you graduate in 2 years, you can get married. Sumalia understood Song Man's feelings very well. Every word hit the mark. Song Man thought carefully and increasingly agreed with Sumalia's words. She also found Sumalia more likable now. But then she remembered that Sumalia hadn't bought her a bicycle, and she felt unhappy again. You promised to buy me a bicycle. You haven't done it. Sumalia sneered inwardly. Buy you a bicycle? You don't deserve it. But she sighed helplessly on the outside. It's not that I don't want to buy you one. I went too late, and that kind of bicycle was already gone. Your brother bought me a bicycle, and I don't ride it anymore. I'll give it to you. Is that okay? Sumalia's bicycle was very ordinary, a smaller version of a typical bike, without a crossbar in the front, but otherwise unchanged, with a dull color. Compared to Song Mushua's bike, it looked terrible, but better than nothing. Song Man looked at Sumalia happily. You're sensible. I want to tell you that in this family, whether it's my parents or my brother, they all love me the most. Their biggest hope is that I can be happy and joyful. If you want this family to be happy now, you must treat me well. Do you understand? Sumalia lowered her eyes slightly and softly replied, I understand. Wouldn't it be better if you had this attitude earlier? Song Man snorted coldly. Give me the bicycle key. I want to ride out. Sumalia knew that Song Man was going to find Chun Jigang, so she didn't hesitate and directly handed over the bicycle key to her. Song Man took the key happily and went downstairs quickly. Sumalia followed slowly behind her. In the living room, Song Lianqing and the others were discussing something. When they saw Song Man and Sumalia coming down one after the other, both with bright smiles on their faces, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, Dad, brother, I'm going out to play. Song Man explained, and then ran off quickly. Song Lianqing stood up to stop her, but was pulled back by Su Zhaoying. Man is already so grown up. She has her own things and friends. You can't keep her at home all the time. Let her go. Song Lianqing's eyebrows still furrowed tightly, and he instinctively looked at Sumalia. Where is Man going? Did she tell you? Sumalia looked innocent and shook her head slowly. She didn't tell me. She just took the bicycle key. Man said she wants to ride her bike to school. I let her use the bicycle, and I will take the bus to work in the future. Song Lianqing looked at Sumalia with some surprise. You agreed? I can buy her another one. You don't have to, Lianqing.
Su Zhaoying hoodie then interrupted Song Lianqing.
What are you talking about? Is it so easy to buy a bicycle ticket? We still have a wedding to prepare, and there are many expenses. Saving a little is better. It's better not to buy another one. While speaking, Su Zhaoying smiled and looked at Sumalia. Malalai, You really are a good sister-in-law. Man is lucky to have such a good sister-in-law like you. Taking the bus to work is also good. You don't have to ride a bike or be exposed to the sun and rain. That's so nice. If it's so good, why not let Song Man continue taking the bus to school? Suamalai lowered her head and softly agreed. Mom is right. What a load of nonsense. The bus isn't just for her. Buses either arrive early or late, and it's easy to miss them. Even if they really caught up, the train was so crowded that there was no seat, and people were pressed against each other. You had to be careful not to have your belongings stolen. But it was okay. Song Man would only ride her bike for 3 days at most. After the wedding, she wouldn't have the face to ride again. Maybe she wouldn't even dare to go out. The 3 days would pass quickly. On the day Su Malya and Song Lianqing got married, Su Muxin and Song Qinian continued with their usual routines. After breakfast, those who needed to work went to work, and those who went to school went to school. It wasn't until evening, after work, that the wedding officially started. This was a common feature of that era. Although marriage was important, it couldn't interfere with work or production. The wedding had to be held after work in the afternoon.
Who wanted to have a wedding like that?
Next door, in the yard, people came and went. Almost everyone from the big courtyard was there, making it lively. The yard was small, so some people, after giving gifts, didn't want to squeeze in and instead came here to chat and wait for the meal. Although Su Muxin had been living in the big courtyard for over 2 weeks, she mostly just nodded to the people there and rarely spoke. At this moment, she didn't know what to say, so she sat next to Song Qinian, smiling politely, listening to everyone inside chatting about trivial matters. After about 10 minutes, suddenly there was noise outside. From the sound, she knew the bride's party had returned. Everyone stopped sitting inside and went outside to watch the excitement. Su Muxin pushed Song Qinian to go outside too, but after leaving the gate, she didn't go to the neighbor's yard. Instead, she headed in the opposite direction. After walking for a few minutes, Su Muxin led Song Qinian into a courtyard. The yard was quiet, with only one room on the first floor still lit. Su Muxin gently knocked on the window.
Who's there?
Came an old voice from inside. Grandpa Lu, it's me, Qinian. Qinian? Why are you here? As she spoke, footsteps could be heard inside. Soon, a man in his 60s came out. He was the head of the Lu family. Grandpa Lu and Old Master Song had known each other for decades. They weren't brothers by blood, but they were like brothers. Because of their close relationship and living nearby, their families got along very well. However, in the original story, on the night of Song Lianqing's wedding, he publicly accused the Lu family. The Lu family was thoroughly searched that night, and indeed, many books were found. Usually, these books were nothing special. But during this difficult time, they served as solid proof and undeniable evidence of guilt. All members of the Lu family were arrested. Old Master Lu was already elderly and in poor health. The heavy was too much for him, and he couldn't survive. He died shortly after. The youngest great-granddaughter, Lu Nanu, only 3 years old, was so frightened that she ran a high fever and didn't recover despite treatment. She also passed away. The other members of the Lu family either were exiled or went insane. The Lu family was broken and destroyed. However, Song Lianqing made a great contribution and was promoted quickly, thanks to the leadership support. All of this was made possible by Su Malya, who had returned from rebirth. The book didn't say how Su Malya knew the Lu family's secrets. But since Su Muxin had come early, she didn't plan to just watch this happen. 3 days ago, Su Muxin already told Song Qinian about it. At that time, Song Qinian only looked at her deeply, without asking any questions. Even when she wanted to explain, he held her hand and said he would always believe her, so she didn't need to explain. Su Muxin was touched. Originally, she wanted to come early to warn them, but Song Qinian stopped her. If she had spoken earlier, the Lu family could have prepared in advance, but it might also have leaked the news, allowing Song Lianqing and Su Malya to plan their responses. So it was better to come at the last moment and take the items away secretly. Old Master Lu looked at Song Qinian with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Such a good and talented child, yet so badly hurt. It's truly a pity.
Qinian,
Why are you coming at this time? Is there something urgent? Song Qinian looked serious. Grandpa Lu, I came here because I have something important to tell you. Does your family hide some special books? Old Master Lu was momentarily stunned. From his reaction, Song Qinian knew it was true. Grandpa Lu, I received information that someone will report your family tonight. These items must be moved immediately, or your family will face serious consequences. Even if I don't say it, you probably already know, right? Old Master Lu certainly knew. Over the years, he had seen many people fall from power, their families broken, and loved ones separated because of reports. But he never thought this would happen to his own family. Thinking about those books, Old Master Lu felt a bit regretful. In fact, what was wrong with those books? I will hide it well. Before Old Master Lu could speak, Song Qinian interrupted him. It's useless. In a real search, they would even smash tables to see if there's anything inside, and lift up the floor tiles. Where could you hide things? If you trust me, just give me the items. That won't do. Old Master Lu's first reaction was to refuse. It's not that he didn't trust Song Qinian, but he didn't want to involve him. Having Song Qinian come to remind him at this time was already a great kindness to the Lu family. He didn't even know if he could repay this favor, so how could he drag Song Qinian into this matter? Time was tight, and Song Qinian didn't want to waste it. He directly said, Grandpa Lu, I'll be straightforward. The person trying to report you is Song Lianqing. If you give me the items now, I will hide them so they won't find anything. They will probably finish their work soon, and if they come with people, it will be too late to do anything. Song Lianqing? How could it be him? Old Master Lu was even more shocked. Grandpa Lu, Su Muxin quickly spoke up. We only received the information, but we don't know for sure if it's really him or if he's really doing this. But let's hide the items and prepare, just in case. It's always better to be safe, don't you think? Old Master Lu, having experienced many tough situations, was quickly able to calm down despite his shock. All right, I'll go get the items now. Old Master Lu moved quickly. He returned to his room and soon brought out a woven basket, handing it to Song Qinian. They're all here. Old Master Lu sighed. Are you sure there's nothing else? Su Muxin asked worriedly. If there was anything else, all their efforts would be wasted. Old Master Lu shook his head. Nothing else. There used to be more, but I was afraid something might go wrong, so I handled it. But these. I believe there's nothing wrong with the books. Grandpa Lu, in a few years, these books won't be a problem anymore. It's better not to talk about this now. Old Master Lu was not malicious and was certainly not a traitor. He was just young once, having read many books and traveled to many places, and had a bit of a literary streak. That's also why Su Muxin was willing to help the Lu family. In the original story, it was mentioned later that the case was eventually cleared. But by then, the Lu family had already lost many members, and whether they were cleared or not, who would care? Grandpa Lu, we'll be leaving now. Song Qinian said, soon. Song Lianqing might really bring people over. Don't forget to cooperate with him when the time comes. Everyone is smart, so there's no need to say everything too clearly. Old Mr. Lu's expression turned a bit colder. If Song Lianqing really comes with people, I will definitely ask him carefully. Song Qinian said nothing more. Su Muxin pushed him quickly away from the Lu family. Back home, Song Qinian stopped in the yard. Husband, wait for me here. I'll hide the box in the storage room. Song Qinian didn't ask anything. He simply handed the item to Su Muxin. Su Muxin carried the box into the house, didn't turn on the light, and directly stored it in the space. After waiting a little while, she locked the door and then returned to the yard. Su Muxin walked happily towards Song Qinian.
All right.
Let's go join the fun too. Song Qinian also smiled. Okay, let's go see what's happening. Su Muxin pushed Song Qinian to the door of the neighboring yard and just heard Song Lianqing passionately say, I want to report. The Lu family is hiding forbidden books and harboring malicious intent. Everyone was shocked by this statement. They all lived in the same yard and had known each other for decades. The relationship between the Lu family and the Song family was well known. But now, Song Lianqing had openly accused the Lu family in front of so many people. It was very shocking. Apart from old Mr. Lu, everyone else in the yard was there. They had smiles on their faces, celebrating Song Lianqing's wedding. Suddenly hearing Song Lianqing say this, they looked at each other in surprise. Grandson Lu Hongxing of old Mr. Lu was furious, glaring at Song Lianqing. Song Lianqing, you're talking nonsense. You're framing us. Our family has treated you so well. Grandpa even treats you like a grandson. Is this how you repay him? Lu Hongxing's eyes turned red at the end, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Besides shock, there was more pain. Song Lianqing looked serious and righteous. Lu Hongxing, because our families are close and we've known each other for so many years, I can't just watch you make mistakes. Now that I've spoken out, it's also a chance for you to correct yourselves. Well said. A loud voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone looked toward the speaker, who was Feng Yuliang. Feng Yuliang had previously served in the military and was Song Lianqing's direct superior. Last year, he was transferred out of the military and took on a new position with significant power. Not only did he have authority, but he also had ambitions and wanted to achieve more. In the original story, Song Lianqing reported Lu's family, and Feng Yuliang personally led people to search and find evidence, making a big contribution. Feng Yuliang benefited from this and didn't forget to help Song Lianqing. He arranged for Song to be transferred from the military to his own team. From then on, Song Lianqing started to rise quickly. Su Muxin stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Song Lianqing surrounded by others, a cold look flashing in her eyes. Song Lianqing and Su Malia wanted to climb up by stepping on others, but she wouldn't agree without her permission. Feng Yuliang's gaze swept over the crowd and finally settled on the faces of the Lu family. Comrade Song Lianqing is brave to report, showing great righteousness by exposing his own family. This is something we all should learn from. Where there is a report, there must be an investigation. To prevent you from moving evidence, search now. Everyone stay put. We will all witness this later. Old Master Lu's face darkened like a pot, and he stepped forward directly. Minister Feng, there are no proper procedures for an investigation. How can you search directly? Special circumstances require special handling. If we don't search now, what if they transfer the evidence overnight? And what if nothing is found? Old Master Lu asked again. Before Feng Yuliang could finish speaking, Song Lianqing eagerly interrupted. Grandpa, if nothing is found, I will kowtow and apologize to Grandpa Lu. I will compensate for all losses of the Lu family. Who cares about your compensation? Lu Hongxing gritted his teeth, eager to punch Song Lianqing. But at this moment, Lu Hongxing had no room to resist. Since Feng Yuliang wanted to investigate, they had to do so. No one had the right to refuse. Feng Yuliang led a group of people to the Lu family's house, including Lu Hongxing and the rest of the family, who hurriedly followed. The remaining people looked at each other, then slowly followed behind. Su Muxin also pushed Song Qinian to go along. When they arrived, they saw old Master Lu, Lu Hongxing, and others standing together, all looking unhappy. Lu Hongxing was holding his 3-year-old daughter, Lu Nanu. The little girl had never seen such a scene before and looked frightened, her face pale as she shrank into her father's arms, not daring to speak. Feng Yuliang did not personally do the searching, he just waited in the yard. However, Song Lianqing was actively leading people inside to search. Somali stood at the front of the crowd, watching this scene with a proud smile that she couldn't hide. This was her gift to Song Lianqing, and also a gift to herself. On their wedding day, she took a stand against the Lu family, aiming for a bright future. As time passed, the house was turned upside down in search of something. Even the bed frame was lifted, but they still couldn't find what they wanted. How is this possible? Song Lianqing looked completely disbelief. Why isn't it here? How can it be missing? He had been so sure when Somali spoke earlier, but now he couldn't find anything. Everyone else had stopped searching, but Song Lianqing refused to believe it and kept looking. No matter how he searched, the result was the same. Nothing was found. Feng Yuliang's face, which had been smiling, now showed no sign of happiness. He had previously promised him confidently, which made him trust Song Lianqing, so he brought people to search the Liu family. He even risked breaking the rules to have them search directly. If they had found something, it would be fine. But now, nothing was found, and the Liu family was causing trouble. Even he was about to lose his temper. Thinking of this, Feng Yuliang finally lost his last bit of patience. Enough. Stop searching. Song Lianqing ran out of the house stumbling, his face pale and his expression panicked. Minister Feng, you have to believe me. I only believe the evidence. Feng Yuliang's eyes were sharp as knives. Song Lianqing, you falsely accused the Liu family, causing them great trouble. Tomorrow, you will face an investigation. As soon as Feng Yuliang said this, Song Lianqing's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Was there anything he didn't understand? He felt abandoned. Feng Yuliang was trying to shift all the blame onto him, but he only targeted the Liu family for Minister Feng. Minister Feng, you can't what? Feng Yuliang interrupted him coldly, his tone icy. You suddenly wanted to accuse the Liu family, and you even said in front of everyone that if nothing was found, you would apologize to them. Now that nothing has been found, do you want to blame me? Say, I forced you to do this? His heart tightened, and he quickly shook his head to deny it. No, I didn't mean that. Then think carefully about what you'll say during the investigation tomorrow. Feng Yuliang left those words and turned to leave with his people. Until they could no longer see Feng Yuliang and his group, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The Liu family narrowly escaped a big problem this time. Old Master Song approached Old Master Liu, looking guilty. Old Liu, I'm sorry about what happened today. Old Song. Old Master Liu interrupted him. This isn't your fault. I understand. But Song Lianqing, don't come to my house again. Otherwise, I fear our family might suffer more than we can imagine. Hearing this, Old Master Song felt his face burn with shame, like he'd been slapped in front of everyone. He truly didn't expect Song Lianqing to do something like this. Old Liu, don't worry. I won't let this go easily. I will give you an explanation. Old Master Song said fiercely, glaring at Song Lianqing. Why are you still standing here? Are you trying to go back inside and keep searching for so-called evidence? Song Lianqing really wanted to keep searching. He felt he must have missed something, which was why he hadn't found it yet. But Feng Yuliang had already taken his people and left. He had no right to go inside on his own. No matter how unwilling he felt, he could only follow the old master and leave. Song Huaimin and Su Zhaoying were also stunned. They had heard Song Lianqing say that a big event would happen tonight. If it succeeded, he would make a great achievement and gain Feng Yuliang's trust. But they never expected that the big event Song Lianqing mentioned was actually reporting the Liu family. And it hadn't even succeeded. The old master of the Liu family and old Master Song were close friends for life. Now, not only did they offend the Liu family, but they also angered old Master Song. Even others in the courtyard had, directly or indirectly, offended someone. Although Song Huaimin and Su Zhaoying were angry about Song Lianqing's careless actions, at this moment, they could only try to help him clean up the mess. Song Huaimin smiled and said to everyone, this was just a misunderstanding. Lianqing was probably tricked by someone, it wasn't intentional. We've prepared the food, let's go eat. Everyone looked at him coldly. None of them responded. We're not eating.
Yeah.
What if we eat now and get reported later?
What then?
The Liu family and the Song family are so close, and Song Lianqing reported on them. We, who aren't close to the Song family, could be reported at any moment. Hearing their sarcastic words, Su Zhaoying's smile was worse than crying, but she could only force a smile. Everyone, you're misunderstanding. Lianqing really isn't that kind of person. They all grew up in the same big courtyard. Don't you know him well enough? Someone sneered. We don't really know him. You can see his face, but not his heart. He looks like a decent person, but who would think he's so dark-hearted? We can't eat that food. What if they put something in it? If we die later without knowing how, that would be a real loss. Come on, let's go home quickly. Don't associate with their family anymore. Seeing everyone about to leave, Su Zhaoying became more anxious. Everyone, don't go. Lianqing really isn't like that. Maybe you can take the food home to eat. I'll send it to your house later. Su Zhaoying shouted loudly, but no one listened. Soon, everyone had left. Su Zhaoying, feeling lost, looked away and accidentally saw Chen Yuehua with a complicated expression, which made her raise her eyebrows. Big sister-in-law, you're just standing here watching? Can't you help explain? Chen Yuehua was momentarily stunned by her words, but quickly sneered. Second sister-in-law, your son did something good, and you don't blame him? Instead, you blame me for not defending you? Are you out of your mind? If I were you, I would go ask Song Lianqing why he did this. Things were fine before, and I've never seen him think like that. Why suddenly report the Liu family? And on such an important day like the wedding? There must be some hidden reason, right? When Chen Yuehua finished speaking, Su Zhaoying and Song Huaimin were both stunned. Yes, they knew their son, and he had never had such thoughts before. Why did he suddenly do this? They looked at each other, ignoring the argument with Chen Yuehua, and hurried back home. Su Malia watched their departing figures, bit her lip, and finally decided to follow. Seeing Su Malia leave, Su Muxin, Wang Xiuqin, and Su Tianxi quickly followed. They came to send the bride, hoping to strengthen ties with the Song family and get to know others in the courtyard. They especially wanted to find out about eligible girls in the courtyard to find a good wife for Su Tianxi. But they didn't expect that, before they could build connections, the Song family would become despised by everyone. What should they do? Seeing everyone leave, Su Muxin finally looked at Chen Yuehua. Mom, how did you come up with those words just now?
Ha!
Chen Yuehua smiled and waved her hand. I was just speaking casually. Let her go home and ask her son. No need to keep bothering me and arguing.
Who has time for that?
Mujin, Qinian, Mushue, are you hungry? Do you want to go back and eat something first? Song Mushue shook her head repeatedly. Not hungry. Mom, I'm not hungry at all. Let's go back and check on things quickly. Seeing Song Mushue's expression, Su Muxin knew that at this moment, her desire to see the gossip had overtaken her hunger. Food can be eaten anytime, but such exciting gossip isn't something you see every day. Su Muxin also smiled and said, Mom, let's go see too. I think Grandpa is quite angry. We shouldn't let him get more upset. Chen Yuehua sighed. All right, then let's go back and see. Even as she spoke, she glanced toward the Liu family's courtyard. The Liu family members had already gone inside, probably packing things. Chen Yuehua wanted to help, but it wasn't appropriate now, so she could only look deeply at the house before leaving. When they arrived at Song's second house, the atmosphere in the living room was very tense. Old Master Song stared at Song Lianqing with wide eyes. Grandpa Liu watched you grow up. When you were little, he held you often. Now that you're grown up and capable, this is how you repay him? Are you talking about betraying family for justice? Reporting for awards? Climbing the social ladder? Your thoughts are quite beautiful, but nothing has been proven yet. Minister Feng clearly wants to shift all the blame onto you. The investigation team will come tomorrow to check on you. Do you know what's waiting for you? Song Lianqing, who had been silent, finally panicked after hearing his grandfather's words. Grandpa, I really didn't expect this to happen. Please help me. Su Zhaoying hurriedly said, Yes, Dad. Lianqing is your grandson. You can't just ignore him. Qinian is already disabled. If Lianqing is also ruined, our Song family will be finished. Old Master Song picked up a teacup nearby and threw it at Su Zhaoying. What do you mean Qinian is already ruined? You're still Aunt Qinian's niece. Can't you speak properly? It was midsummer, so the water in the teacup was cold. Although she got splashed and looked a bit embarrassed, Su Zhaoying was not hurt. She was now too scared to get angry and could only smile apologetically at Old Master Song. Dad, I was wrong just now. I was in a rush. You really can't just ignore Lianqing. Ignore? How should I handle this? Tell me how to handle it. He wants to report himself, who forced him, or who tricked him. Song Lianqing suddenly raised his head. looked around the room, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Malalai.
Su Malalai.
It's you. You told me that there were rebellious books in the Liu family. Now things have turned out like this, all because of you. What do you think we should do now? Suddenly called out. Su Malalai was startled and instinctively stepped back. Before she could say more, Su Zhaoying quickly ran in front of her and slapped her hard. I can't believe my son, such a good person, would suddenly do such things, as if he's possessed by a ghost. Turns out it's you behind this. You little harlot. Troublemaker. I'll beat you to death today. Su Zhaoying cursed loudly, while slapping Su Malalai repeatedly across the face. Caught off guard, Su Malalai couldn't even think to fight back, only covering her head and crying out in pain. Wang Xiuqin, seeing this, immediately lost her temper. How could her beloved daughter be beaten like this? How dare you hit my daughter?
I'll fight you.
Wang Xiuqin gritted her teeth and rushed forward, grabbing Su Zhaoying's hair. Su Zhaoying, in pain, tilted her body and nearly fell to the ground. Wang Xiuqin held her hair with one hand and kept slapping her face with the other. Su Zhaoying shouted and screamed as she was hit, flailing her arms wildly, grabbing at Wang Xiuqin's face and body. They fought fiercely, crying out loudly, not letting go, even using deadly force. In an instant, their faces, necks, hands, and arms were covered with bloody scratches. Old Master Song looked on with a dark face. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and separate them. Chen Yuehua instinctively moved forward, but Su Mugen quickly held her back. Wang Xiuqin and Su Zhaoying had already gone red in the eyes. If they moved now, they might accidentally hurt someone. Their husbands weren't stepping in to break it up. Why was Chen Yuehua going over? Wang Xiuqin clung tightly to Su Zhaoying's hair, as if she wanted to tear her scalp off, cursing non-stop. Su Dafu, are you dead? Just standing there watching others bully your wife and daughter? Su Dafu had been waiting for this moment. Hearing this, he immediately stormed forward in anger. Seeing this, Su Tianqi hurried to follow. Don't bully my mom. What started as a one-on-one fight quickly turned into a 3-on-1. Su Zhaoying was never a match for Wang Xiuyun, and now she was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Song Huaimin and Song Lianqing had never seen such chaos. They were completely shocked. It wasn't until they heard Su Zhaoying's loud, pig-like screams that they hurried forward. Song Huaimin was a soldier, and Song Lianqing was a company commander. Both were stronger and trained in fighting. Once they joined the fight, the situation quickly turned around. Song Lianqing already held a grudge against Su Malia, and seeing their family of 3 attacking Su Zhaoying made him even angrier. He didn't hold back, hitting Su Tianqi twice and kicking him out of the fight. Su Tianqi, who was tall, was kicked hard by Song Lianqing and flew into the wall, then fell to the ground exhausted. After dealing with Su Tianqi, Song Lianqing restrained Wang Xiuyun. Su Zhaoying was shocked, and her eyes turned red. Seeing Wang Xiuyun held down by Song Lianqing, she started punching and kicking her. Meanwhile, Song Huaimin also took care of Su Dafu. Su Dafu was unhappy but knew he couldn't beat Song Huaimin, so he could only watch him with resentment. Old Master Song saw this, and his forehead throbbed with anger. He slammed the table several times and shouted, "Enough! Stop fighting, and get out of here!" Seeing that Old Master Song was truly angry, Su Zhaoying didn't dare to continue fighting. Just as Song Lianqing released Wang Xiuyun, she suddenly lunged at him, but he pushed her away. At this moment, Su Malia seemed to wake up from a dream. She quickly went to help Wang Xiuyun. Mom, are you okay? Before Wang Xiuyun could answer, Su Malia angrily looked at Song Lianqing. Song Lianqing, how can you hit my mom and my brother? Song Lianqing looked at Su Malia coldly. If she didn't hit my mom, I wouldn't hit her. But it was your mom who started it. That's because you lied to me first. If you hadn't tricked me into reporting the Liu family, none of this would have happened. If my mom hit you, you deserved it. But it was your own choice.
Su Malia yelled loudly.
If you didn't want it, no matter how I persuaded, it wouldn't matter. You just wanted to take advantage. Now that something's happened, You're just shifting the blame onto me. Why did I marry such a useless, irresponsible person like you? Who are you calling a useless, irresponsible person? Song Lianqing's eyes turned cold, almost eager to eat Su Malia alive. What did you say? Am I really wrong to say this? You shameless person. Seducing your own sister's fiancé. I haven't even called you shameless, and now you're criticizing me. You haven't even broken off the engagement, and you're already flirting with your fiancé's sister. What good are you yourself? The two argue back and forth, each refusing to give in, deliberately hitting each other's sore spots, revealing all their secrets. Old Mr. Song is so angry he starts to breathe quickly. He wants to speak, but suddenly begins to cough violently. Song Huan quickly stands up to pat his back, saying, Dad, don't get so upset. We can talk about everything slowly. Lianqing, look at how upset Grandpa is. Can you say a few less words? Grandpa. Song Lianqing rushes over to Grandpa Song, helping him breathe easier while shifting blame. Grandpa, it's all Su Malia's fault. I was tricked by her. Please help me. He is still young, with a bright future ahead. He can't afford to get into trouble. Grandpa Song looks at Song Lianqing with a tired expression and full of disappointment. He never expected Song Lianqing to be as outstanding as Song Qinian, but he never thought he was such a person behind the scenes. Song Lianqing really disappointed him. Grandpa Song closes his eyes and waves his hand. Oldest, help me back. Song Huan quickly helps Grandpa Song to stand up. Seeing Grandpa Song about to leave, Song Lianqing becomes even more anxious. Grandpa, are you abandoning me? Song Huan looks coldly at Song Lianqing. Lianqing, look at Grandpa's face. Do you still want him to rest? Are you trying to make him so angry he gets seriously ill? Hearing this, Song Lianqing immediately dares not to stop him. The only person he can rely on now is Grandpa Song. If something really happens to Grandpa Song, he will be completely finished. Song Huan helps Grandpa Song out, not forgetting to call the others in the main house. Let's go. Everyone go back. Song Muxue chews her lips and quickly holds onto Chen Yuehua's arm, heading out. Su Mujin was about to push Song Qinian away when Su Malia looked over. Su Mujin, your parents and Tianxi are like that, and you're still leaving? Don't you have any conscience? Hurry up and take them to the hospital. Why should I take them? Su Mujin sneered in reply. It's because of you that they were beaten by your man. If anyone should go, it should be you and your husband. What does that have to do with me? After saying this, she rolled her eyes unceremoniously and pushed Song Qinian out the door. When she arrived in the yard, Su Muxin instinctively looked up and saw the moon hanging high in the sky, full and bright, lighting up her heart. This can be considered as her helping the original owner to vent her anger fiercely. Seeing Su Muxin pushing Song Qinian away, Song Lianqing's expression grew more complicated. If he hadn't withdrawn his engagement with Su Muxin, if he had married Su Muxin, would these things have happened? When Su Moli looked at Song Lianqing, she saw him staring blankly outside. His gaze deeply hurt Su Moli's eyes. Even though Song Lianqing was already married to her, he still cared about Su Muxin. What does that make her? Song Lianqing. Su Moli shouted sharply. What are you looking at? Are you still thinking about that shameless girl, Su Muxin? Song Lianqing looked coldly at Su Moli. You call others shameless, but you're the most shameless. Muxin is 1,000 times better than you. This sentence instantly made Su Moli furious. She no longer cared about anything else and waved her hands to rush towards Song Lianqing. But Su Moli was not tall and was very slim. Before she could reach Song Lianqing, he pushed her to the ground. Su Moli, I will file for divorce tomorrow. Song Lianqing was ruthless, and Su Moli was stunned immediately. Getting divorced right after marriage? How will she face people in the future? What does he think of her? If he wants it, he takes it. If he doesn't, he doesn't? Su Moli got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and said, You say divorce, then divorce? I disagree. You disagree, but it's useless.
Shumoli chakel shofli.
Song Lianqing, haven't you noticed? Someone is missing from this house. Who is missing? Song Lianqing asked, instinctively looking around. Su Zhaoying also looked around, and her face instantly changed. Where's Man? It seemed that ever since Song Lianqing said he would report her, she hadn't seen Song Man again. Where is Man? Su Zhaoying hurriedly asked. What happened to Man? Song Lianqing's face darkened. Su Moli, what did you do to Man? If you dare to hurt her, don't blame me for being rude to you. What could I do to Song Man? Su Moli tidied her messy hair. It was Song Man herself who wanted to give you a surprise. She thought the house was too quiet and wanted to give you a lively grandson. You are talking nonsense. Su Zhaoying's hands trembled, and her heart was even more panicked. Are you talking nonsense? Just go look at my new house with Song Lianqing, and you'll see the truth. Su Malalai's words were firm, and even if Su Zhaoying didn't want to believe it, she started to feel uneasy. Song Lianqing looked deeply at Su Muli, then turned and strode upstairs. Su Zhaoying and Song Huaimin hurried to follow. When they left, Su Malalai turned to Su Dafu and Wang Xiuyin. Mom and Dad, take Tianxi and leave first. If something happens to me tomorrow, just tell everyone about Song Man and Qinjigang's affair. Say they're cheating. The letters I gave you are proof. Wang Xiuyin didn't want to leave. Malalai, if we go, what if their family bullies you? The evidence is with you. They are afraid of being caught, so they won't hurt me. If we don't leave, they'll be more reckless. We can't fight them directly now.
Shudafu Wang Xiuyin.
Malalai is right. Let's go first. We should take Tianxi to the hospital to see him. Tianxi had already fainted, his face pale. Maybe his internal organs were hurt. Wang Xiuyin looked at the unconscious Tianxi, then at Su Malalai with concern. In the end, she and Su Dafu took Tianxi and left. Su Malalai took a deep breath and went upstairs. As soon as she reached the top, she saw Song Lianqing's family of 3, with their faces pale, standing outside the door, not yet going in. Su Malalai smiled and stepped forward. Why are you still standing outside? Why not open the door and see? Listen, the noise inside is so loud. Maybe tonight they'll get pregnant, and in 10 months, a baby will be born. Then they can raise 2 children in 3 years, smack. Song Lianqing slapped Su Malalai across the face. What did you do to Man? Who is that man inside? Do you believe I will report to the police and have you jailed? Su Malalai's face burned with pain, and her ears buzzed. But she still sneered. I didn't do anything. The man inside is Man's boyfriend of half a year. She brought him into our wedding house herself, just to annoy and disgust me. After learning about Song Man's plan, she added some medicine to their tea to make them more involved. Song Lianqing, if you dare divorce me, I will tell my parents everything about them. Their letters are with my parents. How old is Song Man? 16 or 17. She was still in her first year of high school but was already eager to find a boyfriend, even though he didn't have a job and was a troublemaker from the streets. Not only that, he was involved in black market activities. Plus, since you failed to report the Liu family tonight, your family's reputation is ruined. I wonder if you can still stay in the military, and whether your father's job can be saved. If you don't want me to have a good life, then none of us will. We might as well die together. Su Malia, having died once before, was still quite intimidating when she lost her mind, scaring Song Lianqing and the others so much that they didn't dare speak. They all stared at her in shock. After a long while, Su Zhaoying covered her mouth and started crying loudly. What kind of things are these? When Su Muxin and the others returned home, they simply ate a little and then went to their rooms to rest. After entering her room, Su Muxin finally asked Song Qinian, husband, do you think Grandpa will help Song Lianqing? In the original story, Song Lianqing reported the Liu family and succeeded. Although old Master Song was angry, he didn't blame Song Lianqing, just feeling upset for a long time. At that time, the Song family only had Song Lianqing as the male heir, and they had truly found evidence against the Liu family. Even if old Master Song felt complicated, he wouldn't do anything to Song Lianqing. But now, Song Qinian is alive, and his leg might recover. The Liu family found nothing, and Song Lianqing was abandoned by Feng Yuliang. In this situation, how would old Master Song choose? Song Qinian was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Song Lianqing. His surname is Song. Although the main and second branches of the family are separated, in Grandpa's eyes, there is only one Song character. He won't let Song Lianqing be ruined. Hearing Song Qinian's words, Su Muxin wasn't surprised. Old Master Song is indeed such a person. But it's okay. They can't ruin Song Lianqing completely now. There will be other chances in the future. The next morning, right after breakfast, old Master Song left with a serious face. Although he didn't say anything, everyone knew he was going to help Song Lianqing settle the matter. Not long after old Master Song left, Shaoli drove to Song Qinian. Su Muxin watched him get into the car and drive away before packing her things to go to class. Just as she was about to push her bicycle out the door, she looked up and saw Su Malia. Su Malia was wearing a pink floral top paired with black pants and shiny leather shoes. She clearly looked very pleased with her outfit, lifting her chin high, and her whole body radiated pride. Su Muxin, where are you going? Su Malia asked sharply. Before Su Muxin could answer, Su Malia continued. Mom and Tianqi are in the hospital. Dad and I have to work, so we can't take care of them. You need to go to the hospital and look after them. Don't say you're going to take care of your man. Your man has gone to work and isn't at home at all. If you dare refuse to take care of Mom and Tianqi, you're being unfilial. Do you believe I will tell the medical university about this? Your teachers and classmates will all know you're unfilial. What do you think they'll think of you then? Can you still attend classes there? After speaking, Su Malia looked even more proud. Seeing Su Malia with her smug face, Su Muxin sneered. Are you crazy? It's only been one night, and you've already forgotten who caused them to be hospitalized? If you go causing trouble at my school, won't I do the same at the factory or the army? If the factory finds out your husband beat your parents and younger brother, even putting your mom and brother in the hospital, how will they see you too? If the military leaders find out your husband assaulted your father-in-law and mother-in-law and even hospitalized them, will he face punishment? Plus, last night he reported the Liu family. Won't he be expelled from the army? At that point, he won't be a proud soldier anymore. What will happen then? What kind of job can he get? Will the pay be as good as now? You worked so hard to marry him, just to wait for him to get promoted and earn more money, so you can become a wealthy wife? Doesn't that mean your dreams are shattered? What will you do then? Just moments ago, Su Malia looked proud, but now she looked like a hen with its neck squeezed, unable to even make a clucking sound. Seeing Su Malia with a pale face and silent, Su Muxin finally grinned and said, anything else? If not, I'm going to class now. Su Malia stared at Su Muxin fiercely, but couldn't say a word. Su Muxin didn't care and simply rode her bike out the door. Su Malia stood there, watching Su Muxin walk away, her eyes red with anger. Was Su Muxin crazy? She used to be so timid, she wouldn't even dare to say a word. Since that day when I crawled out of the river, I feel like a different person. Wait! Su Malia's heart skipped a beat, and she became very excited. How could someone change so much all of a sudden? There must be another reason. Could Su Muxin have touched something dirty? The more Su Malia thought about it, the more convinced she became, and her face turned red with excitement. She needed to think carefully about how to use this to deliver a final to Su Muxin. Su Muxin rode her bike to the medical university and attended one class. Today, she only had one class. She had planned to finish this class and then go home to rest. But now, Su Muxin changed her mind. She went to a state-run restaurant, bought 2 large meat-filled buns, and then headed straight to the hospital. She asked at the nurse station and quickly found the ward where Wang Xiaoyun and Su Tianxi were staying. They were both injured, and being mother and son, the hospital put them in the same room for convenience. Besides them, there were 2 other beds in the room, with patients lying on them and family members sitting beside. In this small room, there were actually 8 people. As soon as Su Muxin appeared at the door, she caught everyone's attention. She was holding a paper-wrapped bun, which was open so everyone could see the large meat bun inside.
The bun was just out of the pot, white and tender, steaming hot, with a strong meat aroma. Ignoring the stares from others, Su Muxin walked in holding the bun and soon reached Wang Xiuyun's bedside. "Mom, have you eaten? I bought meat buns for you and my little brother. They just came out of the pot and are still hot." Wang Xiuyun saw Su Muxin and got angry, pointing at her and scolding, "Who wants your broken buns? You heartless thing, what are you pretending now? Where were you when we got beaten yesterday?" Hearing this, Su Muxin's eyes immediately turned red and her voice choked with emotion. "Mom, I know you're upset because brother-in-law put you in the hospital. It's okay if you scold me. Yesterday, my sister and brother-in-law just got married, and he beat you and my little brother into the hospital, even breaking 2 of my brother's ribs. It's so wrong. Although I am just a young girl and can't do much, I shouldn't have been afraid last night. I should have rushed forward and stood in front of my brother, so my brother-in-law wouldn't have broken my ribs. Mom, I regret so much. I am just too timid. If you're angry, go ahead and scold me. As long as it makes you feel better, I don't mind how you speak to me." Wang Xiuying rolled her eyes in frustration at Su Muxin's words and couldn't find a single thing to say. She couldn't speak, but the 2 elders lying on the other beds, along with their daughter and son who were there to accompany them, had plenty to say. "Girl, what are you talking about? It's not your fault that your mom and brother ended up in the hospital." "Exactly. Big sister, look at your daughter. She came to see you with meat buns. Don't be mad at her. Your son-in-law is so fierce. He beat you all into the hospital and even broke your son's ribs." The little girl was scared and didn't step in to stop him. "That's normal human behavior. I think it's all because of your son-in-law. He got your mother-in-law and your little brother-in-law hospitalized on their wedding day. Such a person should be taken by the police and taught a lesson, so he won't dare to do it again." Hearing these words, a quick smile flashed across Su Muxin's eyes. Kind-hearted people never disappoint. "Keep talking. Say more if you can." Last night, Wang Xiuying was beaten by Song Lianqing's family of 3, and she shouted loudly, wishing they would all just die. But after a night passed, Wang Xiuying had calmed down. In the end, last night's events were caused by both sides. Molly was already married to Song Lianqing. If they divorced, it would be considered a second marriage, and finding a suitable partner again wouldn't be easy. Do couples never argue? Isn't it true that they argue at night and make up in the morning? Molly still wanted to live with Song Lianqing, so she couldn't let outsiders criticize him. Thinking this way, Wang Xiuying immediately told those present, "You all don't really know what happened. Don't talk nonsense. My son-in-law isn't that kind of person. And don't be fooled by that stubborn girl, Su Muxin. She's not easy to deal with." Hearing Wang Xiuying's words, everyone looked at each other in silence. Their own son-in-law had beaten them into the hospital, yet they still spoke in his favor. Their little girl brought steaming meat buns to visit, but then pointed at her and said, "He wasn't easy to deal with." Is this a mother? Could she be a stepmother? Everyone looked at Su Muxin with sympathy, noticing her eyes were already red, tears hanging on her eyelashes like sparkling dew, ready to fall but not quite falling, making people feel heartbroken just looking at her. Su Muxin took a deep breath and swallowed all her grievances. "Mom, I know I haven't married as well as my older sister. My sister's husband is a battalion commander, but my husband can only sit in a wheelchair. I'm sorry for embarrassing you. Since you don't want to see me, I'll leave first. Take good care of yourselves, Tianzi and you. Remember to eat these buns," Su Muxin said, placing the buns on the small cabinet beside the hospital bed. Su Tianzi picked up the buns and threw them at the door, saying, "Stop pretending. No one cares about your broken buns." 2 large meat buns, bigger than an adult's fist, fell to the ground. The buns were still hot, but now covered in dust. Su Muxin looked at the buns. Tears finally couldn't be held back and started to fall down her cheeks. I will leave now." Her voice was choked with emotion. As she ran out, her shoulders kept trembling. Watching her leave, the aunt, the uncle, and their children all felt sad and helpless. What a good girl. Just because she didn't marry as well as her sister,
She is treated so badly by her own mother and brother. Such a nice big meat bun. Thrown away so easily. What a wasteful family. At that moment, a big yellow dog happily ran over and ate both buns in one bite. After finishing the buns, the dog didn't leave but looked eagerly into the room, as if asking if there were more buns. Su Tianzi saw this and was furious. He was still hungry. The dog ate both big buns.
Get lost. Stop looking.
If you look again, I'll eat you.
Su Tianzi shouted angrily.
The big yellow dog wagged its tail happily and left, leaving Su Tianzi alone, furious and helpless. After acting out the poor, wronged girl at the hospital, Su Muxin rode her bike to the vegetable market. Feeling so good, she thought she should treat herself to something nice. She bought 1/2 kilogram of pork belly. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a stall selling peaches and went over to look. But the peaches weren't big or red and didn't look very tempting. Su Muxin didn't care about how the peaches looked, as long as there were peaches to buy. After leaving the market, she found a quiet place to park her bike and quickly took some bright red peaches from her space, putting them into a net bag. When she got home, Song Qinian and Song Muxiue had already returned. Song Muxiue ran up to greet her, asking sister-in-law, "What did you buy?" "Some pork belly. We can have mixed noodles for lunch," Su Muxin said with a smile. "I also saw the peaches and bought some."
Wow.
Song Muxiue exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, where did you buy these peaches? They're so big and red." Not only are the peaches large and red, but when she got closer, she could smell a strong, sweet fragrance that made her saliva almost flow out. "Sister-in-law, you rest first.
I'll go wash the peaches now."
Song Muxiue took the peaches and some pork belly to the kitchen, while Su Mujin then approached Song Qinian. "I just went to the hospital," Su Mujin said softly. "I bought 2 big meat buns for my mom and Tianzi, but Tianzi threw them out to feed the dogs." Song Qinian's eyes darkened. His wife specially bought meat buns to bring to the hospital. If Tianzi wasn't grateful, that was one thing, but to throw them out to feed the dogs? "Don't be sad, wife," Song Qinian gently comforted her. "They won't eat, so I won't buy for them anymore." "Okay, I'll listen to you." From the start, Su Mujin's goal was this. Since the things she bought were looked down upon and hurt by the family, she decided she wouldn't buy anything for them anymore. Song Qinian held Su Mujin's hand, occasionally giving it a gentle or firm squeeze, growing more fond of her. Her fingers were long, her palms fair, but there was a thin layer of calluses on her palms, probably from working at the Su family. But that was okay. He had someone bring back some ointment from Hong Kong, which would help her gradually restore her hands. Although they didn't speak, the warm and sweet atmosphere between them was very clear. Song Muxiue carried the peaches out of the kitchen and saw the scene, feeling a bit hesitant. Their living room was big enough to hold many people, but now, looking at her older brother and sister-in-law, she felt like there was no room for a third person. Just as she was hesitating, she heard some movement from the yard. Next moment, old Master Song walked in with a stern face, followed by brothers Song Huayan and Song Huaimin. Behind them, Song Lianqing hung his head dejectedly. Yesterday, Song Lianqing was full of confidence. Today, he looked utterly miserable. His face was dark, his beard scruffy, and his uniform's top button was not fastened. Old Master Song sat down and looked up, seeing Song Lianqing in such a state, and became even angrier. "Look at yourself now. If you had the guts to do such things, you must be able to face the consequences. Today, I've risked my old face to help you get a lighter punishment. You were only demoted to a company commander, not kicked out entirely. Why are you still looking so gloomy? I don't ask for you to achieve great things, just don't cause any more trouble." Old Mr. Song sighed deeply. "After dinner, you come with me to the Liu family to apologize to Grandpa Liu." Thinking of the Liu family, old Mr. Song felt very upset. He and old Liu have known each other for decades, a close friendship that's like family. He really doesn't want this matter to damage their relationship. At first, Song Lianqing just listened in silence, but when he heard about going to the Liu family to apologize, he suddenly raised his head. I won't go to the Liu family. You say you won't go? Old Mr. Song's eyes widened, and he slapped the table hard. If from now on you don't acknowledge me as your grandfather, then you don't have to go. Song Huaimin quickly stood up and pulled Song Lianqing's arm. Lianqing, what are you talking about? Listen to your grandfather. Old Mr. Song is the backbone of the Song family. If he loses the respect and support of old Mr. Song, Song Lianqing might only remain a small company commander for his whole life. Song Lianqing understood this well. Although he felt it was embarrassing to go to the Liu family to apologize, he could only nod. Okay, I'll go. Seeing Song Lianqing soften, old Mr. Song's expression eased a bit. Thinking about last night, old Mr. Song couldn't help but remember Su Malia. Lianqing, you said last night that your wife told you about the Liu family's rebellion and books? How did she find out? Song Lianqing shook his head. I don't know either. I asked her last night, but she didn't tell me. Where is she? Song Lianqing shook his head again. I don't know. I left for the army early this morning. He was busy handling his own matters and had no time or energy to pay attention to Su Malia. Just as he was thinking this, old Mr. Song asked again. I heard that Man didn't go to school today. Where is she? What is she doing? I didn't see her last night. When old Mr. Song asked about Song Man, the faces of Song Huaimin and Song Lianqing suddenly changed. Last night, after they broke in, they saw Qin Jigang and Song Man's clothes scattered all over the floor. The two were tossing and turning, not knowing what was happening. Song Lianqing was furious and pulled Qin Jigang off the bed to beat him up, then threw him out of the yard. This was Song Man's first time, and she had taken medicine without knowing the consequences. She couldn't get out of bed today, and obviously couldn't go to school. But these things couldn't be told to old Mr. Song. If old Master Song finds out about this, Song Man might be kicked out of the Song family. Song Huaimin quickly smiled and said, Dad, Man has a fever, so she didn't go to school. Why did she suddenly get a fever? Old Master Song was a bit worried. After all, she was his granddaughter. When you're sick, you should go to the hospital. Staying at home isn't enough. We've already given her medicine. If she doesn't get better tomorrow, we'll take her to the hospital. Old Master Song finally relaxed. That's good. Su Mujin listened to their conversation with some curiosity. It was written in the original story that Song Man was very healthy, strong like an ox, and rarely got sick. So, why did she suddenly have a fever? Although Song Huaimin and Song Lianqing tried to hide it well, she still saw a fleeting look of complexity on their faces. Something must have happened to Song Man. Maybe it even has something to do with Su Malalai. After all, these two sisters-in-law are no longer as close as in the original story. At this moment, Song Mushue came over carrying a peach. Second uncle, Man has a fever and probably doesn't have much of an appetite. My sister-in-law bought peaches. Should I bring her too? Looking at the big, red, juicy peaches, Song Huaimin was also a bit surprised. These peaches are indeed good. Earlier that morning, Song Man woke up crying and fussing, refusing to eat. Maybe seeing these peaches will make her willing to eat a few bites. Thinking this way, Song Huaimin agreed. All right, go ahead. Song Mushue picked up 2 peaches and was about to leave when Su Mujin quickly stood up. Mushue, I'll go with you. I'm also a sister-in-law. I should go see how Man is. Hearing this, Song Lianqing's heart moved, and he immediately looked at Su Mujin. She clearly cares about him. Otherwise, why would she care so much about his sister? Su Mujin had no idea that Song Lianqing was overthinking. She just wanted to take the opportunity to see what was wrong with Song Man. She and Song Mushue went to the neighboring yard. As soon as they entered, Song Mushue raised her voice and called out, Second aunt, I heard Man has a fever. Mushin and I came to see her. Su Zhaoying came out of the house with red eyes, her face a bit unnatural with a faint smile. It's Mushue and Mujin. Thank you for coming to see Man. Second aunt, you're too polite. Su Mujin smiled gently. Today I saw some peaches being sold. They looked fresh, so I bought a few and brought 2 for Man. When you're sick, Eating some fruit can help boost your appetite. Maybe she'll get better faster. Hearing Su Mujin's words, Su Zhaoying's eyes changed. Such a person like Mugen is truly fit to be a sister-in-law. When there's something tasty, she always thinks of her younger sister-in-law. If it had been Su Moli who married Song Lianqing, their family wouldn't have had such a big problem. Su Zhaoying was still thinking when Su Mugen and Song Muxiue had already gone upstairs. Seeing this, she hurried to follow. The three of them arrived at Song Manman's room one after another, only to see Song Manman lying pale on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Before getting close, Su Mugen noticed the red marks on Song Manman's neck. Those marks looked very familiar. Song Muxiue didn't notice anything wrong and walked over with a smile. Man, have you cooled down? My sister-in-law bought peaches. They're so fragrant and sweet. Do you want to try one? Song Man turned to look at her, her face pale and expressionless. Are you showing off that you have a good sister-in-law?
Huh.
Song Muxiue was surprised that Song Man said that and quickly shook her head. No. Man, why would you think that? Then what do you want me to think? Song Man's eyes grew deeper. I think you're just here to show off. Man. Su Zhaoying hurriedly stepped forward. How can you talk like that? Muxiue is here to visit you with good intentions. Muxiue, don't take what she said to heart. The peaches, I've accepted them for Man. Thank you all. Song Muxiue handed the peaches to Su Zhaoying. Second aunt, I won't mind. We'll be leaving now. After leaving the second house, Su Mugen stopped Song Muxiue. Muxiue, don't go out alone with Man in the future. Song Muxiue looked confused. Sister-in-law, why? Man has a boyfriend now. If you go out with her alone, you might be like a bright light that attracts attention. Song Muxiue was stunned. Man has a boyfriend? How do you know, sister-in-law? I didn't know. I saw the red marks and teeth marks on her neck. Su Mugen didn't explain further, just said that much, which made Song Muxiue blush. I understand. I definitely won't go out alone with Man anymore. Song Muxiue said, patting her chest. How bold is Man? Do uncle and aunt know? Uncle and aunt are pretty old. They've seen a lot. They probably know, Su Mugen said with a smile. They haven't told Grandpa, so don't say anything. Song Muxiue covered her mouth tightly. I definitely won't say a word. She wasn't the type to go around tattling. The two continued walking toward home. As they entered the yard, they heard Su Malia's voice coming from inside the house. Man and her boyfriend are young, impulsive, and can't control themselves. They slept together on my bed last night, making a mess. As her sister-in-law, I don't blame them. Since things are like this, shouldn't we arrange their marriage soon? If she gets pregnant in a couple of months and they rush to marry, it won't look good. Grandpa, do you agree? Such harsh words. They are really harsh words. Su Muxin instinctively raised her hand to cover Song Muxiue's ears. This isn't something a young girl like Song Muxiue should hear. Su Malia, having been reborn, was physically a young woman in her 20s, but her mind and heart belonged to a woman in her 50s. Her words were shocking. Su Malia's words stunned Song Lianqing and Song Huaimin, and they didn't have time to stop her. Grandpa Song's face turned pale with anger after hearing Su Malia's words, almost fainting. Second son. Grandpa Song shouted angrily, you said Man had a fever, right? What's going on now? When did Man get a boyfriend? And what happened last night? Before Song Huaimin could answer, Su Malia spoke first. Grandpa, don't be angry. Man is 17, it's normal to have a boyfriend. If this were in the countryside, she might already be a mother at her age. Since it's already happened, let's not worry about how it started. Just prepare their wedding quickly. If we let this slip out and others find out, won't the Song family be looked down on? Man's reputation will be ruined. Su Malia's words sounded like she was thinking of Song Man, but every word was actually to push Man to marry quickly. Enough. Song Lianqing forcefully grabbed Su Malia's wrist. Are you done talking? Man's matters don't concern you. But Su Malia was not afraid at all. Not concerned? Why not? I'm her sister-in-law, the eldest sister-in-law, like a mother. I'm doing this for her. Do you want others to say she's reckless, Sleeping with a man before marriage? Or sleeping in her brother and sister-in-law's bed? Smack. Unable to bear it anymore, Song Lianqing slapped Su Moliere across the face. He was very strong, and this slap was full force. Su Moliere's cheek immediately turned red and swollen. So Molly sneered, "You hit me? Go ahead. Even if you kill me, Song Man will still marry honestly. At such a young age, she's messing around with boys and girls. If she doesn't marry Qinji Gang, she's just cheating. You either make her marry quickly, or our whole family will be embarrassed in the street." After speaking, Su Molly calmly looked at Song Lianqing, waiting for him to make a choice. Although Song Lianqing looks like a good brother, once his own interests are involved, he will definitely abandon Song Man and choose himself. Song Lianqing's chest kept rising and falling, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly very angry. At this moment, old Master Song finally calmed down. He looked at Su Molly with a blank face. "I'm not dead yet, and this family isn't for you and Song Lianqing to decide. You just married in, and you've caused so much trouble. Our Song family is too small to hold a big Buddha like you. Soon, I'll have Lianqing file for divorce."
What?
Su Molly was clearly surprised that old Master Song would make such a straightforward decision. "We are military spouses. Breaking a military marriage is illegal. Others breaking it is illegal. But what if Lianqing wants a divorce voluntarily?" "No one says you can't divorce after marriage," old Master Song said coldly, still expressionless. "I know you'll say, 'Go sue Lianqing.' Fine, do it. At worst, Lianqing won't be in the army anymore, and he can just stay at home eating and waiting to die. Our family can afford that." This move by old Master Song completely stunned Su Molly, and she dared not speak anymore. "Go back, pack your things, and return to your family. Just wait for the divorce." Old Master Song waved his hand impatiently, even too lazy to look at Su Molly again. Seeing that old Master Song had made up his mind, Su Molly's heart became even more anxious. She can't get divorced. She can't divorce Song Lianqing. She wants to be a government official's wife. In her panic, Su Molly blurted out without thinking, "Don't let us divorce. I can help Lianqing make a contribution." Song Lianqing sneered. "So Molly, you want to use the same trick twice? Do you think I will believe you again?" Right now, Song Lianqing really wanted a divorce. Even if divorce would ruin his future, he no longer wanted to be controlled or threatened by Su Molly. "Lianqing, believe me, I really can. Last night's incident was an accident. But this time, everything I say is true. There is a spy in the compound, closely linked to the rebellious son over at the sea. He is—" "Shut up." Old Master Song hurriedly interrupted Su Molly's words and stood up from the sofa. "Su Molly, Lianqing, you two come upstairs with me." Hearing this, Su Molly finally relaxed her worries. She knew that since old Master Song asked her to go upstairs, he was starting to believe her at least halfway. She looked at Song Lianqing. Lianqing still had a serious face, but his eyes kept flickering, shining with energy. She knew he was once again interested. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Molly's mouth, and she looked proud. Originally, she planned to wait a while before revealing this matter to help Lianqing improve further. But now, after the Liu family's problem went wrong and Lianqing was interested in divorcing her, she had to tell him now. Su Muxin was in the living room. She waited until she couldn't hear the footsteps of Su Molly and the others going upstairs. Then she and Song Muxiue went inside. Song Huiyan and Song Huimin sat there with serious expressions. Song Qinian's face looked normal. When he saw Su Muxin, he smiled at her. Su Muxin also smiled back, saying, "I'll go to the kitchen to see if I can help with anything." Then she pulled Song Muxiue into the kitchen. 20 minutes later, the meal was ready. Old Master Song, along with Lianqing and Su Molly, came downstairs. Now, old Master Song looked kind and gentle again. Lianqing had shaken off his previous gloom and looked more confident. Su Molly was even more proud. Just by looking at their expressions, it was clear they had already discussed and reached an agreement. "Grandpa, we'll go back to eat first. After dinner, I'll come with you to apologize to the Liu family," Lianqing said. Old Master Song nodded happily. Good, go ahead. After Lianqing and the others left, Old Master Song looked at Su Muxin and the others. Don't tell anyone what I just said. Keep it a secret. He also looked especially at Qinian. Qinian, don't think Grandpa favors anyone. You are capable, and even if your legs are a bit problematic now, you are still valued. Your future is bright. But Lianqing is different. He made a mistake yesterday. If he doesn't make a contribution, he really has no future. Also, the secret agent matter was discovered by his wife, so the credit isn't easy to share with you. Song Qinian smiled gently and calmly, his voice steady and even. Grandpa, don't worry. I don't think you are being biased. Good. Good. Old Mr. Song kept praising him several times, his face smiling like a sunflower. Grandpa knows you're a good person. Hurry up and eat. Afterward, go rest in your room. Song Qinian nodded with a smile. Okay. Su Muxin quietly watched this scene, her face expressionless, but inside, she was sneering. Every time she thought old Mr. Song was a decent person, he would surprise her by changing her opinion. He is biased, but still tries to explain. And he expects Song Qinian to agree with him. It's like getting a bargain and then pretending to be innocent. Acting like a good person while actually being selfish. After dinner, they returned to the room. Once the door was closed, Su Muxin bent down and hugged Song Qinian's neck. Husband, you've been wronged. With warmth and softness in her arms, Song Qinian almost smiled from ear to ear, feeling no sense of injustice at all. He skillfully raised his hand and gently patted her back. With my wife here, I don't feel wronged. His wife still looked a bit thin. Though curvy, her back was full of bones. While Song Qinian was thinking this, suddenly he felt her body go still. Su Muxin stood upright, her face full of determination. Husband, you're right. With me here, I won't let you be wronged. Song Qinian was confused. What is my wife talking about? It was the same words, but their meanings seemed completely different. Su Muxin pushed Song Qinian to the table and sat on a stool. Seeing her serious expression, Song Qinian also became serious. Wife, what happened? I also know who that secret agent is. Su Muxin's voice was soft, but her tone was very serious. That secret agent is Wu Yue, the head of logistics in the third company. Husband, you should report this in the afternoon. Don't let Song Lianqing and Su Malia take credit for it. Song Qinian sat up straighter, his expression more serious than before, and his heart beat faster. He had long sensed that his wife was very capable, but he didn't expect her to be so impressive. Now that he realized how powerful she was, he only felt anxious and worried. He couldn't even stand up properly now. If something happened to his wife, how could he protect her? Su Muxin waited for a while but didn't get an answer from Song Qinian. Only then did she notice that his gaze was a bit strange. Is Song Qinian doubting her? But even if Song Qinian really doubts her, it's normal. She was born in a cotton mill, grew up in a cotton mill, and suddenly claims to know who the spy hiding in the courtyard is. If he had no doubts, that would be strange. Su Muxin was about to speak, but Song Qinian firmly held her hand. Wife, if something like this happens again, just quietly tell me. Don't tell others, and don't show any signs in front of others. Song Qinian's voice was gentle but firm. It was like a breeze on a spring day, making people feel comfortable and relaxed, and their hearts gradually settle down. Hearing Song Qinian's words, Su Muxin's heartbeat slowed, but she still asked her doubts. You won't suspect that I might have problems too? Song Qinian squeezed her hand a little tighter. Of course not. You're my wife. How could you have problems? Then, aren't you curious about how I found out the spy's identity? Wife, everyone in this world has secrets. As long as they don't harm others or threaten the country, you can keep your secrets from me. Looking into Song Qinian's clear and steady eyes, Su Muxin couldn't hold back any longer. She leaned in and kissed his lips. Husband, don't worry. I will never harm the country or its people. I won't go out of my way to hurt others. But if someone harms her, she will definitely seek revenge. Song Qinian once again wrapped his arms around Su Muxin's waist,
easily lifting her onto his lap. Su Muxin was quite tall among girls, but compared to Song Qinian, she was still very petite. Especially since she had long legs and a short upper body. When he held her, her upper body was small and delicate, nestled in his arms like a treasure. Su Muxin didn't struggle. She shifted slightly in his embrace to find the most comfortable sitting position, then settled down quietly. Although they had been married for over half a month, and she had been sitting in a wheelchair for about a month, her chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps were still strong and firm. Su Muxin always suspected that after Song Qinian joined the army, he secretly trained. But his persistence in training was a good thing. Especially for her, it was a great benefit. Now the two were very close. Song Qinian pressed his forehead against Su Muxin's and spoke softly. Dear wife, I know you told me who the spy is because you think Grandpa favors some people, and you also don't want Song Lianqing and Su Malia to take credit for this. But I don't want to claim this credit for myself. It's not that I look down on others, but I want to tell you that even without this spy report, I can still make achievements and give you a good life. Of course, I believe you can do it. Su Muxin said without hesitation. But should this achievement be given away for free to Su Malia and Song Lianqing? I really don't want to let them get this benefit for nothing. Song Qinian's big hand gently stroked Su Muxin's slim waist, careful not to use too much force, afraid of hurting her. But his palms seemed to be burning with heat. This small, gentle touch made Su Muxin's face flush with embarrassment. Su Muxin glared at Song Qinian with a playful scold. Can you be more honest? We're talking about serious matters. Song Qinian silently smiled. Isn't that what we're doing? Since you don't want this achievement to go to them for free, and I don't want it either, then let's give it to those who need it. Those who need it? Who? With such a big achievement, who wouldn't claim they need it? Song Qinian blinked. Song Lianqing should be apologizing to Grandpa at the Liu family now. Even though Song Lianqing was demoted and has to write a self-criticism, these punishments aren't enough for the Liu family. Why not compensate the Liu family with this achievement? Hearing this, Su Muxin's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. She really wanted to say wow. Song Qinian's mind is really sharp. In such a short time, he came up with such a good idea. The Liu family was reported by Song Lianqing, but the attempt failed, and their reputation was damaged. If the Liu family takes action and catches the spy, not only will their reputation recover, but they will also be rewarded and promoted. Most importantly, this will give Song Lianqing and Su Malia a heavy. They wanted to climb over the Liu family, but in the end, they just made a fool of themselves, helping the Liu family instead. Just thinking about it made Su Muxin almost laugh out loud. I came up with such a good idea. Shouldn't my wife reward me? Song Qinian's voice was low and hoarse, and the warm breath he exhaled fell on Su Muxin's skin. Su Muxin felt a tingling sensation all over her skin, and her body softened. She opened her big, round eyes, with dark, ink-like pupils sparkling with tiny stars, directly meeting his aggressive gaze. What reward does my husband want? Naturally, you. As he finished saying the last word, he had already kissed her lips. Su Muxin smiled, closed her eyes, raised her hands, and wrapped them around his neck, letting him take control. With her eyes closed, she couldn't see anything, but her other senses became sharper. She could clearly feel his skillful, slender hands slipping into her clothes, daringly igniting her feelings. On a hot summer afternoon, the sun outside was blazing, and the atmosphere inside the house grew even more intense. Half an hour later, Su Muxin, delicate and gentle, rested her head on Song Qinian's chest, listening to his strong but rapid heartbeat, feeling a little worried. Husband, you've been helping me all this time, but you're holding back. Won't something go wrong? She sat on his lap, clearly feeling the changes in his body. Although his legs couldn't move now, there were other ways. But he kept holding back. What if he held on too long and something went wrong? Song Qinian's large hand gently stroked her back, calming her down. It's okay. Nothing will happen. Don't worry, wife. His legs will get better. So he wasn't in a hurry. He would give her the best experience, better than every time before.
Hearing Song Qinian's firm voice, Su Mujin no longer hesitated. She looked at her watch. It was about the right time. She stood up and said, "I'll go wash up and change clothes." Having a private bathroom was really nice. Anytime she could take a shower without worrying about others seeing or feeling embarrassed. After a quick shower and changing into clean, comfortable clothes, Su Mujin also washed the clothes she had taken off. She had only worn them for half a day, so it only took a few minutes. Just as Su Mujin stepped out of the bathroom, Song Qinian took a deep breath. Every time his wife finished her shower, she smelled very fragrant. He didn't know what she used, but it was very nice. This thought flashed through Song Qinian's mind, but he didn't dwell on it. "Wife, the thing we discussed earlier, you don't need to worry. I'll handle it this afternoon." Su Mujin trusted Song Qinian's ability. If he weren't capable, he wouldn't have achieved so much at such a young age, nor would he have been valued and promoted after injuring his legs. "Okay, I won't do anything. I'll wait for your good news." Su Mujin handed the basin with wet clothes to Song Qinian and pushed him outside. When they reached the yard and hung up the clothes, Old Master Song and Song Liancheng came in with serious faces. They had been gone for so long but still looked unhappy. It was clear they didn't get what they wanted. The Lu family probably didn't treat them well. When Old Master Song reached Song Qinian, he finally noticed Su Mujin and Song Qinian and forced a small smile. "You should go to work or class now. Just go." Then he looked at Song Liancheng and said, "Liancheng, come with me. I need to talk to you." Song Liancheng followed Old Master Song into the house. As he passed by Su Mujin, he looked at her deeply. Seeing his gaze, Su Mujin felt like a fly was staring at her. Very uncomfortable. At that moment, a small jeep arrived outside the yard. Su Mujin quickly pushed Song Qinian out. Watching the jeep take Song Qinian away, Su Mujin went back inside, slung her bag over her shoulder, and prepared to ride her bike to the medical university. Just then, Song Liancheng came out of the house and stopped by her bicycle. He softly said, "I knew you had feelings for me." Hearing this, Su Mujin almost threw her bike away. "Are you crazy?" Even though she was scolding him, Song Liancheng looked proud. "If you didn't have feelings for me, why did you specifically take Peaches to see Man? Of course, it was because she was worried about Song Mushui and wanted to join the fun. "Don't worry, once I'm stable, I'll help you get a divorce," he said. Su Mujin's head was buzzing. Who gave Song Liancheng such confidence? While she was thinking, someone shouted angrily at the gate. Su Mujin looked over and saw Su Imoli walking over angrily. Before she reached her, Su Imoli raised her hand, ready to slap Su Mujin's face. Su Mujin didn't let her do that. She released her bike, grabbed Su Imoli's arm, and slapped her. At that moment, her fallen bike hit Song Liancheng's foot, making him scream in pain. Inside the house, Chen Yuhua heard the noise and hurried to the yard. "What's going on? Did something happen? Mujin, are you okay?" Su Mujin smiled and shook her head at Chen Yuhua. "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine." Liancheng and his wife argued, and they knocked over my bike. "It's probably not broken." Chen Yuhua quickly stepped forward, helping to steady the bicycle and carefully checked it. "It's not broken," she said. Although she said this, when she looked at Su Muli and Song Liancheng, her tone carried a hint of blame. "Liancheng Moli, you two just got married, and always arguing like this isn't good. Married couples should live happily, not fight all the time." Su Moli was so angry she almost lost her mind. She pointed at Su Mujin and shouted, "Su Mujin, you're talking nonsense. Clearly, you were flirting with Liancheng. I saw it myself, and you even slapped me." Before Su Mujin could speak, Chen Yuhua's face turned cold. "Liancheng's wife. You need to have proof when you speak. Mujin and Qinian are close, and Mujin isn't the kind of person you say she is. If you keep slandering Mujin, you and your husband won't be welcome in our house anymore." Su Moli looked at Chen Yuhua in disbelief. How could there be such a mother-in-law in the world? Knowing her daughter-in-law might be cheating on her son, she not only didn't punish her, but even defended her. Is there something wrong with her mind? Su Moli wanted to keep talking, but Song Lianqing pulled her firmly. Let's go. Go home.
Su Moli struggled hard.
I won't go. I haven't finished talking. Why should I go back? Song Lianqing, I just told you something very important. You're not grateful at all, and now you dare to treat me like this? Do you believe I'll tell you nothing from now on? Song Lianqing was instantly caught off guard and softened his attitude. Molly, stop messing around. I was just asking about Dasaw. How is Dage recovering? I didn't say anything else. Really? Of course, really. Song Lianqing swore on his life. If I lie, let me die a horrible death. Su Mujin was stunned.
Wow.
Song Lianqing is really a tough guy. So tough, he doesn't even spare himself. No wonder he's the main character. Song Lianqing swore an oath, and only then did Su Moli reluctantly believe him. But she still didn't want to leave directly. Instead, she pointed at Su Mujin. Su Mujin, stay away from Lianqing in the future. Lianqing is my husband. Your husband is Song Qinian. You chose him yourself. It's too late to regret now. Hearing Su Moli's warning, Su Mujin couldn't help but laugh. Sumoli, you like to pick up trash and men others don't want. Don't think everyone is like you. It was I who Judong withdrew from the marriage with Song Lianqing. I didn't like him. I'm the kind of person who clings tightly to what I like. If I throw something away, even if it comes back to me with a face, I won't look at it again. After speaking, Su Muxin didn't wait for Sumoli to reply. She looked at Chen Yuehua beside her. Mom, I'm going to school now. Okay. Chen Yuehua said 3 times. Her eyes were full of warmth as she looked at Su Muxin. Muxin, be careful on the way. No classes this afternoon, so come back early. Mom will cook something delicious for you tonight. Thanks, Mom. I'm leaving now. Su Muxin rode her bike and left without looking back. Chen Yuehua watched her disappear at the end of the street, then reluctantly withdrew her gaze. She was really very pleased with her daughter-in-law, especially her temper. She liked it so much. Lost in her thoughts, she entered the yard and saw 2 people still standing there. Her brow instantly furrowed. Why are you 2 still standing here? Hurry up and leave. Go do whatever you need to do. Hearing Chen Yuehua's dismissal, Song Lianqing and Su Muxin finally snapped out of it. Su Muxin whispered, Lianqing, was Su Muxin just now saying you are something she didn't want? She even said, I pick up trash? Is she calling you trash? She also said you. With each word, Song Lianqing's face grew uglier. Before Su Muxin could finish her last sentence, Song Lianqing shook his hand and strode out. I'm going to the army. Watching his back disappear, Su Muxin hurried after him, ignoring her own feelings. Seeing the 2 leave one after the other, Chen Yuehua finally pouted in anger and closed the door. Song Lianqing rode his bike to the army. Su Muxin didn't rush to leave. She wanted to wait. Wait for someone to come to the big yard to arrest people. Wait for this matter to settle down. More than half an hour later, the quiet yard was disturbed by cars driving in. One by one, the cars finally stopped at Wu Youwei's house. The Wu family was quite large. It included Wu Youwei's parents, brother and sister-in-law, and their 2 children. And Wu Youwei himself with his wife and 3 children. The whole family, big and small, totaled 11 people. Fortunately, today was a school day and all 5 children were not at home. But the 5 adults at home were suddenly faced with such a scene and were so frightened that they turned pale. The elderly couple from the Wu family initially shouted in protest, trying to stop the search, and even when they couldn't hold back, they cried and begged to prove their innocence at any cost. However, when they saw a heavy machine being carried out of the house into the yard, they were completely stunned. What is this thing? Asked Grandma Wu. Grandpa Wu, although reluctant to believe it, had to explain it seems. It's used for sending telegrams. He had seen one before. How could normally innocent people hide a telegram machine at home? The adults in the Wu family weren't completely unaware. After all, Wu Youwei's salary wasn't high, and the others in the family had no income. But with Wu Youwei's salary alone, they could easily support the whole family. They even closed the door and occasionally enjoyed meat and fruit. They also used items on the third floor of the department store, which normally required industrial coupons. Wu Yue had told them they could only use these at home and couldn't show them outside. All of this told them that Wu Yue was not as simple as he seemed.
But
living like this was just too good. They didn't have to do anything. They had food and drinks every day at home. When they felt bored, they could go watch movies or take a walk in the park. Having such comfortable days made them subconsciously ignore Wu Yue's odd behavior and just wanted to keep living like this. But now, with so many cars and so many people coming to their door and the telegram machine found inside, they knew everything was over. The Wu family members stopped talking and obediently got into the cars. They were taken away, and soon, everything in the house was cleaned out, all packed onto the vehicles. The house was left spotless, as if no one had ever lived there. Su Malalai watched all this from among the crowd, feeling incredibly happy. This was all her credit. She was the one who helped Song Lianqing. However, Song Lianqing acted quickly this time. Within half an hour of leaving home, a car was already there to pick him up. It was probably something that happened before, which caused Song Lianqing to develop a psychological shadow and fear of further accidents. So he decided to settle things quickly. Thinking this way, Su Malalai felt happier and moved more lightly. When she returned home, she looked up but didn't go upstairs. Instead, she rode her bike out again. This time, Su Malalai went to the hospital. As soon as she entered the ward, she didn't have time to see the situation clearly when she heard Su Tianxi speak impatiently. "Big sister, why are you only here now? Mom and I are almost starving." Hearing this, Su Malalai was momentarily stunned. "Starving? Haven't you eaten? Has Dad come to bring food? Would Dad come to bring food if he could? That's why I'm so hungry," Su Tianxi said irritably. Hearing Su Tianxi speak like that, Su Malalai didn't feel upset at all. Su Tianxi was spoiled by the family and had never learned to speak kindly over the years. He said whatever he thought, and she was used to it. Su Malalai continued walking inside, muttering a bit about Su Dafu. "Dad, really. I told him I had a busy day today and asked him to take care of you and buy some food, but he didn't even bring any." Wang Xiujin, hearing this, looked at Su Malalai with disapproval. "Malalai, you can't say that. Your dad is the backbone of our family. If he didn't come, it's probably because he's busy with work." Speaking of which, after Su Muxin got married, she quit her job. Malalai asked, "Should I also quit my job then?" Hearing this, Su Malalai immediately frowned. "Can I be the same as Su Muxin?" Although she had decided that she wanted to be a wealthy wife and enjoy a peaceful life at home, she knew she had to wait until Song Lianqing was successful. Hearing Su Malalai's words, Wang Xiujin didn't get discouraged, but continued to advise her patiently. "Malalai, I'm not saying this to upset you. Sometimes your mind just doesn't turn around. Look at them. Song married into a good family. Which woman works? Your mother-in-law and that paralyzed man Song Qinian's biological mother. None of them work. They're all enjoying life at home. You can see it too. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law and Song Lianqing are all very good to Song Man. They want to send her everything nice. If you keep working, it's like you're earning money for Song Man. You should just sell your job and live comfortably with them. Keep the family's belongings safe and make sure Song Man doesn't take them away." Suwa Malalai looked thoughtful, realizing there was some truth in what was said. She was already married into the Song family, so she was the lady of the house. Everything in the Song family should belong to her. How could she let Song Man take it away? Her current job could earn her 800 or 900, which she could use as startup money to do some small business in the black market. Women can go without work, but they must earn money. She wanted Song Lianqing to see her abilities. After thinking it through, Suwa Malalai smiled brightly at Wang Xiujin. "Mom, you're so thoughtful. I'll go to the factory soon." "You don't need to," Wang Xiujin quickly said. "Just focus on their family. Do your own work. I'll help sell your job and you won't lose out."
Suo Molili immediately smiled.
"Thanks, Mom. But you're still in the hospital. I wasn't seriously hurt. I'll be out today. When I do, I'll take care of Tianxi." You don't need to worry about us all the time, or keep running to the hospital so your mother-in-law doesn't secretly give good things to your sister-in-law when you're not around. These words touched Sua Malalai's heart deeply. She nodded strongly. Mom, you're so good to me. You've thought of everything. Wait a moment, I'll buy some food for you, then I have to go back home. There are things to do.
Suomolili urjedli left.
Wang Xiujin quickly got off the bed and quietly ran to the door. Watching Sua Malalai ride away on her bicycle, she then hurried to Tianxi's bedside. Tianxi, when you get better, you'll be able to get married. Tianxi looked impatient. How can I get married? What would I use to get married? Tian's family said they won't let her marry me unless she gets a formal job. You already said that before, Mom remembers. I just helped you fix it, didn't I? When did you do that? Before he finished, Tianxi's eyes widened. Mom, do you mean to give my big sister's job to Tian? Would she agree? How could she not agree? Wang Xiujin raised an eyebrow.
Anyway, she's planning to sell that job.
Who she sells it to doesn't matter. We're all family. We wouldn't cheat her. When the time comes, we'll give her 500 yuan. She won't lose out. Plus, you're her younger brother. Tian will be her sister-in-law in the future. When Mom and Dad are gone, it will be up to you and your wife to support her. She's being nice to you now, that's only right. A family should treat each other well. Only then can life be long and happy. Su Tianxi didn't really hear what Wang Xiujin said afterward. His mind was only focused on one thing. He could finally marry Tian. This was such great news. Mom, when will you handle this matter? The longer it takes, the more problems there could be. Tian's mother said that whoever first arranges a job for Tian will be the one she likes. What if someone else gets ahead? Don't worry. I will be discharged today and handle this tomorrow. That's good. Su Tianxi finally felt truly at ease, smiling happily. When Su Emoli returned with the bought food, she saw this scene and became very curious. Tianxi, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? Nothing. Wang Xiujin quickly said, You know your brother. He just likes to smile foolishly every day.
You don't need to worry about him.
You have your own things to do. Put down the food and go back to your work. Su Emoli was eager to go home, but before leaving, she remembered something else. Mom, Tian's marriage isn't urgent. Don't just decide for him. When Lian Cheng gets promoted, won't he find someone better? She just remembered that in her previous life, Su Tianxi married Tian. Tian was someone who looked down on others, being polite and attentive to Su Mujin but giving her a cold look. Such a person, she would never want her brother to marry her in this life. Wang Xiujin's strange expression flashed by quickly, so fast that Su Emoli didn't notice. Su Tianxi snorted but said nothing. He had already decided on Tian. No one could stop him from being with her. After repeatedly reminding her, Su Emoli got on her bicycle and rode back to the big courtyard. She had already made up her mind on the way. A college diploma was a good thing. Especially after the late 80s and early 90s, it was like a golden ticket. So, she also wanted to get a college diploma. Su Mujin could attend university classes, so why couldn't she? Thinking this, Su Emoli rode her bike back to the courtyard. It was almost dinner time, and many people were sitting together in groups, chatting and picking vegetables. Su Emoli didn't plan to stop, but just as she was about to ride past, someone called her. Li Cheng's wife. I heard it was you who got your man to report the Liu family. Now that the Liu family has made a big contribution, I hear there's going to be an awards ceremony. Will you have to apologize to the Liu family then?
Suomoli frowned deeply, feeling a strange premonition.
Recognition ceremony? What recognition ceremony? What has the Liu family done to deserve it? Don't you know? When Wu Jia was searched this afternoon, weren't you there? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Su Emoli's heart beat faster. What do you mean? What do I mean? The young man from the Liu family, Liu Hongxing, discovered that Wu Yue was a spy and reported it. He made a big contribution. Liu Hongxing discovered it? That's impossible. Shouldn't Song Lianqing have found out? Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Such a big thing, could they really be mistaken? You want your own man to get the credit, we understand, but you can't steal someone else's achievement. Stealing someone else's credit? That's Song Lianqing's achievement. Surely they made a mistake. The Lu family is too shameless. I'll go ask right now what's really going on. Suo Moli said this, then rode her bicycle angrily back home. Seeing her figure disappear into the distance, everyone looked at each other. Who doesn't want their own man to succeed? But claiming that someone else's achievement belongs to your own man is a bit too much, isn't it? Song Lianqing, what exactly is going on? Why can't you handle such a simple matter? Suo Moli said angrily as she stormed into the room. It was still daylight outside, but the room was already dark. Song Lianqing hadn't turned on the light. He sat by the window at the desk, lost in thought. When he heard Suo Moli's words, he finally turned to look at her. Suo Moli, how do you know Wu Yue is a spy? Song Lianqing asked in a deep voice. Just now, Suo Moli, who was full of anger, suddenly froze. Her eyes flickered, but she quickly regained her composure. How I know doesn't matter. I just want to ask, why does this credit belong to Lu Hongxing? Song Lianqing sneered. You're questioning me? You don't think there's more than one person who knows about this, do you? You're too late. I found out late too. You don't want to tell me how you found out? That's fine. But I want to tell you, there's no wall that doesn't have holes. What you know, others might know too. You and I are now married. If you don't want a divorce and hope to live the life you desire by relying on me, you must not hide anything from me. And you definitely shouldn't wait until the critical moment to tell me what you know. This time, the credit was stolen by Lu Hongxing. Next time, it could be taken by Li Hongxing or Wang Hongxing. Think carefully about this. Song Lianqing angrily finished speaking, stood up, and walked out. As he left, he forcefully closed the door behind him. Su Malia stood there in shock, not expecting things to turn out this way. She only learned about this incident from later reports. In those reports, the name of the whistleblower was never mentioned, and the article was written 2 years after the event. She thought the confidentiality was well maintained, so most people didn't know, which is why she didn't tell Song Lianqing right away. She never expected Lu Hongxing to hijack the credit. Su Moya's fists clenched tighter, her anger boiling inside. She and Song Lianqing must have had conflicts with the Lu family. Otherwise, why would Song Lianqing be demoted because of the Lu family, and now the credit was taken by Lu Hongxing? She absolutely wouldn't let this go. Su Muxin didn't know how furious Su Muxin was, nor did she care at all. Right now, Su Muxin was happily eating. Chen Yuehua's cooking was really good. Simple dishes were made very tasty. In this era, there weren't as many types of seasonings as in later times. Chen Yuehua's ability to make such delicious food was entirely because she was very talented. Su Muxin not only ate herself, but also kept serving dishes to Song Qinian. At the same time, she noticed that old Master Song had been frowning the whole time and hadn't eaten much. Song Huayan, being filial, quickly comforted him upon seeing this. Dad, don't worry too much. Lianqing is capable. If he misses this opportunity, he can still make other achievements in the future. Qinian. Old Master Song suddenly looked up, interrupting Song Huayan, and sharply looked at Song Qinian. Why did Hongxing report the spy earlier than expected? Hongxing didn't report early or late. Why did she choose exactly when Lianqing was about to report? Isn't that too coincidental? Do you know something? Song Huayan was stunned for a moment, then looked at old Master Song in disbelief. Dad, what are you talking about? Are you suspecting Qinian? Qinian has no idea who the spy really is. Song Qinian put down his chopsticks, looking a bit sad. Grandpa, do you think that when you and everyone were talking upstairs this morning, I sneaked up and eavesdropped outside the door? That's not what I meant. Old Mr. Song looked a little embarrassed. Song Qinian's leg was broken, so he couldn't leave his wheelchair or climb upstairs to listen. But in the next moment, old Mr. Song's gaze fell on Su Muxin. But Muxin, Grandpa. Song Qinian's expression turned cold. He stared at old Mr. Song without blinking. Muxin wouldn't eavesdrop. She and I were inside the room.
Chunhua and Song Mushua, hearing this, also became worried. Dad, Qinian is telling the truth. Mushin pushed Qinian back to the room. She didn't come out at all. Yes, Grandpa, big brother and sister-in-law didn't come out either. I was in the living room the whole time. Song Qinian still looked cold. If Grandpa doesn't believe us, maybe we should move back to Uncle Air's house, so that if anything happens again, it won't be blamed on me or Mushin. Song Huan looked at Song Qinian, moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. He was filial, but not blindly so. His biological father doubted his son and daughter-in-law over a suspicion about Lianqing, which made him unhappy. Even though Song Qinian's words were harsh, he didn't want to scold him. Old Mr. Song originally thought Song Huan would say a few words to Song Qinian, giving him a way out. But Song Huan stayed silent. Since no one gave old Mr. Song a way out, he could only force himself to speak. Qinian, I was just speaking casually. Why are you so upset? Grandpa knows you're both good kids. You wouldn't harm your own family just to impress outsiders. It's just that this matter happened too coincidentally, so I asked a few more questions. Old Mr. Song sighed heavily. I thought this might help Lianqing get his job back, but now that seems impossible.
Mushin smiled slightly.
Grandpa cares so much for Lianqing. He's so lucky to have you looking after him. Mushin, old Mr. Song said sincerely, don't feel uncomfortable because Grandpa favors Lianqing. Qinian's leg might not heal anytime soon, so Grandpa has to pay more attention to Lianqing. After all, if Lianqing is well, the Song family will be better, and you and Qinian will benefit too. Don't you think? Su Mushin kept smiling sweetly, her tone gentle. Grandpa, whatever you say. Hearing her say this, old Master Song felt frustrated, but couldn't get angry. Finally, he simply shook his head and stood up. You all eat. I'll go for a walk. Seeing old Master Song leave, Su Mujin scooped a piece of braised fish onto Song Qinian's plate. Qinian, eat quickly. Grandpa doesn't favor you, I do. Song Qinian picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. It's really delicious. Song Mushua watched the expression on Song Qinian's face, feeling curious. She also scooped some braised fish. It was tasty, but her mother's braised fish always had the same flavor. She had never seen her older brother show such an expression before. Could it be because the piece of braised fish was given to him by his older sister-in-law, making it especially delicious? The more Mushua thought about it, the more she believed that was the case. Her eyes darted between Song Qinian and Su Mujin, forgetting to continue eating. Chunhua saw this and gently patted her. You little girl, what are you looking at? Eat your food properly. Mushua stuck out her tongue and then focused on eating. Song Huan sighed. Qinian, Mujin, your grandfather is old. Elders tend to show favoritism. Don't take it to heart. Dad, don't worry. Neither I nor Mujin mind, Song Qinian replied. Having gone through so much, Song Qinian had a certain understanding of Old Master Song. Old Master Song wasn't specifically biased toward anyone. His favoritism was always toward the grandson who could meet his expectations. When his leg was healthy, he was the pride of the Song family, and Old Master Song favored him. Now that he was in a wheelchair and paralyzed, Old Master Song naturally turned his favor to Song Lianqing. Rather than calling it favoritism, it was more like a strategic choice based on weighing benefits and drawbacks. Since it was all about interests and not family feelings, he naturally didn't take it to heart. Song Qinian didn't care, and Su Mujin cared even less about Old Master Song. After dinner, since it was still early, Su Mujin pushed Song Qinian out for a walk. They hadn't gone far when they met Lu Hongxing and his family of 3. Seeing Song Qinian, Lu Hongxing smiled brightly. Qinian. About what happened today's matter, I haven't even congratulated brother Hongxing yet. Song Qinian interrupted. Brother Hongxing made a contribution. There's a commendation ceremony coming up soon. Is your speech ready? Lu Hongxing was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Song Qinian does not want others to know the details of this matter. Although Lu Hongxing does not understand why Song Qinian gave him such a big favor, he remembers the kindness Song Qinian has shown to their Lu family.
From now on, Song Qinian is his half-brother. Song Qinian's matter is his matter. Lu Hongxing thought this and was so touched that his eyes turned red. It was only because the streetlights outside were dim that no one saw his emotions. Lu Hongxing took a deep breath to calm himself and smiled, saying, "You know I'm just a rough guy. I only finished elementary school. What kind of speech can I write? Just say whatever comes to mind. Sincere words are more liked than fancy speeches." Song Qinian said with a smile. "You really know how to talk Qinian." Lu Hongxing chuckled and scratched his head. "Having more knowledge is great." Song Qinian smiled slightly and turned to introduce Su Mujin. "Mujin, this is Lu Hongxing from the Lu family. Hongxing is 2 years older than me, just like my real brother. This is Hongxing's wife, Zhou Xia, and their little girl, Nan Nan. Hongxing, sister-in-law, this is Mujin, my wife." When he said the last words, Song Qinian's tone and expression were full of pride. Meeting Su Mujin and marrying her was the most proud thing in his life. Su Mujin smiled and nodded. "Hello, Hongxing. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Nan Nan." Then, Su Mujin reached into her pocket. When she took her hand out again, she was holding several large white rabbit candies. "Nan Nan, this is for you." Nan Nan didn't immediately reach out to take it but looked at Zhou Xia, who was holding her. After Zhou Xia nodded, Nan Nan finally stretched out her small, tender hands and said thank you in a cute voice. "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome. Nan Nan is so adorable." Su Mujin couldn't help but ruffle Nan Nan's hair. The little girl was only 3 years old, with not much hair and not very long, but she had 2 small pigtails and looked very cute. A person's true feelings for children can be seen in their words, actions, and eyes. Seeing that Su Mujin genuinely liked Nan Nan, Zhou Xia's impression of Su Mujin improved even more. "Mujin, you like children so much. You should have a few more kids soon, so Nan Nan can lead her brothers and sisters to play together." "Shumuhin."
Wow.
Really wow. She just said she wanted to have a few more. That's a bit scary. Su Mujin had not spoken yet when Song Qinian smiled and said, "Children's matters happen naturally. We are still young, so there's no rush." Lu Hongxing knew some about Song Qinian's situation and quickly said, Yes. They're still young and don't need to have children right now. Just let it be naturally." Zhou Xia also suddenly remembered Song Qinian's health and felt a bit regretful for speaking so bluntly earlier, showing some apology on her face. Just as she was about to speak again, she saw Song Liancheng walking over with a grim face. Seeing Song Liancheng, Lu Hongxing and Zhou Xia immediately looked cold, losing their previous good mood. Song Liancheng stared directly at Lu Hongxing and asked, "How do you know Yue is a spy? When did you find out?" He had thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what was really going on, so he decided to ask. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? He was about to report Wu Yue, but Lu Hongxing beat him to it. Lu Hongxing sneered, "Song Liancheng, are you interrogating me? Who do you think you are, to question me?" Lu Hongxing had always regarded Song Liancheng as a younger brother, but now, just looking at him made him feel disgusted. Song Liancheng was already in a bad mood. Hearing Lu Hongxing's blunt words, he became even angrier. "Why can't I ask? I just got the news that Wu Yue is a spy, and I was about to report it. You jumped the gun. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? I suspect you stole my credit." Hearing Song Liancheng's series of words, Lu Hongxing was initially surprised but soon laughed. "That's why your face looks like it's been dipped in a cesspool. So you think I stole your credit? But, this credit isn't signed. Whoever gets the news, that person owns it. If I got the news, why can't I? You shouldn't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you had gotten the news earlier and acted sooner, maybe the credit would truly belong to you." Listening to Lu Hongxing's words, Su Mujin secretly gave him a thumbs up. No wonder he's Brother Hongxing. He knows how to provoke. Song Liancheng's chest kept rising and falling. Even under the dim streetlight, his cheeks were visibly red, clearly angry. Next moment, he turned around angrily and strode away. Judging by his behavior, He probably went back to argue with Su Emoli. Until Song Lianqing returned home, Lu Hongxing finally looked at Song Qinian. Qinian, I won't say anything more. I've already kept it in my heart. Making Song Lianqing feel embarrassed is more satisfying than earning a reward. Brother Hongxing, it's enough that you know in your heart. Some words don't need to be spoken, Song Qinian also said. The two of them exchanged a smile, which made Zhou Xia feel puzzled. What are these two secretly talking about? It wasn't until that night, lying in bed, that Zhou Xia softly asked, Hongxing, what were you and Qinian talking about earlier? I couldn't understand a word. There's no need to understand everything, Lu Hongxing hugged Zhou Xia. You only need to know that without Qinian, our Lu family would be doomed. His kindness, we can never repay in this lifetime. Seeing that Lu Hongxing didn't want to explain, Zhou Xia didn't press further. She just hugged his waist. I understand that. Lu Hongxing suddenly turned over and pressed Zhou Xia down. Today you said Nuan should take the little ones to play. I think that's a good idea. Starting from today, we'll work hard. Just as Zhou Xia was about to speak, Lu Hongxing covered her mouth and gradually softened his body. At the same moment, Su Mujin was massaging Song Qinian's legs. She hadn't been wasting her time at the medical university recently. At least, her massage technique had become much more professional than before. While massaging, Su Mujin watched Song Qinian's expression. She saw him sometimes frowning slightly, as if feeling pain, so she applied more force. It felt good to cause pain. That meant he was recovering well. Right now, only external spiritual spring water was used. If combined with internal medication, wouldn't the effect be even better? But the taste of the spiritual spring water was too strange. Even if added to food, she could tell something was off. If Song Qinian noticed and said nothing, it would be fine if they understood each other, without words. But if Song Qinian asked, what should she say? The more Su Mujin thought about it, the more tangled she became, her brows furrowing deeply. Song Qinian was both in pain and happy. Seeing Su Mujin's increasingly troubled expression, he simply reached out both hands, pulled her into his arms, and held her close. Su Mujin wasn't frightened, but she playfully hit Song Qinian's chest. You're not finished yet. Not anymore. Song Qinian gently stroked Su Mujin's back with his big hand, his voice soft and gentle. Darling, if something makes you feel in danger, you don't need to worry. Just don't do it. No matter when, the first thing you should think about is yourself, and everything else comes second. I just hope you stay well, and that we can be together for a long time. Su Mujin lay on Song Qinian's chest, listening to his words, feeling calm and making a firm decision. Husband, close your eyes. Okay. Song Qinian didn't ask anything and obediently closed his eyes. He looked quite relaxed, as if he was at ease. Su Mujin took out some spiritual spring water, took a sip, and then gently brought it to Song Qinian's lips. A few minutes later, they both gasped for breath and separated. Su Mujin's cheeks were red and hot, and her clothes were a bit messy. Looking at Song Qinian, she saw his eyes shining brightly. His legs felt numb and tingling, as if countless tiny needles were poking him, making him want to move his legs. Suddenly, his legs actually moved. Song Qinian was surprised, staring at his legs as if they had just grown. Su Mujin saw this too, feeling both happy and shocked. The effect of the spiritual spring water was so quick. If she drank more, combined with acupuncture, massage, and herbal baths, he might be able to stand up very soon. Husband. She had just said these two words when her mouth was once again covered. During the kiss, Song Qinian whispered against her lips. Wife, you don't need to say anything. I won't ask anything. Hearing this, Su Mujin completely relaxed, hugging Song Qinian's neck, letting herself sink into his gentle warmth. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room was heated. In the room upstairs in the neighboring courtyard, in Song Lianqing and Su Malalai's room, the temperature had already dropped to freezing. Su Malalai was wearing thin pajamas, her arms and legs exposed. Song Lianqing only glanced once, and then coldly turned his head away. You're a woman. Can't you love yourself a little? Wearing clothes like that. What do you look like? I'm going to sleep in the study. You can sleep here by yourself. Su Malalai's eyes immediately turned red with anger. Song Lianqing. But Song Lianqing had already strode out. Su Malalai looked at the door, tears uncontrollably falling down her face. Why was the Song Lianqing she knew in her past life gentle and caring, but now he was like this? What went wrong? The next morning, after Wang Xiuqin prepared breakfast for Su Tianxi, she hurriedly went to the cotton spinning factory and then headed straight to the Tian family. The Tian family had just finished breakfast, and Tian father and Tian mother were about to leave for work when they saw Wang Xiuqin suddenly arrive, feeling a bit surprised. Wang Xiuqin took a deep breath and finally calmed down. I found a job for Tian. Hearing this, Tian's parents, who had been a bit impatient earlier, immediately looked surprised. Really? What kind of job? Tian also ran out from the inner room, looking at Wang Xiuqin with eager eyes. Annie, did you really find me a job? Is it a formal position? Is it at our cotton spinning factory? Tian's name suits her. She's slim, but has a round face. When she smiles, she's sweet and adorable. If not for this, no one would be so captivated by Su Tianxi. Wang Xiuqin looked at Tian and felt very pleased. She nodded with a smile. Yes, I really found one for you. It's a formal job at our cotton spinning factory. Your sister Molly got married, so she won't be working anymore and wants to sell her job. I thought, instead of selling it to outsiders, why not give it to our own family? What do you think? Tian's father and mother, who had been a bit doubtful earlier, now fully believed after hearing this. Tian's mother hurriedly invited Wang Xiuqin to sit down, then turned to Tian and said, Tian, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and pour your auntie a glass of water. Tian nodded and turned to pour water. She poured plain boiled water, but Wang Xiuqin took a sip and only felt a sweet taste in her mouth. Tian, your water is so good. I took a sip and it was so sweet in my heart. Tian's cheeks slightly reddened. She pursed her lips without speaking but kept looking at Tian's mother. Tian's mother naturally understood her daughter's meaning. She smiled and asked Wang Xiuqin's sister-in-law, when do we go to handle the formalities? By the way, Tian and Tianxi are of age now. It's time to settle everything. Wang Xiuqin had been waiting for this moment. As soon as she heard, she immediately patted her thigh. Exactly. I think it's time to settle everything for these two kids. I'll go find Molly soon, and this afternoon, we'll handle the paperwork. They can start working early and Tian can get her salary sooner. Su Muxin finished hanging her clean clothes and then slung her bag over her shoulder. She rode her bike out the door. Unexpectedly, just as she left, she saw Wang Xiuqin. At this moment, Wang Xiuqin's cheeks were flushed, her forehead was covered in sweat, and she looked very anxious. Wang Xiuqin probably didn't expect to run into Su Muxin. She paused for a moment, then her eyebrows sharply raised. Oh, you're going to school again? Her tone was sharp, and her expression was mean. You still went to medical university to study, but you didn't consider whether you're suitable for it. Su Muxin looked at Wang Xiuqin calmly. Don't worry, I definitely am more suitable than you. Hearing this, Wang Xiuqin exploded. You little brat, what did you say? I said I am more suitable. Can't you hear? Is there something wrong with your ears? Do you want me to check them for you? Although I've only learned for a few days, treating you shouldn't be a problem. You. Wang Xiuqin's finger trembled, and it looked like she was having a seizure. Su Muxin watched her with interest for a moment before saying, Is there anything else? If not, I need to go to class. Only then did Wang Xiuqin remember why she came to the courtyard. She glared at Su Muxin fiercely. I'll settle the score with you later. I'm looking forward to it, Su Muxin said, then rode her bike past Wang Xiuqin. Although she was curious about what Wang Xiuqin was here for, going to class was more important. When Su Muxin reached the classroom door, Zhang Chuyin stood up and kept waving at her.
Muyin.
Come quickly. Su Muxin slowly walked over and sat beside Zhang Chuyin. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?
Gang Yuan leaned close to Su Muyin.
Just got the news, today, 2 new students will arrive. I heard they were recommended by the local production team. Su Mujin turned her head to look at Zhang Qiuyun, who had a fiery look of curiosity in her eyes. Sure enough, no matter the era, people who love gossip are always around. Less than 2 years after the college entrance exam was cancelled, and more than 8 years before it was restored. During these years, to get into college, you could only rely on recommendation letters. These 2 students being recommended from the production team definitely meant they were exceptional. Su Mujin also loved gossip and immediately leaned in to whisper with Zhang Qiuyun. Are the 2 new students boys or girls? I heard it's 1 boy and 1 girl. Zhang Qiuyun said excitedly. They're from the same production team. Could they be childhood sweethearts, a perfect match made in heaven? Su Mujin doubted that Zhang Qiuyun had used every word she could think of. Just as she was thinking, there was movement at the door. The teacher led 2 people inside. Suddenly, everyone stopped talking and looked toward the door. Su Mujin also looked curiously and saw a tall, slim boy with fair skin, delicate features, and wearing glasses. The girl has a delicate appearance, a small figure, and fair skin. Her black, shiny hair is tied into 2 braids that hang in front of her chest. She looks calm and obedient, clearly the type of student who excels in school. Su Mujin is staring at her closely. Zhang Qiuyun leans over, covering her mouth with her hand, speaking softly. Mujin, I feel like they don't seem like locals from the production team at all. They look more like city people. This isn't because Zhang Qiuyun has a bias against the people in the production team. In this era, living in a production team means working hard outdoors, facing the sun and rain every day. No matter how old you are, there's always farm work and household chores to do. With all the sun and wind, it's impossible to have such fair skin. Unless both of them are the family's treasures, not needing to do any farm work, just staying inside reading books every day. While thinking this, the teacher spoke. These are the new classmates. You 2, introduce yourselves. The boy stepped forward first. Before he spoke, he already had a gentle smile on his face. Hello everyone, my name is Xie Zhenhua. I'll be studying with you from now on. Please take care of me. After saying this, Xie Zhenhua nodded slightly and stepped back. But Su Mujin noticed that when the girl came forward, Xie Zhenhua's eyes lingered on her with a deep gaze. Hello everyone, my name is Han Yuanyuan. Han Yuanyuan seemed shy or maybe reserved, and after saying just that, she stepped back again. Mujin listened to their names. Just from hearing them, you can tell they're not from the production team. They're probably city people who came to the countryside as educated youth, then got recommended to go to university.
Su Mujin nodded.
That's probably right. While they were talking, Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuanyuan had already left the stage and found seats. They didn't sit together but in front and behind each other. Xie Zhenhua sat behind and kept his eyes on Han Yuanyuan without hesitation. Loving someone shows in the eyes. Just from looking at Xie Zhenhua, Su Mujin was sure that he definitely liked Han Yuanyuan. The original story focused on the male and female leads, but in the original, Su Moli never came to the medical university, so there was no description of the university either. Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuanyuan never appeared. But now, seeing them, Su Mujin feels like they're the main characters in a novel. The teacher quickly started the lesson, and Su Mujin no longer stared at them. She hurriedly focused on listening carefully. A week later would be the final exams. Although Su Mujin didn't need to take the test, she still wanted to learn more. In this era, going to college is rare and precious, so everyone cherishes the opportunity. The class atmosphere is very good. Even after class, students don't rush to leave. They finish their work and notes first, then slowly pack up and leave. Su Mujin didn't leave too early or too late. Just as she was about to ride her bike, she saw Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuanyuan. They were walking side by side, not in a hurry, occasionally turning their heads to talk. From Su Mujin's perspective, she could see both of their faces with gentle smiles when they turned their heads. Seeing this, Su Mujin also smiled along. On the university campus, under the lush banyan trees, handsome men and beautiful women walk together. A playful breeze gently ruffles their hair, and golden sunlight filters through the leaves, shining on them. Everything feels just right. Soo Mu-jin even imagined a background music for the scene. At that moment, ahead on the road, another man and woman approached. The man wore a striped shirt, military-style pants, and liberation shoes. His hands were in his pockets, with a buzz cut, looking cool and rebellious. The woman wore black pants and a short yellow floral blouse. Her short hair was tied into two small bunches close to her ears. This outfit reminded Soo Mu-jin of a female lead from a TV drama she watched in her previous life. The woman had a medium build, healthy wheat-colored skin, and a bright smile. I came to see you. Her voice was clear and sweet, but very affectionate. She quickly ran over to Xie Zhenhua and warmly hugged his arm. Seeing this, Soo Mu-jin thought. First update, Soo Mu-jin was still feeling confused when she heard Xie Zhenhua's voice. Chunling, we're at school. Don't do this. Xie Zhenhua's voice was gentle, even a bit indulgent and helpless. Zhou Chunling didn't loosen her grip on Xie Zhenhua's arm and even wanted to rest her head on his shoulder. What's wrong with being at school? You're my man. Is there a problem with me holding my own man's arm? Soo Mu-jin was stunned. She had thought Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan were a couple, but now it seemed totally different. Xie Zhenhua is already married. His wife is not Han Yuan. Then why did he look at Han Yuan with such affectionate eyes before? They just walked side by side, talking and laughing. What does that mean? When Xie Zhenhua heard Zhou Chunling's words, he momentarily showed dislike in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. His voice remained gentle. Chunling, why are you here with Weidong? This is the surprise I told you about. Zhou Chunling looked up and smiled brightly at Xie Zhenhua. Didn't I say yesterday? I would give you a surprise. The surprise is that I will stay in the city with you. From now on, you can focus on your classes, and I will do your laundry and cook for you. I will take good care of you. Xie Zhenhua almost couldn't keep his smile.
Why?
Why are you here too? Zhou Chunling straightened up a little and looked at Xie Zhenhua with some confusion. Brother Zhenhua, what's wrong? Are you unhappy that I came? Do you not want me here?
No.
Xie Zhenhua quickly forced a smile. It's just that I am supposed to stay in the dormitory. Where will you stay?
Don't worry about that.
My dad has already helped me find a job at the university cafeteria, and I've been assigned a room. You don't have to share a dorm with others. You can just stay with me. Soo Mu-jin clearly saw that after hearing this, Xie Zhenhua's smile didn't change, but his hands behind his back clenched tightly into fists. Zhou Chunling, not noticing anything, didn't see Xie Zhenhua's clenched hands or his sweet smile. My dad said that even though you're going to school, you shouldn't neglect other things. I'm already 22. In the production team, most kids my age already have 2 or 3 children. My dad wants us to have kids quickly. It's best to have a few more. Don't worry, Brother Zhenhua. When we have children, my mom will come help take care of them. You just focus on your studies, and you don't need to worry about anything else. After a few years, when you graduate, our children will grow up, and you'll be able to teach them to read and write. Isn't that good?
Good.
Good. Xie Zhenhua's veins on his arm bulged visibly, clearly trying to hold back his emotions. Zhou Chunling hugged Xie Zhenhua's arm tightly again. Brother Zhenhua, let's go quickly and see our home. I've almost finished tidying up. Check if there's anything else we need to buy. Then we can eat together. Older cousin Yu and Yuan talk nicely. We'll go first. Later, you can find us and join us for dinner. While speaking, Zhou Chunling winked at Su Weidong. Su Weidong slightly raised the corner of his mouth and casually responded with a hmm. After Zhou Chunling pulled Xie Zhenhua away, Su Weidong took a few steps forward to stand in front of Han Yuan. He was taller than Han Yuan by a head. At this moment, he slightly bent down, leaned in close to her face, and smiled broadly, showing 8 teeth. His smile looked very bright, but the warmth didn't reach his eyes. In fact, Soo Mu-jin could see a hint of hostility in his eyes. Han Yuan, do you really think that just because you went to college, you can be with Xie Zhenhua? You two know very well how you got the recommendation letter and how you managed to get into this university. Thinking that leaving the collective farm means you can be together? That's just a dream. Don't forget, Xie Zhenhua and Chunling already have a marriage certificate and are sleeping together. They are the real couple. If I see you walking with him, laughing and talking, I will write a letter to the school leaders to let them know that you, the new student, are causing trouble. By then, not only will you not be able to attend college, but you might not even return to the collective farm. You could be shaved half of your hair, branded, publicly shamed, and despised by everyone. With each word, Han Yuanyuan's face turned paler and paler until she looked completely colorless. Su Weidong seemed quite satisfied with her appearance. He gently stroked her hair and said, "The path is your own choice. Why look so distressed?" Suddenly, he straightened up and turned his head to look at Su Mujin. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and Su Mujin was startled. In the next moment, Su Weidong walked toward her. Su Mujin was stunned. She was just here to watch the show. What does this person want to do? Su Weidong walked quickly and stopped in front of Su Mujin, smiling politely. "Hello, my name is Su Weidong. I am Han Yuanyuan's boyfriend." His serious attitude was completely different from his previous wild behavior. In her past life, Su Mujin had only seen such a person in TV dramas and novels. Now, seeing him in real life, she didn't quite know how to respond. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and said, "Hello, my name is Su Mujin."
I am Han Yuanyuan's classmate.
So, you're Yuanyuan's classmate. From now on, I hope you can take good care of her. My uncle is the manager of a department store and can get many good things. If you need anything, just let me know. Consider this as your reward for taking care of Yuanyuan. Suzumyajin. When did she agree to take care of Han Yuanyuan? No need. I am not good at taking care of people, Suzumyajin directly refused. I have something to do, so I'll go now. You all can chat slowly. Without waiting for Su Weidong to reply, Suzumyajin quickly rode away on her bicycle. It seems I need to be more careful when listening to gossip in the future. I can't be so close to the action anymore. Suzumyajin rode quickly all the way home and, before she knew it, arrived back. Song Qinian was already at home. He sat in a wheelchair, holding a water bottle, watering the watermelon she had planted. Seeing Suzumyajin panting and getting off her bike, with a worried look, he immediately asked, "Wife, what happened? Did something happen?" Suzumyajin took a deep breath and walked over to Song Qinian. "I'm fine. I just saw something that wasn't right." "What was it?" Song Qinian still looked worried. Suzumyajin pushed him toward the house and quietly explained everything she had just seen. If Su Weidong wasn't lying, Han Yuanyuan and Xie Zhenhua were originally a couple, but they broke up to get a recommendation letter for college. Xie Zhenhua married Zhou Chunling, and Han Yuanyuan was dating Su Weidong. But, from Zhou Chunling's expression, she probably doesn't know anything. Second part Suzumyajin sat on the sofa, feeling a bit emotional. Su Weidong knew that Han Yuanyuan and Xie Zhenhua were a couple, and he knew Han Yuanyuan was using him, but he still chose to be with her. Zhou Chunling doesn't know anything. She married Xie Zhenhua and even plans to have children. If she finds out the truth later, I wonder how she will feel. One is awake but lost, the other is happy but deceived. These siblings really make people feel sorry for them. Seeing Suzumyajin's complex expression, Song Qinian smiled and held her hand. These are their own problems. Just watch and don't get involved. Zhou Chunling might not know everything. These four people all have their own secrets, and trouble might happen in the future. I don't want you to get hurt. Hearing Song Qinian's concern, Suzumyajin smiled and nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I'm just here to watch and won't interfere at all. Su Mushin said this, then realized the house was unusually quiet. Why haven't I heard Song Mushua chattering? Usually, when she comes back from class, Song Mushua would come out to greet her. Su Mushin looked toward the kitchen. Husband, where is Mushua? Is she helping mom cook? No, Song Qinian shook his head. She hasn't come back yet. She hasn't come back? Su Mushin's heart beat faster, instinctively thinking of Mushua's situation from the original story. But now it's noon, and the incident in the story happened at night. Feeling uneasy, Su Muxin immediately stood up. Why hasn't she come back yet? I'll go check. Seeing Su Muxin's serious and nervous expression, Song Qinian immediately sensed something was wrong. Wife, what's wrong? Is Muxue in danger? I'm not sure either. Su Muxin shook her head. I just feel uneasy and want to see for myself. You stay at home, I'll ride my bike to look for her. It'll be quick. Without waiting for Song Qinian to reply, Su Muxin rushed into the yard, mounted her bike, and was about to leave. At that moment, Song Muxue appeared riding her bike at the door. Sister-in-law? Song Muxue looked curious. Are you just back or about to go out? Seeing the healthy, cheerful Song Muxue, Su Muxin finally relaxed a bit and put her bike away. Muxue, why are you so late today? Song Muxue immediately understood. Sister-in-law, are you going to find me? I didn't want to come back so late either. The teacher asked me to help write the Blackboard report, so I got delayed. Sorry to worry you. Su Muxin touched Muxue's little face. It's okay. No need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. By the way, have you finished the Blackboard report?
No, not yet.
The teacher said I should stay a little longer after school today. It needs to be done today because there's an inspection tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Muxin's heart tightened again. Although it was summer and it stayed light late, if she delayed too long and no one was outside, it could be dangerous for Muxue walking home alone from school. The timeline in the original story was too vague. Su Muxin didn't know the exact date of Muxue's incident, so she had to stay alert. Since that's the case, after class this afternoon, I'll come to your school to find you and help with the Blackboard report. Fearing Song Muxue might refuse, Su Muxin said, when I was in high school, I also made a Blackboard newspaper. Maybe I can help you with it. Hearing this, Song Muxue immediately smiled happily. Really? Sister-in-law, you're willing to help me? That's so great. Seeing how happy Song Muxue was and how she showed no signs of rebelliousness, Su Muxin finally felt relieved. Since Song Muxue was going through adolescence, teenagers at this age often tend to oppose authority and act out. Fortunately, Song Muxue was like a little angel. Su Muxin patted Song Muxue's head and said, "Let's go inside." The two of them entered the house and immediately saw Song Qinian looking over. Su Muxin knew her behavior just now was a bit strange and probably couldn't hide it from Song Qinian. But she didn't plan to hide anything. After dinner, before Song Qinian asked, Su Muxin spoke directly. "Husband, I had a dream. I dreamed that Muxue might encounter danger when she gets home late, so I was worried. After class this afternoon, I went to find Muxue and stayed with her to finish the Blackboard newspaper before coming back." Song Qinian hugged Su Muxin and gently patted her back. "I finished my work this afternoon and also plan to check on you guys." Su Muxin initially wanted to refuse because Song Qinian used a wheelchair, which made going out inconvenient. But just as she was about to say no, she swallowed her words and didn't refuse. "Okay. We'll work on the Blackboard newspaper while waiting for you. But if you finish and haven't come back, we'll just go home." As she spoke, Su Muxin felt a bit emotional inside. Not having a phone is really inconvenient. Song Qinian nodded slightly. "All right, it's settled then." In the afternoon, because she was worried about Song Muxue, Su Muxin packed her things right after class and hurriedly left the classroom. Zhang Qiuyun watched Su Muxin's quick departure and felt confused. Why is Muxin in such a hurry today? Han Yuanyu and also glanced at Su Muxin's back, feeling helpless and amused. Did Su Muxin run so fast because she was afraid of seeing Su Weidong again? Su Weidong was indeed disgusting and frightening. Just one meeting and a few words had scared Su Muxin so much. Poor her, she wanted to run but couldn't, wanted to hide but couldn't, and could only continue to deal with Su Weidong awkwardly. Su Muxin had no idea that Han Yuanyuan was imagining all these things. She rode her bike quickly to the 8th high school, where Song Muxue was. She arrived quite early, before high school was dismissed. This made Su Muxin breathe a big sigh of relief. After waiting for more than half an hour, high school finally finished, and the students came out in small groups, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. As they passed by, Su Mujin could hear their conversations, which mostly weren't about studying but about quotes, badges, and other topics. Listening to these talks, Su Mujin felt a mix of emotions inside. But the wheels of history are too big. Su Mujin couldn't change much. She could only try to minimize the impact on herself and the people she cares about, so they could stay safe and live peacefully amid the flow of history. When Su Mujin was about to enter the school, the gatekeeper stopped her. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter the school freely. Su Mujin showed her student ID from medical university and explained her purpose. Only then did the gatekeeper let her through. Following the route Song Mushue told her, Su Mujin quickly found Song Mushue, who was working on a blackboard poster. Third update, the blackboard poster was already halfway done. Song Mushue was copying passionate words onto the blackboard, and some empty spaces were used for drawing. In her previous life, Su Mujin had learned painting and was quite skilled. After asking Song Mushue what she wanted to draw, she picked up chalk. One was writing and the other was drawing. Half an hour later, the blackboard poster was finally finished. Looking at the completed poster made both of them smile brightly. "Sister-in-law, your drawing class is really good." Seeing Song Mushue's envy, Su Mujin smiled and ruffled her hair. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you later. It's getting late, let's go home now." "Okay." Song Mushue agreed, then locked the classroom door. The two rode their bikes and left the school. By then, the sun had already set completely. The golden sunlight shone from behind them, casting their long shadows. Song Mushue suddenly got playful. "Sister-in-law, let's see who can ride faster." They were on a main road, and it wasn't dark yet, so Su Mujin wasn't too nervous and agreed, "Sure. Then let's start." Song Mushue said, suddenly speeding up and rushing ahead. Watching Song Mushue gradually disappear into the distance, Su Mujin hurried to catch up, not forgetting to remind her, "Be careful." "I know." Song Mushue's voice sounded far away, but she didn't slow down. Just as she was about to ride through an alley, suddenly someone rushed out from inside and directly blocked Song Mushue's car. Song Mushue screamed and hurriedly applied the brakes, but she still ended up crashing straight into the person. The person was hit by the car and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Song Mushue's car also fell to the ground, and she herself was thrown out of the car. She ignored her pain and scratches, quickly got up from the ground, and looked at the person with concern. "Are you okay? Did you fall somewhere?" "Maybe. I should take you to the hospital." At this moment, Su Mujin had already caught up, casually parked her car aside, and hurried over to ask, "What happened?" Song Mushue's eyes were red, filled with panic and helplessness. "Sister-in-law, I don't know. He suddenly ran out of the alley. I tried to brake, but I didn't have time." Since she was a young girl, she was naturally scared and flustered by such an incident. "Don't be afraid, Mushue," Su Mujin softly comforted her. "First, check how he's doing. If he's badly hurt, we should take him to the hospital. We need to get him checked and pay for any damages." The man was young, probably in his 20s, and quite strong. Since he was hit by a bicycle, it shouldn't be a serious problem. Su Mujin crouched down to look at the man. "How are you? Can you walk? We should take you to the hospital." Zhu Dumao looked up at Su Mujin, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Weren't there supposed to be only one high school girl? Why is there another now? But he had to admit, this woman in front of him was a bit older, more attractive, with a better figure. Much better than that high school girl. What is this? Buy one, get one free? A pleased thought crossed Zhu Dumao's mind, but he showed a pained expression. I think I hurt my leg." "Then let's help you up and take you to the hospital," Su Mujin said quickly. No need," Zhu Dumao hurriedly refused. "It's nothing serious. Your sister didn't do it on purpose. You should go now." As he spoke, he supported himself with his hands to try to stand up. But just as he managed to lift himself a little, he fell back to the ground with a loud thud, crying out in pain. Zhu Dumao looked up and shyly glanced at Su Mujin. "I can't really stand up. Could you please help me? My home is just down the alley, the last house inside. Just help me to the door." "Thank you so much." Before Su Muxin could speak, Song Muxue immediately agreed. Okay, we'll take you home. It was me who bumped into you, so it's right to help you. But do you really need to see a doctor? No, it's fine, Zhu Domao refused again. My leg just hurts a little, and I can't put weight on it right now. It's nothing serious. Just rest at home, and I'll be fine. All right then, Song Muxue said and stepped forward to support Zhu Domao's arm. Seeing this, Su Muxin also helped support Zhu Domao's other arm. The three of them worked together and managed to lift Zhu Domao off the ground. Some time had passed since the incident. The golden sunlight had disappeared, and the sky was gradually getting darker. The main road was dark, and the alley looked even gloomier. Su Muxin looked at the end of the alley, feeling like it was a monster with an open mouth, waiting to swallow her and Song Muxue. Zhu Domao looked very grateful. Sorry to trouble you. Am I too heavy? It's almost night. Just help me to the door, and you should go home quickly. Su Muxin stood still, staring directly into Zhu Domao's eyes. You can't go now. I think it's better to take you to the hospital. I don't like hospitals, Zhu Domao quickly said. The smell makes me uncomfortable all over. If you really don't want to help me, then go ahead. I won't blame you. Song Muxue looked a bit helpless.
Sister-in-law.
Su Muxin had only guessed before, but seeing how Zhu Domao strongly resisted going to the hospital confirmed her suspicion. There must be something suspicious about Zhu Domao. At the end of the alley, in the yard, there were definitely others hiding in ambush. She felt anxious but didn't show it. Su Muxin released her grip, pulled Song Muxue behind her, and took her to her back. Suddenly, without their support, Zhu Domao seemed caught off guard and stood there stunned. Su Muxin looked at him coldly. Can you stand now? Since you don't want to go to the hospital, you can go back by yourself. Hearing this, Zhu Domao seemed to wake up from a dream. His body staggered a few steps and then fell back to the ground. I can't walk, he said. Song Muxue did not understand why Su Muxin suddenly let go, but Zhu Domao falling again was clearly full of flaws. She realized something was wrong and looked at Zhu Domao with suspicion. Su Muxin held Song Muxue's hand and quietly backed away. Seeing the two about to run, Zhu Domao gave up pretending and quickly got up from the ground. Since you've figured it out, I won't pretend anymore. You can't run today, he said, then pinched his thumb and index finger together, put them in his mouth, and blew a loud whistle. Fourth update, Su Muxin knew he was definitely calling his friends. Muxue, you must run now. They could each run away.
Run?
Zhu Domao sneered fiercely and slowly approached Su Muxin. Neither of you is getting away. Just as Zhu Domao reached out to grab her, Su Muxin raised her hand and directly tried to hug Zhu Domao's neck. Zhu Domao laughed loudly. You're pretty smart. You realize you can't escape, so you start to surrender willingly. Before he finished, his eyes suddenly widened and his body twitched violently, while white foam came out of his mouth. Song Muxue was frightened by this sudden situation, her eyes wide open. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with him? Su Muxin withdrew her hand and quickly put the electric baton back into her space. She kept a calm expression and said, probably had a seizure. Let's ride away quickly. As she finished speaking, 5 or 6 men appeared at the end of the alley. Seeing the situation, they immediately rushed over.
Domao.
What's wrong with you?
Domao. Zhu Domao.
Seeing the group getting closer, it was too late to escape now. Su Muxin certainly didn't want to be captured. Even if she couldn't really escape, she could take out her silenced gun and shoot these people directly. What to do after killing them? She could only wait and see. At this moment, a military green jeep sped into view and stopped beside Su Muxin and Song Muxue. As soon as the car stopped, the doors opened and several people in military uniforms quickly got out and ran into the alley. The angry men who had been rushing over were stunned when they saw this and immediately turned around to escape. But their speed was no match for the soldiers, and they were quickly subdued. Song Muxue saw this and finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. After surviving the danger, Su Muxin felt her legs weaken but managed to stay upright, not falling to the ground. She looked toward the car and made eye contact with Song Qinian. Qinian, Su Muxin whispered, walking towards Song Qinian. As she got close, Song Qinian reached out and firmly held her hand. Mujin, I'm sorry. I arrived late. Song Qinian had planned to come earlier, but he had a meeting in the afternoon that ran late. After the meeting ended, he picked a few people and came here. Before he arrived, he saw Su Muxin and Song Muxue standing together, with a strong man slowly collapsing in front of him. At that moment, Song Qinian felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. He had never been so scared before. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Wife, this is the first and last time. I won't let this happen again, and I won't let you face danger. Song Qinian held Su Muxin's hand tightly. She could clearly feel that his hands were cold and trembling slightly, showing his fear and guilt. Don't worry, Su Muxin said, holding Song Qinian's hand back. I'm pretty strong too. She had spent over 100 million buying weapons. If danger really came, even if she couldn't survive, she would make sure to defeat the enemy. While they were talking, the people who had been involved were brought back. Song Qinian looked at them with a very cold and fierce expression, as if he were looking at dead people. They were all gagged, scared and struggling at the same time, panic-stricken. Song Qinian ordered someone to remove the cloth from their mouths and asked, "Who told you to do this?" The people shook their heads at once. "We didn't do anything." "Yeah, what did we do? Why are you arresting us?" They kept protesting, refusing to admit anything. In the eyes of others, since they weren't caught in the act, as long as they didn't admit it, there was nothing they could do. Song Qinian looked at them coldly and said, "Gag their mouths and take them away." Hearing this, the people immediately became anxious, opening their mouths to speak. But as soon as they did, their mouths were stuffed with cloth. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. They shook their heads and looked desperate, as if they wanted to speak but couldn't. Song Qinian did not give them another chance to speak. "Take them away, separate them, and keep them apart. I will question them later." All of these people, including Zhu Damao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, were taken away. Song Qinian looked at Su Muxin and Song Muxue. "You two get in the car. I will take you home." Song Muxue climbed up from the ground. "Big brother, what about the bicycle? Put it on the roof." At Song Qinian's command, someone immediately tied both bicycles to the car roof. At this moment, riding in the small car didn't feel very comfortable. Although it wasn't very comfortable, it was still a car, and it was much faster than a bicycle. Soon, they arrived at the house. Su Muxin and Song Muxue got out of the car, and the bicycles were also taken down, but Song Qinian didn't seem to be planning to get out. "Muxin Muxue, go home first. I will handle things here and come back later." "Okay." Su Muxin nodded. "Be careful, come back early. I'll ask Mom to save you some food." Watching the jeep drive away, Song Muxue finally relaxed, patting her chest in relief. But she also felt curious. "Sister-in-law, why do you think they did this? Were they randomly chosen or targeting me?" Su Muxin looked at Song Muxue with some curiosity. "Why don't you think they are targeting me?" Song Muxue suddenly smiled. "Sister-in-law, you usually don't take that route. If they were really targeting you, how could they be waiting on that road?" "Muxue, I never realized before. You're so clever." Pleased by Su Muxin's compliment, Song Muxue's cheeks turned a little red, and she smiled shyly. But soon, her face showed worry again. "I think they might be targeting me, but why? I haven't offended anyone." Although Song Muxue was still young, in high school, people in this era married quite early. Some of her middle school classmates didn't go to high school and married early. So she understood more or less what she needed to know. She also knew that if she fell into Zhu Damao's hands, her situation would be bad. Thinking about this made her legs feel weak with fear. Although she didn't fall down again, her face looked quite pale. Su Muxin hugged her. "Don't overthink it. When your big brother comes back, everything will be clear." While speaking, Su Muxin looked toward the second floor of the neighboring courtyard. That was Song Manman's room. Standing by the window and peering outside through a small, Song Manman suddenly saw Su Muxin look up and glance in her direction, which startled her into retreating quickly. Why did Song Mushue return safely? Those useless people like Zhu Demao only talk big. Fifth update, sister-in-law. What are you looking at? Song Mushue asked curiously, then raised her head and looked in the direction Su Mujin was watching. Nothing, Su Mujin replied with a smile, shaking her head. Nothing special. Let's go home. Just as they entered the yard, Chen Yuehua hurried out from the house. Why are you back so late? Did something happen? I thought I heard Qinian's voice just now. Where is he? Mom, Qinian had something to take care of. He'll be back after he's done. We'll save some food for him, Su Mujin said. Hearing this, Chen Yuehua's brow furrowed even deeper. It's so late, almost dark. Why is there still something to do? Can it wait until tomorrow? Although she said this, Chen Yuehua knew well that Song Qinian always put work first. Since everyone was already gone, there was no point in worrying about it now. Let's go inside and eat. I've cooked some delicious food for you, she said. Chen Yuehua, not working and without children or elderly to care for constantly, had plenty of free time. In her free time, she loved to practice cooking, always thinking about how to make her dishes even better. Su Mujin and Song Mushue exchanged glances, then both stepped forward, one on each side, hugging Chen Yuehua's arms as they headed into the house together. Being so close and affectionate, Chen Yuehua felt her face flush slightly. What are you two doing hugging me? Walk properly. She said this gently, her tone very kind, so it didn't really have any effect. After dinner, Su Mujin took a shower. Just as she finished dressing, there was a knock on the door. Sister-in-law, are you asleep? It was Song Mushue's voice. Her voice was soft and small, making Su Mujin feel her heart soften as well. I'm not asleep, Su Mujin replied, and went to open the door. At this moment, Song Mushue was also wearing cotton pajamas, her braids loose, her black hair flowing like a waterfall, making her face look even smaller. Mushue, what's wrong? Simo Jing asked and pulled Song Mushue into the room, then gently closed the door behind them. They sat together on the bed, looking tense and hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Simo Jing didn't rush her, but patiently waited for her to talk. After a few seconds, Song Mushue took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and looked up. Sister-in-law, I couldn't sleep just now, and kept thinking about what happened today. Simo Jing gently stroked her hair and asked, Are you scared? The young girl, only in her teens, was upset about what happened. Thinking back, she was indeed more afraid the more she thought about it. At first, Song Mushue nodded, then shook her head. I am a little scared, but it's more than just fear. Usually, when we do things like making the blackboard poster, it's always Man-Man in charge. Man-Man never lets others help because she thinks they want to take her credit. But this time, the teacher asked Man-Man to do the blackboard poster. Man-Man said she was feeling unwell and then recommended me to the teacher. That's how I ended up doing it. Simo Jing was surprised to learn there was such a hidden reason behind this. If she had only guessed before, now she was sure. The person secretly planning all this was Song Man-Man. Song Mushue probably realized this too, which is why she couldn't sleep. Anyone knowing their sister wanted to harm her using such a terrible method would feel cold all over. At this moment, any comfort seemed powerless and pale. Simo Jing leaned closer to Song Mushue and lowered her voice. Mushue, I have a secret to tell you. Suddenly, Song Mushue's curiosity was piqued. Sister-in-law, what secret? Do you know why I happened to be able to save your brother from the river? Song Mushue shook her head, her big eyes full of doubt. No, I don't know. At this moment, Song Mushue's skin was fair, her big eyes slightly red, paired with a delicate nose and small mouth. Her face was full of innocence and curiosity, looking very much like a cute little bunny. Simo Jing fought the urge to reach out and touch her and continued softly. That's because, that day, Su Malia tricked me to the riverbank. When I wasn't paying attention, she kicked me into the river. She was standing on the shore with a bamboo pole, and whenever I tried to get out, she would hit me with it. I had no choice but to swim across the river. Just then, I saw your brother floating in the water. I thought since we both fell in, We were in the same boat, so I saved him. Wow, I can't believe it. Song Mushue was stunned. But isn't Su Malala your biological sister? Why did she push you into the river? Why didn't she let you come ashore? She must have wanted to hurt you. She's so mean. Because she has her eyes on Song Lianqing. They've already been involved, but since I am still alive, they can't be together. She can only think of ways to make me die so she can marry Song Lianqing. Mushue, I want to tell you this because I want you to understand that people's hearts are very complicated. Su Malala and I are full sisters from the same parents. She could even try to kill me. You and Man are just cousins, so it's not surprising she might want to hurt you too. You just need to understand that her hurting you isn't your fault, nor is there something wrong with you. She is jealous and wants to take away or destroy what you have that she doesn't. Don't overthink it, and you don't need to ask her why. Just focus on protecting yourself and make sure she doesn't hurt you again. Do you understand? Song Mushue felt truly upset inside. Every time she thought about growing up with Man, only to be hurt by her, she felt sad. Sometimes she even wondered if she wasn't good enough, which made her question why Man suddenly disliked her so much. But after hearing these words, Song Mushue suddenly felt a clear realization. Yes, clearly it was Man's fault. Why should she look for reasons in herself? Once she understood this, she felt much lighter and smiled brightly. Sis-in-law, I understand everything you just told me. I won't trouble myself anymore. I'm going back to sleep now. You should rest early too. Don't wait for Big Brother. Song Mushue said as she opened the door. Just as she did, she saw Song Qinian sitting in a wheelchair at the door, looking at her expressionlessly. Big Brother, when did you come back? Song Qinian looked at Song Mushue calmly. When you told me not to wait for your sister-in-law anymore. Song Mushue was speechless. Su Muxin came over and gave Song Qinian a playful glare. Stop teasing Mushue. Mushue, go to bed quickly. With Su Muxin's help, Song Mushue felt relieved. Big brother and sister-in-law, I'm going to sleep now. You two should rest early too. Before the words finished, he quickly ran up the stairs. Su Muxin looked at Song Qinian and said, The food is warming in the kitchen. I will bring it out for you. Okay. Song Qinian finished all the food she left for him, not wasting a single bite. After eating, he wanted to wash the dishes himself, but Su Muxin hurriedly stopped him. Just these 2 bowls and chopsticks, I can wash them quickly. You can wait nearby. Song Qinian watched Su Muxin busy with the chores, feeling that under the warm yellow light, she looked even gentler. At first, Su Muxin didn't feel anything unusual until she returned to her room and saw Song Qinian still staring at her. She finally realized something was wrong. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Song Qinian held Su Muxin's hand and looked serious. Muxin, thank you for saving me. I'm glad you're safe. Even though they didn't know each other before being rescued, when he heard Su Muxin casually tell Song Mushue what happened, he still felt heartache. Before he knew her, she was in danger of losing her life. He couldn't save her, yet she saved him. Seeing the caring look in Song Qinian's eyes, Su Muxin finally understood what he was feeling. All right, don't worry. That's all in the past. Nothing like that will happen again. She had come through late. By the time she arrived, she was already struggling in the river. If she had arrived earlier, it would have been Su Malala who fell into the river. But if she hadn't fallen, she wouldn't have met Song Qinian. It seemed that everything was predestined by fate. Spending some time in the river, she managed to find such a good husband. She didn't regret it. Thinking this, Su Muxin's smile grew brighter. Hubby, how did the interrogation go with those people? What did they say? Hearing this, Song Qinian's expression became more serious. They've been questioned. They said someone paid them to wait there for Mushue this afternoon. His eyes darkened, full of stormy emotions. When he heard Zhu Damao and others revealing their plan, he felt icy cold all over and was filled with fear. If Muxin hadn't noticed something wrong, if she hadn't gone to pick up Mushue, if he hadn't rushed over. Just thinking about what could have happened made him want to tear Zhu Damao and the others apart. He couldn't kill them directly, but they wouldn't have a good ending either. Su Muqin gently held Song Qinian's hand and asked, "Did they say who gave them the money?" He replied, "Yes, they said it was a short man, dark and thin, with a harsh voice. They don't know him, they've never seen him before." A short, dark, thin man? Could he be a disguise for Song Man? If it is, that makes things more complicated. Without surveillance or solid proof, Song Man wouldn't admit anything. Seeing Su Muqin's brows furrow tightly, Song Qinian gently smoothed them out. "I heard what you and Mu Shui just said. I will have people watch Song Man and her accomplice. If she really did it, I won't forgive her." Su Muqin understood that for now there was no real evidence, only to keep an eye on things. In this world, actions leave traces. People leave their mark. As long as Song Man has done something, she can't escape unscathed. And if she failed this time, will she stop, or will she become more aggressive? Su Muqin thought it would be the latter. Their job was to protect Mu Shui and wait quietly for Song Man to reveal herself. "From now on, I will pick Mu Shui up from school every day," Su Muqin said. After experiencing such things, she really didn't want Mu Shui to go to school alone. "No need," Song Qinian shook his head. "This matter is serious. No need to hide it. I'll tell everyone in the courtyard tomorrow. From now on, all children attending the same school in the courtyard will go together." "That's a good idea," Su Muqin praised sincerely. "You're really clever." "It's not that I'm clever. You just don't understand the courtyard situation. If you knew other kids were also in high school, you'd think of this idea too. My wife is the smartest." Hearing Song Qinian's praise, Su Muqin's eyes sparkled, and she quietly leaned closer to him. "I remember when we just got married. You blushed when you spoke to me. It's only been a short time, and you've completely changed." Song Qinian seriously denied it. "No, I still blush when we're in bed." Su Muqin was speechless. When it came to being thick-skinned, she probably couldn't compare to Song Qinian. She simply pushed Song Qinian into the bathroom and told him to take a good shower. Before sleeping, Su Muqin didn't forget to feed him a sip of spiritual spring water. During the day, many things happened. Su Muqin was tired and sleepy. Today, she didn't cause any trouble and fell asleep quickly after closing her eyes. In the darkness, Song Qinian slowly opened his eyes. His legs felt very hot, like thousands of needles stabbing him, with countless ants biting, and it seemed like there was fire burning inside. Under this torment, he gradually started sweating. But Song Qinian's eyes grew brighter in the dark. He tried to move his legs, and, surprisingly, he succeeded. Not only could he sway his legs side to side on the bed, but he could also bend them slightly. After struggling for a long time, he finally calmed down from his excitement. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at Su Muqin, who was very close. In the dark, he couldn't see her face clearly, but he could hear her steady breathing. He endured for a while but couldn't hold back anymore. He leaned over and kissed her lips. Although he wanted to deepen the kiss, he was worried about disturbing Su Muqin's sleep, so he took a deep breath and leaned back. Just as he was about to leave, Su Muqin pulled him closer. Her voice was sleepy and a little playful. "You're staying up late and taking advantage of me, and now you want to run away? That's not fair." Song Qinian let her hold him and said softly, "What do you want to do? Punish you, kiss me." "Yes, ma'am." Second update: the courtyard had a very regular routine, and everyone woke up early. If you took a walk in the yard in the morning, you'd see many people practicing military exercises. After waking up, Song Qinian told his family about what happened last night. The more Song Huayan listened, the more serious his expression became. Old Master Song also frowned. "These people are too reckless." Chen Yuehua immediately teared up. "Such a big thing happened. Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Before speaking, Song Qinian already knew that if he told Chen Yuehua, she would cry and might even have trouble sleeping. That's why he waited until this morning. "Mom." Luckily Muqin went to pick up Mu Shui from school, so nothing serious happened, Song Qinian said slowly. "These people are really bold. Although we've caught them, I can't be sure there aren't others with bad intentions. I plan to walk around the courtyard and tell everyone about this. From now on, I want all the kids in the courtyard to go to school together, so similar things won't happen again. Yes. Song Hwan nodded heavily. I'll go with you. Let's go now. This matter must be explained clearly to everyone. Old Master Song also stood up. I'll go too. The three of them left, and Qinian looked at Su Muxin with tears in her eyes, holding her hand tightly. Muexian, thank you so much. Without you, Muxue wouldn't be okay. You're not only her lifesaver, but also Mom's hero. Qinian became more emotional as she spoke, tears flowing like beads that couldn't be stopped. Su Muxin had first saved Song Qinian, and now she had saved Song Muxue again. If it weren't for Su Muxin, her two children wouldn't be alive now. Qinian squeezed her hand tightly and secretly made a decision in her heart to treat Su Muxin even better. Su Muxin is truly their family's great benefactor. Su Muxin understood why Qinian was so emotional, but she was a bit unsure how to comfort her when she was crying and holding her hand. Fortunately, at this moment, Song Muxue came to her rescue. Mom, please don't cry anymore. You're making my sister-in-law feel a bit embarrassed. Mom, what are we eating for breakfast? Qinian finally let go, wiped her tears, and said, delicious food. Let your sister-in-law rest, and you come help me cook. I'll make something tasty for her. Okay. Sister-in-law, you rest. I'll go help Mom cook. Song Muxue said, blinking at Su Muxin, then happily skipped to the kitchen with Qinian. Su Muxin was left sitting alone in the room, feeling a bit amused and helpless. It was early morning, and she had just gotten out of bed. Why did she need to rest? It sounded like she had worked hard last night. Su Muxin couldn't sit still, so she got up and went to the yard to check on her watermelon seedlings. After so many days, they had grown a lot. They were no longer just seedlings but mature watermelon vines. The branches were lush and green, spreading over a square meter, with several small flowers blooming. It wouldn't be long before they bore fruit. Su Muxin was very curious about how the watermelons grown with spiritual spring water from her space would look and taste. Thinking this, she picked up the watering can and watered the plants, adding a drop of spiritual spring water into the water. While watering, she heard footsteps approaching. She looked up and saw Su Malia. Su Malia's face looked bad. Although it was early morning, her eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles underneath, indicating she hadn't rested well these days. What are you here for? Su Muxin asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm not here for you. I'm looking for Grandpa. Grandpa isn't here. I went out with my dad and Qinian. Come back later. Su Malalai frowned, looking impatient, and turned to leave. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped again. I heard that Song Muxue almost got assaulted by some troublemakers yesterday. Su Muxin paused watering, set the kettle down, and hurriedly approached Su Malalai. What are you doing? Su Malalai looked at Su Muxin with suspicion, recalling the suffocating feeling when Su Muxin pressed her into the river before. Feeling scared, Su Malalai tried to run. But Su Muxin was already in front of her and slapped her hard across the face. This slap was made with all of Su Muxin's strength. Su Malalai was knocked to the ground, her cheeks swollen, with blood at the corner of her mouth. She moved her lips and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth. My teeth! Su Malalai wailed loudly, glaring at Su Muxin with hatred. Su Muxin, how dare you knock out my teeth? Su Muxin ignored her and quickly went to the corner of the wall, took down a loofah from the hook, and then hurried back to Su Malalai. Su Malalai used her hands and feet to back away, shouting, "You! What are you going to do?" Su Muxin, I warn you. Su Muxin grabbed Su Malalai's cheek with her left hand, forcing her to open her mouth, then pressed the loofah into her mouth with her right hand, twisting it forcefully. Your mouth smells so bad. Today I'll give you a good wash. Su Malalai struggled and tried to push Su Muxin away, but all efforts were useless. Their commotion was loud enough that Qinian and Song Muxue quickly ran out to see what was happening. Seeing what was happening in the yard,
both Song Mushue and Qinyuehua were shocked. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Mu Mushin, what's happening? Meanwhile, Song Lianqing also came over with a dark face. Su Mushin, what are you doing? How can you hit someone? Even your own sister. Although Song Lianqing didn't like Su Malalai now, he was still married to her. When they were outside, Su Malalai was part of his family, representing his reputation. Now Su Mushin was hitting Su Malalai. Su Mushin even stuffed the loofah into Su Malalai's mouth, like she was doing something terrible on his head. Su Mushin, did you hear me? Let go of Malalai now. Song Lianqing said this, and reached out to pull Su Mushin away. Seeing the situation, Song Mushue quickly ran over and blocked Song Lianqing. Brother Lianqing, what are you doing? Men and women shouldn't be so close. How can you pull my sister-in-law? Brother Lianqing, you're a man. Are you thinking of hitting a woman? Song Lianqing immediately looked angry. When have I ever wanted to hit a woman? I just wanted to separate them. Su Mushin is your sister-in-law, so isn't Su Malia your sister-in-law too? Are you just going to watch them fight? Song Mushue looked back and shook her head firmly. Brother Lianqing, they're not fighting. Hitting each other is called fighting. Right now, it's clear that her sister-in-law is only punishing Su Malia alone. Third update, my sister-in-law has the best temper and would never hit anyone easily, Song Mushue said seriously. She's scolding someone now, and she must have her reasons. Hearing this, Song Lianqing's face darkened even more. So, according to Song Mushue, Su Malia getting hit was completely her own fault? Finally, Su Mushin wrapped the zucchini pulp inside Su Malia's mouth a few times before tossing it aside. She clapped her hands and stood up. Song Lianqing, you should know that one cannot write two different characters with one. You should understand that, right? Song Lianqing was stunned, but eventually nodded. Of course I know. Why are you saying this? Su Malia is your wife. You should go home and ask her what she just said. Then you'll know whether she deserved to be hit or not. Before Song Lianqing could say anything, Su Malia had already crawled up from the ground. She felt her mouth burning and a strong metallic taste that made her feel sick. Did I say something wrong? Su Malia looked fiercely at Su Mushin. Yesterday, wasn't Song Mushue stopped by a few troublemakers? There were several of them, and they almost took advantage of her. I was just telling the truth. When Song Lianqing heard this, his face turned as dark as a pot, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. No wonder Su Mushin wanted to punish Su Malia so harshly. It was indeed Su Malia's own fault. Shut up, Song Lianqing growled. Talking about Mushue like that damages the reputation of the Song family. What good does it do for you? The issues with Song Manman and Qinji Gang were still being kept secret. If Song Mushue's matter got out, people would inevitably mention Song Manman. If someone saw Song Manman with Qinji Gang and said something, Song Manman might be forced to marry Qinji Gang. Why does Somali always do things that hurt others and benefit herself? When Song Lianqing scolded her in front of Sima Jin, Su Malalai felt completely humiliated. She felt ashamed and very angry at the same time. Why are you yelling at me? I'm only telling the truth. Song Mushue smack. Su Malalai was slapped again. This time, her other cheek swelled up, making her face symmetrical. The person who hit her was Qinyuehua. Qinyuehua was trembling, not out of fear or nervousness, but pure anger. She was worried about Song Mushue almost getting into trouble. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. She knew that even if Song Mushue hadn't done anything wrong, some people's words could still be harsh and unkind. But what surprised Qinyuehua was that before outsiders said anything, her own family members started to blame Song Mushue. Although Su Malalai was just her sister-in-law, she was still part of the Song family. Even if there were small disagreements and conflicts, shouldn't they stand together in big matters? How could Su Malalai stab her own family members in the back? You. Qinyuehua panted heavily. Get out. Don't come to my house again. Su Malalai's face was swollen on both sides, and she felt both ashamed and angry. She wanted to speak, but both sides of her face were swollen, so she couldn't open her mouth. Her words were muffled and unclear,
and no one could understand her. Chen Yuehua no longer paid attention to Su Malalai. She turned to Song Lianqing and said, Lianqing, don't say I, as your aunt, dislike you. It's just that your wife is too much. Don't bring her here anymore. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to keep both of you outside. At this moment, old Master Song walked in with his hands behind his back. What's going on so early in the morning? He asked.
Dad.
Chen Yuehua immediately replied, Lianqing's wife just came in and said that Mu Xue almost got into trouble.
And she seemed happy about it.
Is this how a sister-in-law should behave? I slapped her and told her to stay away from here. Our family doesn't welcome her. Because of the previous incidents, old Master Song already had a bad opinion of Su Malalai. Now, hearing Chen Yuehua's words, his face looked even worse. Lianqing, you're grown up now. Can't you even control your wife? Song Lianqing didn't get slapped, but he felt his face burning with shame. He was so embarrassed. It was just too embarrassing. Su Malalai couldn't help him rise in status. She only made him look worse each time. Song Lianqing looked at Su Malalai with a fierce expression. Why are you still standing here? Go home. Su Malalai trembled slightly and instinctively couldn't go back with Song Lianqing. Clearly, Song Lianqing was angry now. If she went back, she might get hit. Besides, she came here to see old Master Song. Now that she has seen him, she must speak up. Grandpa. Su Malalai's face was swollen, and her mouth couldn't open fully. She spoke unclearly, saying each word carefully so others could understand. I also want to go to university, she said confidently. Old Master Song heard this and thought his ears might be playing tricks. What did you say? I said, I also want to go to university. Why can Su Muxin go? I want to go too. Su Muxin is your granddaughter-in-law, and I am too. You should be fair to both of us. Listening to her confident words, old Master Song smiled. You just made a mistake and haven't admitted it yet, and now you tell me you want to go to university? I was just talking about Song Muxue earlier. It has nothing to do with me wanting to go to university, Su Malalai replied. Even if I said something wrong just now, it wasn't on purpose. If you're still unhappy, I can apologize. But I must go to university. Old Master Song, at his age and position, rarely heard anyone speak to him like this.
Must?
Why must? Old Master Song waved his hand. Lianqing, take this foolish girl home, and don't let her embarrass herself outside. Then he walked quickly into the house. Seeing this, Su Muxin was anxious. She opened her mouth to speak, but was quickly silenced when Song Lianqing covered her mouth. Song Lianqing, tall and strong, held Su Malalai's mouth with one hand and grabbed her clothes with the other, like lifting a chick, and carried her away. After they left, Su Muxin looked at Song Muxue, who appeared lonely. Mu Xue, she is all talk and no action. Don't take her words to heart, and don't get upset because of her. If anyone dares to say such things in front of you, don't cry or get angry. Just slap them hard. Some people are just afraid of the strong and like to bully the weak. For people like that, you can't be soft. Just fight back. If you can't win, come back and tell your sister-in-law.
She'll support you.
Song Qinian also smiled and said, Mu Xue, your sister-in-law is right. Just fight back. I'll handle everything else. Chen Yuehua used to hope that Song Muxue would be quiet and gentle. But now, Chen Yuehua only hopes that Song Muxue can become stronger so she can protect herself better. She also wants to protect Song Muxue, but she can't always stay by her side. Thinking this, Chen Yuehua simply said, Muxue, starting today, you should practice boxing with your dad. Changing a person's personality isn't easy, but changing their fighting skills is much easier. Their family has the resources, and as long as Song Muxue can endure hardship, she will be able to fight 3 people in no time. Before Song Muxue could speak, Su Muxin excitedly said, Mom, I want to practice too. Before crossing over, she had learned a little, but only for a few months. It was at a club, so it might look good but not necessarily be useful. Now, learning from Song Huayan, who's been a soldier for over 20 years, is an opportunity she can't miss. Relying on luck isn't as good as relying on herself. Having parents is good, but being able to rely on oneself is better. Strength in fighting is the real truth. Initially, Song Mushua hesitated, but seeing Su Mushin so eager, she immediately agreed. Song Hwayan checked his watch. There's not enough time today. Starting tomorrow, Mushua and Mushin, get up at 5 and practice boxing with me. In the 1970s, there was no entertainment or nightlife. If there was nothing to do, people generally went to bed around 8 or 9. Even if they slept at 9, waking up at 5 means 8 hours of sleep. So, hearing about getting up at 5 didn't seem hard for Su Mushin, and she agreed right away. After everyone went inside, Song Qinian held Su Mushin's hand and looked at her carefully again.
What are you looking at?
Su Mushin asked curiously. I'm checking if your hand is hurt, Song Qinian said, gently squeezing her hand. It's okay, no injuries, she replied. Seeing how serious Song Qinian looked, Su Mushin asked with interest, Don't you think I fight fiercely? Song Qinian shook his head slowly. Not fierce, not at all. You and Mushua should learn from Dad first. When my leg heals, I'll teach you myself. Song Qinian is the pride of the Song family, praised by everyone in the big courtyard. He is the legendary hero who has repeatedly made achievements, and he must be very powerful. If she could learn from Song Qinian, she would definitely become very strong. Thinking about it, Su Mushin became more and more hopeful, wishing that Song Qinian could jump up from the wheelchair right now. But she also knew that food should be eaten bite by bite, and injuries should be healed gradually. Song Qinian's legs were recovering visibly every day, so she thought it wouldn't be long before he was fully better. Song Lianqing took Su Malalai back to their room and threw her onto the floor. Su Malalai felt like she was about to fall apart, her whole body hurting badly. What are you doing? I'm your wife. The person you're closest to. If they bully me, they bully you too. If you don't help me, that's okay, but you even joined in bullying me. Are you crazy? Am I crazy? Song Lianqing squatted down and forcefully pinched Su Malalai's chin. Yes, I am crazy. Only if I was crazy would I be seduced by you, secretly being affectionate with you behind Su Mushin's back. Only if I was crazy would I agree to Su Mushin withdrawing her engagement, watching her marry Song Qinian, and become my sister-in-law. Only if I was crazy would I marry a woman like you, ending up like this because of you. Su Malalai, you really disgust me. Song Lianqing forcefully pushed Su Malalai's chin away and slowly stood up. I heard you gave your job to your sister-in-law who isn't even married yet. That's just perfect. You don't need to work or go out anymore. Stay at home and don't embarrass yourself again. What did you say?
Shumolili looked shocked.
You said I gave my job to whom? What are you pretending for? Song Lianqing sneered. Didn't you sign the paperwork yourself yesterday afternoon? Getting married and giving your job to your sister-in-law who isn't even married yet. You really are a good sister. Is this your plan? Rely on me to support you from now on? I'm not.
My mom said. She helped me sell that job.
Su Malalai wanted to explain, but Song Lianqing was already too tired to listen. Since you've decided to rely on our family for everything, just be honest. Never cause trouble again. Otherwise, I will divorce you no matter what. Angrily, Song Lianqing left. Su Malalai sat on the ground, dazed. Until she heard that Song Lianqing had gone to the army, she hurriedly got up and went downstairs. Her bicycle wasn't at home. Song Man had taken it to school. She could only run outside on her own 2 feet. Su Zhaoying heard the noise and came out of the house, but she only saw Su Malalai's figure flash past at the door. Seeing this, Su Zhaoying rolled her eyes in annoyance. Such a rabbit-hearted person. Running so fast. Are you in such a hurry to go back to heaven? Su Malalai is not rushing to heaven but to the hospital. She runs quickly to the hospital and then rushes to the ward where Su Tianxi is. In the ward, Wang Xiuqin is carefully peeling an apple, smiling happily. Tian's work has been arranged, and she went to work today. Her mom said, once you are discharged, we'll pick a good day for your wedding. Su Tianxi smiles brightly. Thank you, Mom. You're so good to me. When I marry Tian, we will both take care of you. You are my only son. Who else should I be good to? I just hope you and Tian get married soon and have a big, chubby grandson for me.
Don't worry, Mom.
That's not enough. Tian and I will definitely have 10 or 8 big grandkids, and they will call you Grandma every day. If that day really comes, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. The mother and son chat happily, the atmosphere warm and cozy, not noticing that Su Malalai is quietly getting closer. Until Wang Xiuqin finishes peeling the apple and is about to hand it to Su Tianxi, she looks up and sees Su Malalai's face swollen like a pig's head and screams in shock. Oh my, Malalai?
What happened to you?
Who hit your face? Did Song Lianqing and his family hurt you again? Wang Xiuqin gets angrier and shoves the apple into Su Tianxi's hand, then stands up and rolls up her sleeves.
Come on, Mom will avenge you.
Su Malalai stands still, staring intensely at Wang Xiuqin. Mom, did you give my job to Tian? Hearing this, Wang Xiuqin looks a bit embarrassed. How can you say I gave it away? Didn't I give you the 500 yuan? Wang Xiuqin smiles. Anyway, your job is sold. Who cares to whom it's sold? Fifth update, Su Malalai almost gets angry to death. What does it mean to sell it to whoever? She never planned to sell her job. Although she thought that after marrying Song Lianqing, she could become a wife of a government official someday, but that was in the future. She was also hoping to use Song Lianqing's influence to get a promotion and a raise. That way, she would earn more money and prove she was capable, making Song Lianqing and the rest of the Song family look up to her. She had a good plan, all because Wang Xiuqin kept whispering in her ear that once Su Muxin got married, she would stop working, and she could stop working too. That's why she decided to sell her job. Wang Xiuqin took full responsibility for selling the job herself. At first, she thought Wang Xiuqin was just worried about her and wanted to help her get things done. But now, she realized that was not true at all. Her concern was fake. What she really wanted was to use this chance to give the job to Tian. Su Malalai thought to herself, feeling her breathing grow heavier and her chest rising and falling more and more. Wang Xiuqin could see that Su Malalai was angry, but she couldn't understand why. Malalai, why are you so angry? You're going to sell this job anyway, so why not sell it to whoever you want? You already knew about Tian and Tianci. Tian's family made it clear. They said if Tian didn't get a job, she wouldn't be able to be with Tianci. You know Tianci's personality. He's already set his heart on Tian. If he loses her, what will he do with his life? Since you're married now and don't need to work, and the job needs to be sold anyway, sold to Tian. What's there to be upset about? Hearing Wang Xiuqin's words, Su Malalai's chest heaved even more. Is that true? Did my mom really think that way? Su Malalai looked at Wang Xiuqin with disappointment. Mom, I used to think that even though you liked Tianci, you still treated me well. I thought you weren't a person who favored boys over girls. But now I see I was wrong. You're not biased against girls. You just hide it so well. You only pretend to value me as much as Tianci in small matters, but when it comes to big things, you always think about Tianci first. I thought that all these years, I was living better than Su Muxin, who was the less favored one. But now I see, I'm no different from Su Muxin. If you only care about Tianci and his wife, then just stay with them from now on. I, as a daughter who is married out, am like water spilled, no longer coming back to bother you. After saying this, Su Malalai turned to leave. Although she walked away with a lot of rejection, deep inside, she still held some hope that Wang Xiuqin would catch up, explain the job situation properly, and come for her. Thinking this, her steps gradually slowed down. But when Su Malalai stepped out of the hospital gates and looked back, she still didn't see Wang Xiuqin's figure. Wang Xiuqin hadn't chased after her. Seeing this, Su Malalai was even angrier than before. She even thought that her slow and deliberate walking just now made her look like a fool. Su Malalai snorted coldly and turned to run away. Since Wang Xiuqin didn't take her seriously, she decided not to care about her family's matters anymore. Tian, that person, seems gentle and obedient, but is actually full of schemes. Who has power and influence is her good sister-in-law. Who has no power or influence is just the disliked eldest sister-in-law. In the past, because of Su Mugen, that fool, constantly helping out, paying money, working hard, and helping find jobs, Su Tianxi and Tian Tian lived very well and happily. This time, Su Mugen has completely fallen out with the Su family. She can't help Su Tianxi, the Su family, or Tian Tian. She wants to see if Tian Tian will live well with Su Tianxi this time. She's waiting for Wang Xiuyun to regret and come to beg her. Thinking this, Su Malya's anger hadn't fully gone, but was replaced with some fighting spirit. She looked less helpless than before. Su Malya firmly left the hospital but didn't go back to the big courtyard. Instead, she headed to the black market. Song Liancheng was temporarily unreliable. She gave him 2 good chances, but he didn't seize any of them. In the past, she didn't live in the big courtyard and didn't know much about the major events that happened. Although she knew a few other things, those were years later. Now, she saw this as a good opportunity to develop herself and let Song Liancheng see her abilities. With her memory from the previous life, it was very easy for her to make a mark in the black market. Su Malya's steps became lighter, and her expression grew more confident. In the hospital room, seeing Su Malya leave angrily, Su Tianxi felt a bit worried. "Mom, shouldn't you go after her and check? I think big sister is pretty angry." Wang Xiuyun sat comfortably on the bench, not planning to stand up. "No need. I know my eldest sister well. She's sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. She's angry now, but in a few days, she'll come around and stop being mad. Besides, we've already given her money. When she got married, I gave her 200 yuan as a backup and I bought her dowry. Even the bride price from the Song family, she took everything. This time, I also gave her 500 yuan for the job. She didn't lose out at all. Why would she be unhappy? I think she just married into the Song family, thinking she's better than everyone else, and now she wants to boss around the family. Let her calm down first. Our old Su family, at least, should have a married daughter in charge." Su Tianxi listened quietly and increasingly agreed, nodding his head. "Mom, you're right." As he spoke, Su Tianxi opened his mouth wide and took a bite of an apple. The apple was large, crisp, and sweet. With one bite, it burst with juice in his mouth. Seeing how much Su Tianxi enjoyed the apple, Wang Xiujin was happier than if she had eaten it herself. She picked up the peeled apple and started eating. Su Tianxi saw this and didn't find it strange. It had been like this since he was a child, nothing unusual. He casually asked, "Mom, why don't you also eat an apple? Don't eat the peel." Hearing this, Wang Xiujin felt warm inside, sweeter than eating 10 apples. "No need. I don't like eating apples, I just like the peel. The apples are for you to eat. Eat more to stay healthy, and get out of the hospital soon." Su Tianxi took another big bite of the apple, a little annoyed. "It's all because of Song Liancheng. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have to stay in the hospital suffering and could have married Tian Tian." First update, this idea was supported by Wang Xiujin. "Yes, it's all Song Liancheng's fault. You've been in the hospital for 2 or 3 days, and Song family hasn't come to see you once. Clearly, it was Song Liancheng who hurt you like this. How can they ignore it?" Wang Xiujin became angrier as she spoke. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Thinking carefully, Wang Xiujin then said, "Tonight at dinner, I'll go to the Song family and find old Master Song. The medical bills, lost wages, nutrition costs, and compensation, they all need to be paid by the Song family. You're about to get married soon, and there are many expenses. Even small things add up. Besides, if we ask for more, they'll know we're not easy to mess with. It's also to support your eldest sister. So they won't take advantage of us when we're not looking and bully your sister." Su Tianxi nodded in full agreement. "Mom, you're so thoughtful." While mother and son talked, their voices weren't quiet. Others in the ward heard their conversation clearly. Suddenly, everyone's minds were a bit overwhelmed. Why ask the son-in-law's family for money to support the daughter? What kind of logic is this? If they ask for too much money, will the son-in-law's family be happy? Will they treat the daughter well? Looking at the mother and son, it's clear they don't see anything wrong with what they're doing and even seem proud of it. A few people look at each other in silence, and in the end, no one says anything. They should just keep quiet now. Speaking up at this moment might cause trouble. Su Mushin doesn't know that Su Malya has actually argued with the Su family. Right now, Su Mushin is looking at Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuanyuan with very complicated feelings. Going to university is different from middle and high school. The seats aren't fixed, and even the classrooms change. Those of us studying medicine also have practical lessons, so the classrooms change again and again. Today, they're taking an acupuncture class in a simulation classroom. This classroom is large, and there are many wooden mannequins with acupuncture points marked on them. These help students learn about acupuncture points and practice needling. There are already many students in the class, and with all these mannequins, it looks crowded. Most students are focused on themselves and don't pay much attention to others, so they don't notice what's happening around them. But Su Mushin is naturally talented in acupuncture, and she's been practicing on Song Qinian, so she's ahead of others in her class. She quickly finished her own needling and was waiting for the teacher to turn around so she could ask for help. Bored, Su Mushin unconsciously looked around. At first, nothing was unusual, but when she saw Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuanyuan standing close together, she was stunned. In the next moment, she clearly saw that Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuanyuan, taking advantage of everyone's attention being elsewhere, secretly held hands. Su Mushin. For a moment, she almost thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. She thought she saw it wrong. But she closed her eyes, waited a few seconds, then opened them again. What she saw was no longer just a secret hand-holding. They were actually interlocking fingers. Sometimes, they would look at each other, exchanging meaningful glances and smiling. The sweet atmosphere around them was so strong that no one else could get in. Su Mushin even felt like she could see pink bubbles floating around them. At that moment, Su Mushin felt dizzy.
Dizzy.
It was really too dizzy. How could people be so bold? Zhou Chunling and Su Weidong are right here at school. Not only are they not avoiding suspicion, but they're also sneaking around. She didn't like the dull days and preferred excitement. Su Mushin couldn't bear to look anymore and simply looked away. At that moment, Zhang Qiuyan came over.
Muyin.
Su Mujin was startled by the sudden voice, her heart racing and feeling a moment of panic. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Why should she be nervous? She wasn't the one having an affair. Su Mujin took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Qiuyan. What's wrong? As soon as she looked, she met Zhang Qiuyan's bright, sparkling eyes. The look in Zhang Qiuyan's eyes was very familiar to Su Mujin. In her eyes, there was a burning fire of curiosity. Did you hear something again?
Su Muyin asked proactively.
She also found it strange. How did Zhang Qiuyan know so much gossip when they were both in school? Zhang Qiuyan blinked first, then spoke mysteriously. Guess who I saw in the cafeteria yesterday? Although she was asking a question, her face clearly showed 3 big words. Ask me quickly. Su Mujin found it amusing but still asked, who did you see? Zhang Qiuyan was eager to share, so she quickly told her everything she had seen and heard. Zhang Qiuyan's family is local, but she lives at school. Her family has many siblings, and their house is too small to accommodate everyone. Plus, going home every day was too tiring, so she chose to stay at school. Living at school, she naturally ate at the cafeteria. Last night, she saw Xie Zhenhua, Zhou Chunling, Han Yuanyuan, and Su Weidong sitting 2 by 2 at one table, eating together. During the meal, Zhou Chunling often leaned on Xie Zhenhua, acting very affectionately. Su Weidong was even more assertive, sometimes putting his arm around Han Yuanyuan's shoulder or waist, or playing with her hand. Some people saw this and, out of curiosity, asked about their relationship. That's when they found out Xie Zhenhua was already married, and Zhou Chunling was his wife. Not only that, Xie Zhenhua didn't live in the student dorms but with Zhou Chunling. Zhou Chunling said that her job was secondary, having children was the most important. She wanted to have several children while Xie Zhenhua was studying here, so that when they grew up in college, they would be successful. Yesterday, when Zhou Chunling was pulling Xie Zhenhua away, she was very happy, saying they were going to work hard to have children. Zhang Qiuyun said this with bright eyes, but her cheeks quietly turned red. After all, she is a young girl. Not only is she not married, but she doesn't even have a boyfriend. Talking about having children naturally makes her shy and blush. But no matter how red her face is, she can't hide her curious heart. Finally, Su Weidong did send Han Yuanyuan back to her dorm. I saw them. They stayed in the woods outside the dorm door for a long time. When Han Yuanyuan came back, her lips were swollen. Second update, Su Muxin. So exciting. It's really too exciting. I honestly didn't expect that in such an ordinary campus, so many exciting things could happen in one night. Most importantly, in the story Zhang Qiuyun told, the two involved are not married or dating, yet they're holding hands tightly right now in this classroom. That makes it even more exciting, right? Zhang Qiuyun happily finished sharing what she knew, expecting Su Muxin to discuss a bit with her. But surprisingly, Su Muxin didn't say a word. Not only did she stay silent, but her expression also became very complicated. Muxin, what are you thinking? Su Muxin snapped out of her thoughts, looked at Zhang Qiuyun, and really couldn't bring herself to say what she had just seen. After thinking for a moment, she asked softly, Qiuyun, are you and Han Yuanyuan in the same dorm?
No.
Her dorm is next to mine. I see. Then you shouldn't get too close to her in the future.
Why?
Zhang Qiuyun looked confused. Su Muxin didn't know how to answer, so she could only think hard. Before she could come up with a good answer, Zhang Qiuyun spoke again. Besides, I really don't plan to hang out with her.
Huh?
This time, Su Muxin was surprised. Could it be that Zhang Qiuyun also saw something? Zhang Qiuyun didn't notice Su Muxin's changing expression. She just spoke her thoughts aloud. My mom said that before marriage, if I kiss a boy, she'll break my leg. She won't let me hang out with girls like that.
Su Muxin.
It's still Zhang Qiuyun. What she says is always so unexpected. Although her mother's demand is a bit strict, it can also be seen as a form of protection for girls. Especially in this era, even a small piece of gossip can easily ruin a person. If someone is too close with a boy and others find out, they might have to get married. If they are in love and become close, but then decide not to marry, the boy might spread rumors, ruining the girl's reputation. In the end, the choices are either to marry the person or face gossip, and it's not always easy to find someone better. Zhang Qiuyun's mother probably saw many such situations, so she made this request. From this perspective, there's nothing wrong with it. Looking at Zhang Qiuyun's attitude, she doesn't seem to mind, so there's no need to criticize her. While Su Muxin was thinking about this, Zhang Qiuyun suddenly hugged her arm. So, I just like playing with you.
Why?
Su Muxin asked instinctively. Because you're married. Your partner is in the military. Playing with you makes me feel safe. This made Su Muxin laugh, and she finally managed to hold back her giggles. She has lived 2 lives and considers herself experienced, but she had never seen someone play with another person just because they were married. Yet, when Zhang Qiuyun said it, it didn't seem strange at all. After class, Su Muxin had no lessons in the morning. She said goodbye to Zhang Qiuyun and then rode her bike to leave. The weather was getting hotter each day, and the sun shone brighter. When Su Muxin left the campus, she stayed under the shade of trees. This inevitably led her to a more secluded spot. From afar, Su Muxin saw Su Shuidong and Han Yuanyuan. Han Yuanyuan leaned against a big tree, while Su Shuidong stood opposite her, one hand on the tree trunk, the other pinching Han Yuanyuan's chin, and then he kissed her. Han Yuanyuan was forced to look up, and a clear tear slipped from the corner of her eye, but she didn't push him away. Su Muxin was speechless again. She couldn't remember how many times today she had felt speechless. She didn't want to get involved in this, so she decisively turned around and left the shade, riding onto the sunny road. Bathed in the bright sunlight, Su Muxin finally felt warm all over. The idea of forced love might be exciting in novels or TV shows, but in real life, few people would actually like it. However, Su Mujin simply disliked forced love, but she didn't sympathize with Han Yuanyuan. Han Yuanyuan and Zhou Zhenhua have decided to break up. To secure spots in university, they are each with Zhou Chunling and Su Weidong. Shouldn't they be loyal? But these two, one already married and the other dating Su Weidong, are still secretly holding hands and interlocking fingers. What are they doing? If this continues, it will be very dangerous. Su Mujin does not like this risky relationship. She just wants to live peacefully. A few minutes later, Su Mujin returned home. She had just arrived when Song Mushiwa also came back. Seeing Song Mushiwa's relaxed expression and faint smile, Su Mujin knew she was not too affected. That's good. While thinking, Song Mushiwa came over. Sister-in-law, Man didn't go to school today. She might be feeling guilty and afraid to see you. Don't think about her too much. Even if she goes to school, just ignore her. If you still feel uncomfortable, let Dad talk to your teacher about changing your class. No need, sister-in-law, Song Mushiwa quickly refused. My current teacher is good and my classmates are nice. I don't want to change classes because of Song Man. Su Mujin only made a suggestion. When Song Mushiwa refused, she didn't insist. Alright, then take care of yourself at school. Don't be alone with Song Man. Although Song Man is still young, her heart is really cruel. If she's alone with her, what if she harms others again? Song Mushiwa nodded firmly, sister-in-law. Don't worry. I won't. She's too busy avoiding Song Man now to be alone with her. They talked and went inside together. At this moment, Song Qinian looked over with some resentment. Wife, you just came back and talked to Mushiwa. I didn't see you. Hearing this, Song Mushiwa instinctively looked at Song Qinian, her expression like she saw a ghost. Is this what her big brother would say? Big brother, are you out of your mind? Song Mushiwa asked with concern. But Song Qinian didn't accept her concern at all. Go help Mom cook. Song Mushiwa snorted. Even if you didn't say it, I'd go. Sister-in-law, I'm going to help Mom cook. You rest for a while. She jumped and ran off happily. Su Mujin helplessly walked over to Song Qinian, giving him a playful look. Why do you even get jealous of Mushiwa? Third update, I get jealous of everyone. When Song Qinian spoke, his voice was soft, but his eyes looked straight at Su Mujin. That gaze was full of deep affection, something Su Mujin had never seen before. It was like a whirlpool, almost pulling Su Mujin in completely. Since they were in the living room now, she definitely wanted to give him a good kiss to show him who she cared about most. Song Lianqing just arrived in the yard and saw the two of them gazing at each other with deep feelings. Seeing this, Song Lianqing felt very annoyed. Since he met Su Mujin, from their engagement to their breakup, she had never looked at him with such affection. But now, she was staring at Song Qinian with such tenderness. Why? Does she think that, in her heart, he, a healthy man, is even less important than A? Angry, Song Lianqing hurried over without thinking much and asked, What are you two doing? His sudden voice startled Su Mujin. When she turned around and saw it was Song Lianqing, she rolled her eyes without hesitation. What we're doing has nothing to do with you. Why are you shouting so loudly? Song Qinian also looked at Song Lianqing with a blank face. Song Lianqing, you're meddling too much, even coming into my brother and sister-in-law's room? Hearing brother and sister-in-law, Song Lianqing suddenly snapped back to reality. Although he felt a bit regretful for being so impulsive just now, he didn't want to back down. He stiffened his neck and said, It's daytime, and you didn't even close the door. I just want to remind you to be careful about what others might see. Careful about what? Su Mujin raised an eyebrow and asked back. We're in our own living room. We can look at whatever we want. Who does it bother? If someone sees something they shouldn't, it's because they have bad intentions or lack manners. They refuse to take the proper path and instead sneak into someone's house without making a sound, like thieves. Su Mujin, who are you calling a thief? Su Mujin looked at Song Lianqing strangely. I didn't name anyone specifically. Why are you so angry? I've only seen people rushing to receive awards, not rushing to be thieves. I didn't expect you to have such hobbies. Su Mujin. What are you yelling for? Why are you shouting? Suma Jin crossed her arms and raised her voice even louder than Song Lianqing's. I'm your sister-in-law. Who told you to call me by my full name? Your older brother is right here. How dare you shout at me like that? If your older brother weren't here, would you just slap me? Before Song Lianqing could answer, Su Muqin covered her face and started to cry softly, saying, Qinian, look at your good younger brother. He doesn't treat me, his sister-in-law, with respect at all. Song Qinian looked at Song Lianqing coldly. From now on, when you see Muqin, call her sister-in-law. If you dare to call her by her name again, don't blame me for being rude. Old Master Song came downstairs with a stern look. Lianqing, is there something you want to talk about? Old Master Song suddenly felt a bit regretful about moving here. At first, he was just angry, but now he realized that if he stayed here, whenever Song Lianqing came to see him, he would have to come here. However, Song Lianqing was previously engaged to Su Muqin, which made things a little awkward. But if he wanted to move back now, he wasn't very willing. He had just moved in recently, and moving out again would look bad. What would others think? What would his family think? Since he couldn't move back for now, he could only try to avoid seeing Su Muqin and Song Lianqing together. Thinking this, Old Master Song looked at Su Muqin and said, Muqin, I have something to discuss with Lianqing. You go back to your room and rest. Old Master Song thought he had said this without any problem. He had just asked Su Muqin to go back, but he also found a reason that wouldn't hurt her pride. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Song Qinian's face turn dark instantly, and his tone became very stiff. Grandpa, this is Muqin's home. She can be wherever she wants. Old Master Song was shocked and couldn't believe it. Qinian, what are you saying? Are you really arguing with me over such a small matter? Grandpa, you are the elder, and logically Muqin and I should respect you. But you also need to understand the principle of filial piety from both sides. You didn't say it directly, but your meaning was clear, that when Lianqing comes, Muqin should go back to her room.
But why?
This is Muqin's home. She shouldn't be made to suffer because of anyone, especially a stranger. I married Muqin to take care of her and give her a good life, not to let her suffer. If Grandpa insisted on this, then Song Lianqing shouldn't come through our door anymore. Song Qinian's words were very firm and cold. Although he was in a wheelchair and shorter than Old Master Song, his presence was still very strong. In fact, Song Qinian's commanding aura silenced everyone. Old Master Song looked at him with disbelief. Song Lianqing only felt that Song Qinian had gone crazy. Su Muqin kept staring at Song Qinian without blinking, her eyes full of admiration. Who doesn't like their husband protecting them confidently? Not to mention, this husband is handsome, rich, has a good job, great benefits, and treats her like a treasure. Su Muqin loved him to death. At this moment, Old Master Song finally regained his senses, but was even angrier. Song Qinian, is this how you talk to your grandfather? After all these years, your father and mother raised you like this? Song Qinian slightly tilted his head, directly meeting Old Master Song's gaze. Grandpa, I am your grandson. You raised me and helped me a lot. It's okay if I feel a little upset in front of you. I am willing. But Muqin is different. She is not your granddaughter by blood, hasn't been raised by you, and never ate from the Song family before. She saved my life, agreed to marry me, and yesterday even saved Mu Shue's life. In the Song family, she should be appreciated, loved, liked, and respected. She shouldn't suffer any wrongs. As long as I am here, I won't let Muqin suffer any injustice. No one is allowed to make her feel wronged. Chun Yuehua also came out of the kitchen at this moment, her attitude very firm. Dad, Qinian is right. Without Muqin, there would be no Qinian and Mu Shue. I couldn't live anymore, and Qinian's father is also barely hanging on. Our family exists because of Muqin, and only because of her can we live well. So in our family, Muqin absolutely won't suffer any wrongs. Dad, if you think Lianqing will be wronged here, then next time you discuss things with Lianqing, just go to the next door. It's just a matter of taking a step Fourth update. As she spoke, Qinian looked at Song Lianqing again. Lianqing, you're grown up now. You should understand the rules about avoiding suspicion. Besides, you've already married and married Mu Jin's biological sister. I heard you insisted on it yourself. Since that's the case, you should be even more careful to avoid suspicion. If there's no big problem in the future, don't come to our house anymore. Song Lianqing really didn't expect this. He only said a few words, and it ended up like this. He also didn't expect that less than a month after Su Mujin married Song Qinian, she managed to win over Song Qinian's entire family. This whole family was now on her side. Even if their words might offend old Master Song, they didn't seem to care at all. Are they crazy? I have truly offended old Master Song. What benefit could they possibly gain from this? At first, Song Lianqing was genuinely shocked, but he quickly realized that this was an opportunity meant for him. Since the family offended old Master Song for Su Muxin, why not take this chance to fully bring old Master Song onto his side? Even though he is just a small company commander now, with old Master Song's support, it's only a matter of time before he gets promoted. On the other hand, Song Qinian's leg is completely useless now. He will have to sit in a wheelchair from now on, and without old Master Song's attention and help, he will eventually be forgotten. By then, Su Muxin will realize who is truly worth her affection. Song Lianqing adjusted his expression and looked at old Master Song with a guilty face. Grandpa, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Since that's the case, I'll go back first. If I need to talk to you later, I'll ask Man to come call you. But this way, it'll be trouble for you to run back and forth. This was a way to give old Master Song an easy way out, and he immediately took it. It's no trouble at all. Come on, let's go over there to talk, so we don't stay here and make some people unhappy. Seeing old Master Song about to leave, Su Muxin smiled and asked Grandpa, "Are you coming back for dinner?" Old Master Song paused for a moment and coldly replied no. Su Muxin didn't care about his attitude at all and just smiled, saying, "Then we won't save you any dinner. No one will eat it and it would be a waste." Old Master Song glared at Su Muxin irritably, crossed his arms, and hurried out. He really regretted it. If he had known Su Muxin was like this, he wouldn't have written her an introduction letter or let her go to college. She was just an ungrateful person. Su Muxin looked at Song Qinian and Qinian, her eyes a little sore and swollen. "Qinian, Mom. Thank you both. Thank you for protecting me and speaking up for me." Qinian stepped forward and gently patted Su Muxin's shoulder. "You're such a silly girl. We're all family. No need to thank us or talk like that. All right, you two keep talking. I need to go cook quickly." Qinian hurried back to the kitchen. Just from her actions, it was clear she heard the noise and came out specifically to support Su Muxin. Now that she's done, she naturally needs to go back quickly. Su Mujin sat beside Song Qinian's wheelchair, looking up at him. "Husband, you are so kind to me." Song Qinian's eyes were gentle and full of affection, like a spring water. "You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well?" "You're right, husband." Su Mujin agreed happily, but soon her face showed worry. "Grandpa must really dislike me now. Will he regret writing that recommendation letter for me? Can I still go to college in the future?" Compared to working, she still preferred studying. After graduating a few years ago with the opening up policy, it might be very useful someday. Song Qinian looked at Su Mujin with both love and helplessness. It was obvious she was saying this on purpose. "Don't worry," Song Qinian said, holding her hand. "I happen to be free this afternoon. I'll go to school with you to see the principal. Don't worry, no one can kick you out of school." His voice was soft and gentle, but strangely confident and commanding. Su Mujin wasn't worried at first, but hearing this, she felt even more at ease. "That's great. Husband, you are so wonderful. Amazing. I like you so much." She said this and then leaned forward to kiss Song Qinian on the face. Just then, Song Huiyan rode his bicycle into the house and saw the scene. He was so shocked that he almost fell off his bike. Su Mujin didn't expect him to come back at this moment and see everything. Although there was no mirror, she could clearly feel her cheeks burning hot, probably very red. She quickly stood up.
Dad, Qinian, I'll go see what's in the kitchen. Without hesitation, she turned and ran toward the kitchen. Song Qinian was sitting in the wheelchair, unable to run, and just smiled at Song Huyen. Dad, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Hearing Song Qinian's dry words and a slightly shy expression, Song Huyen felt a bit nostalgic. His son had grown up over the years and was becoming more capable. He was happy but also emotional. As his son grew and became more skilled, he, as a father, felt some frustration. But now, seeing his son like this, Song Huyen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He pushed the wheelchair to the sofa and sat down. Since you and Mujuan are close, I'm happy to see it. Song Huyen slowly spoke, but next time, it's better to do it inside the house. Song Qinian's ears turned slightly red. He took a deep breath and said, Dad, just now I was with Grandpa. Before he could finish, Song Huyen interrupted him. You don't need to say more. I was actually outside the yard just now and heard everything. When Grandpa went out, he saw me too. I told him what you and your mom want. That is my decision. Our family will never let Mujin suffer. Qinian, don't worry. It's right for me to respect my own father, but I won't sacrifice you and Mujin to show my filial piety. Originally, Qinian wasn't worried, and now he smiled brightly. Dad, I've never worried about that. The father and son looked at each other. No need for words. Everything was understood without speaking. In the kitchen, Song Mushue quietly approached Su Mujin. Sister-in-law, in the future, when I look for a partner, I want someone like you. Su Mujin was puzzled. What? Fifth update. Su Mujin stared blankly at Song Mushue, unable to understand why she suddenly said that. Chen Yuehua looked at Song Mushue with a mix of anger and amusement. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? Seeing their reactions, Song Mushue's cheeks slightly reddened. She knew they misunderstood, and quickly explained. Mom, sister-in-law, you misunderstood. I didn't mean I want my sister-in-law as my partner, nor am I looking for a girl. I mean I want someone who loves me wholeheartedly, who treats me well, just like how my sister-in-law treats my brother. Chen Yuehua finally let out a sigh of relief. So that's what you meant. You girl, you can't express yourself clearly, you scared me. Seeing Song Mushue smiling happily, Su Mujin wanted to say a few words, but considering that Song Mushue was still young and not in a hurry to find a partner, she swallowed her words again. Though setting standards might make finding someone more difficult, it wasn't entirely bad. At least it could filter out those with bad intentions. Thinking this way, Su Mujin felt that Song Mushue's idea was not so bad. Old Master Song hadn't returned, and the family had a warm, harmonious lunch. After eating, Su Mujin naturally prepared a medicinal bath and acupuncture for Song Qinian. After the acupuncture, Su Mujin looked at Song Qinian eagerly. How do you feel? How do you feel today? Song Qinian didn't speak, but showed his improvement through his actions. Better than before. When he managed to control his legs and move back and forth in bed, Su Mushin's eyes filled with tears, almost crying. Even though she had believed for a long time that Song Qinian's legs would recover, seeing this moment still made her very emotional. Seeing Su Mushin's eyes turn red, Song Qinian quickly held her in his arms and gently comforted her. Baby, don't cry. Su Mushin shook her head, voice trembling. I'm happy. I'm happy too. Song Qinian buried his head in Su Mushin's neck. Su Mushin couldn't see his expression, but she could feel a few drops of warm liquid on her neck. Song Qinian was crying. Even though he was a man, a soldier, a tough guy, he was still a person. First, he was injured and paralyzed, then he almost lost his life. If someone with a weaker will had been in his place, they might have given up. But Song Qinian always stayed strong and never showed weakness in front of others. Only at this moment, holding her waist and burying his head in her neck, could he truly let go of his feelings. Su Mushin gently lifted her hand and held Song Qinian's head. They embraced quietly for a while until they both calmed down. Looking at his legs, Song Qinian said, I think in 10 or 15 days I might be able to stand again. Su Mushin also believed that, by then, you can start rehab. Don't rush.
Take it step by step, like eating a meal one bite at a time and walking a little at a time. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. In the afternoon, Xiaoli drove the jeep over again. This time, Su Muxin and Song Qinian got in the car together and went to the medical university. The principal was much older than Song Qinian, but after seeing his ID, he was very kind and friendly towards Song Qinian. Su Muxin even felt that the principal was carefully trying to flatter Song Qinian. When talking to her, his voice was softer than before. After saying goodbye to the principal, Su Muxin pushed Song Qinian under the shade of a tree, feeling very emotional. It's so good to have someone backing you up. She admired people who didn't rely on connections but still prove themselves. But if she had the choice, she would definitely use her connections without hesitation. Life is short, only a few decades. If it can make life better, why suffer? If she had not truly enjoyed her life in her past life and left this world completely, she would have regretted it too late. Fortunately, she was reborn here and given a chance to live again. Such an opportunity is rare, so she must not make things difficult for herself. After hearing Su Muxin's words, Song Qinian's lips curled up happily, and he felt very good. Don't worry, wife. I will work harder and always be your strongest and most reliable support. At this moment, Su Muxin heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Zhang Qiuyan running toward her. Zhang Qiuyan quickly reached them, looking curious as she looked at Su Muxin and Song Qinian. Muxin, who is this you're pushing? My husband. Su Muxin answered confidently, but Zhang Qiuyan was stunned. Didn't you say your husband is in the military? He is indeed. Then his leg. He got injured and is resting. Zhang Qiuyan finally relaxed. Oh, I see. That's good. That's good. Muxin, we have class soon. Are you going? I want to take him to the school gate first. Okay. Zhang Qiuyan nodded. Hurry up, don't be late. I'll go to the classroom first and save a seat for you. After saying that, Zhang Qiuyan ran off. Su Muxin pushed Song Qinian toward the school gate. Song Qinian kept looking at Su Muxin. His actions were so obvious, and his gaze was unhidden. Su Muxin, not being blind, naturally sensed it. When Song Qinian looked over again, Su Muxin simply stopped. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Is there anything between us that can't be spoken about? Song Qinian bit his lip, hesitant, but finally spoke softly. Wife, I'm sorry. I made you lose face. Su Muxin was stunned. When did I embarrass you? I was in a wheelchair. Not a healthy person. So what? Su Muxin interrupted him. Let's not talk about the fact that you'll be able to walk in half a month. Even if you can't stand for the rest of your life, in my heart, you're more impressive than those men who can run and jump. I'm very happy and proud to marry you. You will never embarrass me. Today is the first time you've said such words. I hope it will be the last. If you say it again, I will be angry. Song Qinian hurriedly held Su Muxin's hand. Wife, don't be angry. I promise I won't say it again. He knows that Su Muxin does not dislike him and would never think he is embarrassing. But because he cannot stand up and can only be pushed around by her when going out, he often feels overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. He desperately wants to stand up, to stand beside her. He wants to hold her hand and walk together, so everyone will envy her instead of feeling sorry for her. First update, Su Muxin helped Song Qinian get into the car and watched it drive away before turning back to the school. As she walked on the street, she was still thinking. It seems that not only women are sensitive, but men can be too. Tonight, she definitely wants to help Song Qinian regain his confidence. When she reached the classroom door, Su Muxin saw Zhang Qiuyan waving her wildly. Before she could sit down, Zhang Qiuyan lowered her voice and asked Muxian, Is your husband's leg okay?
Yes, it is. Su Muxin replied.
Really? Is it really okay? Of course. Su Muxin nodded again. I studied medicine for him. I help him with acupuncture, herbal baths, and massages every day. I know his condition best. It will definitely get better. It won't take long. Just as she was speaking, Su Muxin saw Zhang Qiuyan looking at her with tears in her eyes.
Musin.
Zhang Qian choked, her nose sounding congested. You're so good. You went to medical school, just for your husband. Studying medicine is so hard and tiring. You're really amazing. Your husband is so lucky to have you. I wish I could find someone like you. That sounded so familiar. Song Mushue had just said the same thing in noon. Su Muxin felt a mix of amusement and sadness, but quickly told Zhang Qian, don't cry. I don't find studying medicine hard at all. It's actually pretty fun. Hearing this, Zhang Qian's tears flowed even more fiercely. How could studying medicine be fun? She's also a medical student. It's so tough. There's so much to learn, so many things to memorize. It's just too hard. But Muxin insists that studying medicine isn't hard because she loves her husband deeply. Su Muxin wanted to explain more, but just then the teacher arrived. She had to swallow her words and remind Zhang Qian to pay attention in class. However, throughout the lesson, Zhang Qian kept looking at her with complicated eyes, making her feel like she wanted to disappear right then. Compared to working hard at the factory, she really feels that going to school is not so difficult. Zhang Qian doesn't understand now, but someday she will definitely realize it. Suddenly, it was evening. Su Muxin thought that old Master Song was angry and wouldn't come back for dinner tonight. Unexpectedly, old Master Song was just scowling and silent, but he ate his food quickly. When he lived in the second house, he didn't think Su Zhaoying's cooking was very bad. But recently, living in the main house and used to Qin Yuehua's very dishes every day, going back to eat Su Zhaoying's cooking felt a bit lacking. Su Muxin isn't insisting that old Master Song leave. As long as old Master Song doesn't cause trouble for her, she is happy to live peacefully with him. After dinner, although the atmosphere wasn't as lively as noon, everyone finished their food. This slightly tense mood didn't affect their appetite at all. They had just finished eating when suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Su Muxin listened carefully and realized it was Wang Xiujin's voice. Why is Wang Xiujin causing trouble now? Just as she thought this, the sound grew closer, and Wang Xiujin appeared right at their door. Old Master Song, are you going to do something about this? Song Lianqing has hospitalized me and my son, and it's been days. He hasn't asked about us or shown any concern. What's going on? Are you relying on the power and influence of the Song family to bully us workers' children? We're not so easy to bully. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will go to the military base gate tomorrow to make a fuss. I want to ask if the military cares or not. Hearing Wang Xiujin's words, old Master Song quickly walked outside. With such a lively scene, Su Muxin didn't want to miss it. She pushed Song Qinian and followed out. When they reached the gate of the yard, they saw a crowd of onlookers gathered outside. It was packed with people, and seeing this, Su Muxin thought to herself, wow, everyone loves to watch drama. But then she realized, without entertainment or the internet, and with no other things to do at night in the dark, people come out just to see the fuss. Thinking this way, Su Muxin actually saw some people holding bowls of rice, watching while eating and laughing. It was obvious that Wang Xiujin's fuss was quite entertaining. Old Master Song looked at Wang Xiujin with a stern face. What are you causing trouble for now?
Me?
Wang Xiujin suddenly raised her voice sharply. What did I do wrong? Old Master, just tell me. Did Song Lianqing kick my son and put him in the hospital? Since my son was hospitalized, has anyone from your family gone to visit? Am I telling the truth or not? Old Master Song really had no way to argue now, because everything Wang Xiujin said was the truth. But old Master Song didn't think it was his fault, nor did he think it was Song Lianqing's fault. He believed it was Su Maya's fault. He was already so old, and Song Lianqing was busy every day, leaving early and returning late. Wouldn't Su Maya visit the hospital? Wouldn't she comfort her mother and brother? These things are usually considered women's responsibilities. If she can't handle even these, then why does she need to be his daughter-in-law? But old Master Song knew now wasn't the time to argue about this. He took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone, what do you want to do about this? Old Master, what do you mean by that? What do I want to do? The person who got hurt is our family. I also want to ask you, what do you want to do about it? If you think it's hard to handle, I'll go find the leaders in the army. There are many leaders there. Surely, they can handle this properly. After saying this, Wang Xiaoyun proudly lifted her chin. She was doing this on purpose. She wanted Old Master Song, Song Lianqing, and others to know that the Su family was not to be messed with. Old Master Song was completely furious. He was very annoyed with Wang Xiaoyun, with Su Malia, and also with Su Mugen. But no matter how much he disliked them, he could only choose to keep the peace for now. If Wang Xiaoyun caused trouble in the army, Song Lianqing might face punishment, and he might even lose his position as company commander. Old Master Song closed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Tomorrow, have Lianqing go to the hospital to see him. We, the Song family, will cover the medical expenses. Wang Xiaoyun eagerly waited, and when Old Master Song finished speaking and didn't say anything else, she was stunned. That's it? Old Master Song was very impatient. What else do you want? Of course, I want compensation for nutrition, lost wages, and damages. Second part. Wang Xiaoyun spoke confidently, counting on her fingers. They say it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. My son can't do heavy work for 100 days. He needs good care. He shouldn't work or earn money, and he should eat well and drink well. Shouldn't you pay for that? The doctor said my son was injured in the chest, with a broken rib almost puncturing his heart. He nearly lost his life. Although he's alive now, he's still at risk of developing health problems later. Shouldn't you offer compensation? I only have this one son. If something happens to him, who will support me in the future? This disaster was caused by your family's Song Lianqing. Shouldn't he take responsibility and give us an explanation? Listening to Wang Xiaoyun speak one sentence after another, Old Master Song's temples throbbed. After saying so much, it's clear she's just after money. He was tired of arguing with someone like Wang Xiaoyun and asked coldly, "Stop talking so much. Just tell me, how much do you want?" Wang Xiaoyun was waiting for this question, but she couldn't agree to a specific amount right away. She wiped her tears and snorted loudly before saying, "Old Master, I know you look down on me and think I'm just here to ask for money. But I'm a mother too. I only have this one son. Compared to money, I just want him to be safe and healthy. Would I sacrifice his health just to ask for money? I'm not asking for money for myself, mainly for my child. Even if you blame me, I can accept it. After all, every parent cares deeply for their child." Hearing Wang Xiaoyun's words, many onlookers felt a surge of sympathy. Everyone has children. Who doesn't care about their kids? Compared to their health, what's money? Thinking this way, many people began to side with Wang Xiaoyun. Old Master Song, what she said is true. She's also a mother, caring only for her son. We should understand her. Yes, yes. This whole thing is Song Lianqing's fault.
He's his brother-in-law.
How could he beat someone into the hospital? And he didn't even visit or ask about it afterward. That's not right. Lianqing, I'm not criticizing you as your wife's family, but honestly, you did wrong. You should go to the hospital tomorrow morning, see your son, pay what's owed, and take care of him properly. Others nodded in agreement, all advising Song Lianqing. Being criticized by so many people made Song Lianqing's chest heave with anger. Before he could think clearly, he blurted out, "Su Tianxi is my brother-in-law. Isn't Song Qinian also his brother-in-law?
Why are you only talking about me?"
When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. What did he just say? Did Song Lianqing even realize what he was saying? Su Mujuan was happily watching the show when suddenly, the fire unexpectedly spread to herself and Song Qinian. She couldn't tolerate this. Song Lianqing, are you crazy? You hit someone yourself and now you won't admit it, and you're even trying to blame your older brother? Song Lianqing's feverish mind cooled slightly, and he finally realized he had just spoken the wrong words. But apologizing, especially to Song Qinian, was absolutely impossible. Song Lianqing could only grit his teeth and insist, even if he didn't hit anyone, he's still the son-in-law of the Su family and Su Tianxi is his brother-in-law. Why doesn't he go to the hospital to check? What do you want him to do? You're healthy and able to fight, yet you won't go, and you expect your brother, who has trouble walking, to go instead? Moreover, after Tianxi was hospitalized, I already visited him and bought meat buns. Your older brother has trouble walking, so I went on his behalf. Do you have any objections? If you don't believe me, go ask the others in the ward. Su Mujuan spoke so confidently that Song Lianqing had no reason to doubt her. Song Huayan walked out of the yard with a dark face. Lianqing, I'm so disappointed in you. You did something wrong and won't admit it, and now you're trying to blame your older brother. He's been so good to you all these years, helping and supporting you, and this is how you repay him? Chen Yuehua sneered. I used to think you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to first beat your brother-in-law into the hospital and then not visit him. Instead, you want to drag your older brother out to take the blame for you. We can't associate with relatives like you. Don't come to our house anymore. Enough. Old Master Song shouted angrily, cutting off Chen Yuehua. I'm not dead yet. As long as I am alive, there is only the Song family. The eldest daughter-in-law, you are not allowed to say such things again. If you want to split the family, then first kill me. Old Master Song, full of fiery anger, looked irritably at Wang Xiuqin. Just tell me honestly, how much money do you want? Wang Xiuqin's eyes rolled mischievously, not showing any fear of Old Master Song's anger. She felt proud, thinking she had made the Song family feel intimidated. After today, everyone in the Song family would know she was not to be messed with. They wouldn't dare to provoke her or bully her Jasmine. Wang Xiuqin's pride grew, and her voice carried a smile. I know Lianqing is busy and doesn't have time to visit Tianxi in the hospital. Just give a bit more money. All this chaos adds up, so let's say 500 yuan. They asked for more meat vouchers, egg vouchers, cloth vouchers, malted milk vouchers, and milk powder vouchers. Everyone listened to Wang Xiuyin talking endlessly and couldn't help but gasp. Wang Xiuyin really dares to ask for a lot. That's way too much. Just after Su Malia returned, she heard Wang Xiuyin making big demands. Her good mood instantly vanished, and she felt dizzy. What is wrong with her mother? First, she schemed to take away her job, and now she's asking for even more. Does she really not want her to stay at the Song family? Su Malia quickly pushed through the crowd and hurried to Wang Xiuyin's side.
Mom.
What are you doing? Seeing Su Malia come back, Wang Xiuyin was even happier. She grabbed Su Malia's hand and whispered, Malia, you just came back. Mom is here to support you. Are you supporting me? Su Malia felt like she was going crazy. You clearly don't want me to stay here anymore. Hearing this, Wang Xiuyin's smile disappeared instantly.
Malia, how can you talk like that? I've been doing this all for you.
If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. But you still say I'm wrong? If you don't thank me, then forget it. But these money and vouchers, you must give them to me. Otherwise, I'll cause trouble at the army. Neither of us will have a good time. I'm not afraid of anyone. Song Lianqing had long been fed up with everyone's gossip and whispers. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Here.
Take it.
From now on, don't come to our house again.